Chapter 285. A strange expression flashed in Shui Rui's eyes, and as he looked at Yushu's pale and cold face, he suddenly came to a slight understanding in his heart. Why did she endure patiently and tightly clench her teeth, even after her fingers were twisted off? Ji Xingxuan frowned. She didn't expect that she would be able to turn the tables on her. She had underestimated her. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause came from outside the door. No one could be seen, but the laughter was like a spring breeze. Hee, what a good righteous. I would like to see such a loyal and affectionate daughter. Yushu turned her head, her eyes flashing as she squinted slightly. She saw a figure walking in from outside the door. He was tall and handsome, dressed in a beautiful robe with a purple collar and black ribbon on his shoulder. A silver-red dragon bell hung around his neck, and his crown was a crane's wing. His appearance was hard to describe. At first glance, he seemed to be standing tall, but at second glance, he seemed to be in his 20s. Looking back, he seemed to be in his 40s. If there was a kind-looking person who saw this person, he would be shocked. Alas, a celestial being was alive, and no one dared to look at his face. Yushu thought, is this the Celestial Commissioner's great advice? He looks like a deity. Everyone present stood up. Those who were still standing bowed and said respectfully, Grand Secretary. Greetings to Great Secretary. This lowly official greets Great Secretary. Even the ninth prince, Lu Tan, lowered his head and greeted the Great Secretary. The only ones who didn't move were Yushu and Jing Chun, the two inexperienced people. No need to be so courteous. The Grand Tiandi had a slight smile on his face as he swept his gaze across the crowd. His gaze first paused on Jing Chun before landing on Yushu. Were you the one who escorted Daozi into the capital? Yushu hurriedly lowered her head and bowed. She knew his identity and didn't dare to be disrespectful. Commoner Yushu greets the Great Secretary. Jing Chun and I are good friends. We didn't escort him, but we helped each other along the way. She didn't know that these words had a different meaning in the ears of those who knew. The Great Secretary looked at her meaningfully and said, You've worked hard. As he spoke, he looked at Jing Chun and said with a gentle expression, Jing Chun is Taoist Huai Xianwell. Jing Chun's face turned serious. He said, Master is in good health and asked me to send his regards when I see you. He also asked me to bring you a sword as a gift. But I was ambushed on the way and lost it. It doesn't matter. It's fine as long as you're fine. The Tidian raised his hand and patted his shoulder. It's been hard on you. You ran into danger on the way and hid everywhere. Now that you're back, you don't have to worry about anything else with me here. His words seemed to have a hidden meaning. Jing Chen understood some of it, but the others didn't. Ren Qiming walked forward and bowed. Taishu, what happened is this seat already knows. There's no need to explain. The Great Secretary waved his sleeve at Ren Qiming and said to the crowd, It's late. Now that the Taoist has been found, this seat wants to bring him to the palace to see the Emperor so that the Emperor can be at ease. You can all disperse. Go back and do what you need to do. We'll talk about the rest tomorrow. Yes, Taishu. Ji Huaishan was the first to bow and leave. He had benefited from today and heard a lot of inside information. He had really gained a lot. Ji Xingxuan turned around to look at Yushu. She was a little unwilling, but there was nothing she could do. She thought to herself that it was fine. After all, she had made Yushu suffer this time. As for the rest, she could wait for next time. The grandmother and granddaughter were about to leave, but before they reached the door, they heard a voice saying, Wait a moment, Official Ji. Let me finish. Yushu calmly stopped Ji Huaishan and Ji Xingxuan. She lowered her head and coughed. She bowed to the immortal-like Great Secretary and solemnly reported, This lowly person has an important matter that I must report. It concerns the Taoist's safety. Oh, the Great Secretary was puzzled. What is it? Tell me. Although Jing Chun lost a part of his memory and doesn't remember who killed him, the person who murdered the Taoist is not without clues. Yushu's words were shocking. Ren Qiming anxiously asked, What clues? Tell me in detail. Ahem, ahem. Yushu stood for a while and closed her eyes, feeling a little dizzy. She pulled herself together and raised her head to look at the unfathomable expression of the grand suggestion point. She said in a hoarse voice, "Before Jing Chun lost his memory, he had befriended me. At that time, he had a treasure on him and showed it to me. Later, he bid farewell to me and was killed on the way. I saved him, but that treasure is no longer on him. Even his sword must have been plundered by the person who murdered him. But later, when I arrived at the capital, I saw that treasure in someone else's hands." After she finished speaking, the building was silent. Everyone knew that the situation was serious. The great secretary looked at Yushu and said seriously, "Do you know who that is?" Yushu took a deep breath and swallowed. She slowly turned her head and raised her hand to point at a person not far away. Her lips curled into a cold smile. "It's her." The person she was pointing at was Ji Xingxuan, who was wearing a long blue dress. Ji Huaishan flew into a rage. "Don't spout nonsense. When did we ever take anything from a Taoist?" Ji Xingxuan looked at Yushu coldly. She was fearless. She wanted to see what trick she was playing. "You never took it?" Yushu put down her hand and lowered her head to touch her neck. She hooked a thread with her finger and pulled it off forcefully, revealing a small amulet. Under everyone's puzzled gaze, she brought it to her mouth and used her teeth to tear open the thread. She then dug out something from within and held it in her palm. She opened her palm and looked up at Ji Xingxuan. Her eyes were brimming with a smile. She asked softly, "Do you recognize this?" Everyone's gaze landed on her sweaty palms. Surprisingly, she was holding that sparkling yellow jade-like pearl, the adversity-blocking stone. Ji Huaishan sucked in a breath of cold air. Ji Xingxuan's expression changed drastically. She raised her head to look at Yushu. For a moment, it was as if she had seen a ghost. As the saying goes, if you don't do anything wrong, you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. When they saw the adversity-blocking stone, the first thing they thought of was nothing else but the Yunhua EZ's exam paper that was exchanged with this small bead. Yushu looked at their faces. Although she was in pain, she wanted to laugh 3 times in her heart. This pair of bastards. Did they think that she had endured until now just to be greedy for that bullshit credit? They plotted against each other this time. She only needed one move to kill them. Seeing Yushu coming out with the yellow frost stone, Jing Chen's expression changed. He looked at her pale face and didn't say anything. Shui Rui was also looking at Yushu's face. From the faint ruthlessness in the corner of her eyes, a few scenes suddenly appeared in his mind. Her messy hair and dirty face in Yang County Government Office, her ruthlessly kicking people when Xiao Bai bent over the table, her hidden needles when she toasted him last night. He suddenly realized that he shouldn't be worried about who she had offended, but who had offended her. "Hey, isn't this?" Ren Qiming noticed something. He walked forward and took the yellow frost stone from Yushu's palm. He weighed it in his hand and looked at it against the light. Suddenly, he turned his head and asked sternly, "Lord Ji, this adversity-blocking stone, isn't it the one you showed me before? Isn't it worn on Xingxuan's hand? How did it end up in her hands? She even said it belonged to Daozi. What the hell is going on?" Even though Ji Huaishan was used to seeing storms, he couldn't help but panic at this moment. He knew that if something went wrong, it would be a small matter if he was exposed for stealing the topic, but if he was accused of murdering the imperial family, that would be terrible. Cold sweat dripped down his back. Without thinking too much, he hurriedly explained, "Reporting to Lord, Xingxuan originally had the same one, but she lost it 2 months ago. This old man doesn't know how it ended up in her hands or how it became Daozi's." Ren Qiming was very suspicious. After listening to him, he went to ask Ji Xingxuan, "Tell me the truth. Where did you get this adversity-blocking stone?" Under the veil, Ji Xingxuan bit her lip and looked deeply at Yushu. While thinking, she answered, "Xingxuan doesn't dare to hide it. I picked this bead up." Yushu glanced at her, then asked Jing Chun, "Jing Chun, do you think this yellow frost stone is a treasure of your sect?" "Yes." "Did you lose it before you lost your memory?" Yushu knew that Jing Chun wouldn't lie, so she deliberately gave a vague answer. This yellow frost stone was indeed lost, but it was lost in her hands. Under everyone's gaze, Jing Chun nodded. His expression was cold, so no one could tell that he was lying. Yushu then went to ask Ji Xingxuan. You said you picked it up. Where did you pick it up? Yang City. Ji Xingxuan clenched her fists tightly inside her sleeves. When? In April, when I returned to Yang from the capital to visit my relatives, I found it in the gap between the horse carriages. Ji Xingxuan still remembered that day. When she met a thief on the road, she saw this stone in the window. She didn't know how it got there. You're lying. Ji Xingxuan showed a rare look of anger. I didn't. Yushu sneered. In April, when Jing Chen was still in Yang, his brain was fine. This yellow frost stone is a rare treasure in the world. How could he easily throw it away for you to pick up? Even if you're that lucky, how could there be such a coincidence in this world? Let me ask you again, where did you get this yellow frost stone? Ji Xingxuan was angered by Yushu's provocation, but she was still calm. She said in a low voice, I said I picked it up. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. Of course I don't believe you. Yushu glanced at her and said expressionlessly, Last April, when Jing Chen left Yang, he was ambushed on the way. His sword and this yellow frost stone were taken away. When he returned to the capital to report, your Ji family was related to that group of people, so this treasure ended up in Lord Ji's hands. Then, it was transferred to you, Miss Ji. You didn't know its origin, so you boldly wore it. You didn't expect me to see it, recognize it, and then find a way to get it back with Jing Chen. Her tone changed as she moved forward, and she broke free from Shui Rui's support before slowly walking towards the Ji clan's grandfather and grandson. With her back facing everyone, her eyes narrowed into red slits as she grinned to reveal a mouthful of ghastly white teeth, and she didn't conceal the ridicule on her face in the slightest. What? Do you want to tell everyone how we got this yellow frost rock back? If she told them, it would inevitably bring up the matter of the Ji family stealing the exam. If she didn't tell them, it would be impossible to explain. She wanted them to have a taste of this dilemma. Ji Huaishan's face turned slightly pale, but he forced himself to calm down. Ji Xingxuan looked at Yushu. She almost bit her lips under the veil. It turned out that she was the one who got the EZ exam paper first. It turned out that she was the one who wrote the letter, threatened them, and schemed to steal the calamity shielding stone in Changchun Square. Thinking back, Ji Xingxuan seemed to have thought of something. She slowly turned her head to look at the young man in white who was not far away. Her clear eyes slowly widened, and her heart seemed to be filled with mixed feelings. So, the person who held the umbrella for her in the rain that day was him. Ren Qiming's face had already turned cold. He was already very suspicious. Seeing Ji Huaishan and Ji Xingxuan's strange expressions, he simply couldn't answer under Yushu's interrogation. He became suspicious. Moreover, this matter was of great importance. Even if he had a good relationship with the Ji family, he couldn't be biased. He snorted coldly and said sternly, Right, Judge Ji. What explanation do you want? It's this woman who is slandering me. Ji Huaishan was trembling with anger. He was afraid that others would believe Yushu's nonsense. He raised his face and said with grief and indignation, This old man has been an official for 20 years. I've always done my duty. I've never heard of this Daozi before. How could he be involved with the person who murdered Daozi? Imperial Secretary, Junior Supervisor, please understand, this old man is innocent. Shui stretched out his hand and lightly touched Lu Tan, who was standing beside him, without anyone noticing. His finger moved as he swiftly wrote the number 7 on Lu Tan's arm. Lu Tan, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly opened his mouth coldly. The witness and the material evidence are all here. You've obviously colluded with the person who murdered my Shu. How dare you assassinate a member of the imperial family? Do you know that this is a capital crime? Yushu looked at Lu Tan in surprise. She then looked at Shui Rui and understood. Lu Tan's angry rebuke completely shocked Ji Huaishan. He had been an official for many years. How could he not know that there were some crimes that he couldn't even touch? This old man, who was over 50 years old, felt his legs go soft. He actually knelt on the spot. 2 streams of tears flowed down at the same time. He cried, Your Highness, please investigate clearly. This lowly official is innocent. Grandfather. Ji Xingxuan hurriedly squatted down in shock. She wanted to help Ji Huaishan up, but he pulled her with one hand, and she knelt down with him. Ji Xingxuan was at a loss for a moment. She had never seen Ji Huaishan lose his composure like this. She looked around and saw pairs of cold and suspicious eyes. She finally realized the seriousness of the situation. The hair on her body stood on end. Her face gradually turned pale. She also knelt down with Ji Huaishan and said in a trembling voice, "Imperial Secretary, please investigate clearly. Grandfather and I have been wronged." Yu Shu admired the panicked look of the grandfather and granddaughter from a close distance. She unceremoniously moved to the center and accepted the two people's kowtow. The pain in her left little finger pierced her brain. It was not as good as the feeling in her heart. Ren Qiming looked at the chaotic scene. He frowned and turned to look at the person who had been quietly watching. "Imperial Secretary, what do you think?" Yu Shu's ears were sharp and she heard it. She turned to look at the immortal and met his gaze. His eyes were as light as the moon. Her heart skipped a beat. She pretended to be calm and lowered her head. She heard a light sigh. "Guards, send them to the Supreme Court and wait for their decision." "Mr. Shui, thank you for making this trip. I will go to the palace to see the Emperor and ask the Emperor to make a decision." Dong! Ji Huaishan's blood rushed to his head and he fainted. Ji Xingxuan was stunned for a moment. Then she rushed forward and helped the old man up with red eyes. She cried, "Grandfather, grandfather." Seeing this scene, Lu Tan and Shui Rue looked at each other. Ren Qiming shook his head. Jing Chun turned his head away. Yu Shu, from the beginning to the end, had a pair of cold eyes. Chapter 286. Ji Huaishan fainted and was carried out by the guards. Ji Xingxuan did not resist and staggered out of the room. Before leaving the room, she looked back at Yu Shu. It was a quick glance that was neither angry nor angry, but there was a hint of coldness in it. Yu Shu could tell that it was not over yet. Yu Shu secretly sneered. If it was not over yet, then so be it. She was not afraid of her. She did not expect to make the Ji family extinct this time. However, with another trump card in her hand, it was inevitable that she would be skinned. Moreover, Yu Shu turned to look at the ninth prince, Lu Tan, who was standing next to Shui Rue. She always felt that they would add fuel to the fire. Even if she did not pursue this matter, the two of them seemed to have other plans. Since Ji Huaishan was an official in the court, he must have enemies and friends. She did not know if there would be more people who would help in the hour of need, or more people who would hit him when he was down. Oh! Yu Shu suddenly felt a sharp pain in her head. She gasped and felt dizzy again. Her body swayed and she fell down. At the same time, two hands reached out from behind and held her firmly. "Xiaoyu, Shu." Yu Shu shook her head. To her left, it was Shui Rue, and to her right, it was Jing Chun. Both of them were in the same place. She felt dizzy and wanted to vomit. She opened her mouth, but could not say anything. She could only raise her right hand and wave it gently. She frowned and endured the churning in her stomach. The two big shots of the Celestial Commissioner were still here. If she really vomited here, it would be embarrassing. Seeing that Yu Shu's face was getting paler and paler, Shui Rue knew that she could not hold on any longer. Therefore, he asked the Grand Secretary to leave. "Grand Secretary, my sworn sister is still ill. Tonight, the junior supervisor accidentally twisted her finger. Please allow me to send her back first. I will go to the Supreme Court after she has settled down." The Grand Tipping Master heard the harshness in his words and turned his head to look at Ren Qiming, whose face was slightly red. He said considerately, "Go quickly. This little girl has suffered tonight. I have a high-grade blood circulation powder. I'll have someone deliver it tomorrow." "Thank you, Grand Secretary." Shui Rue nodded. Just as he was about to help Yu Shu up, Jing Chun, who was on the other side, held up her elbow and pushed aside her sleeves. When he saw that her pinky finger was seeping with a small patch of dark red blood, his thin face turned pale. "Xiaoyu, your hand." Yu Shu's mind was in a daze. She could not hear what others were saying. However, when she saw Jing Chen's panicked expression, she could not help but smile at him comfortingly. Jing Chen quickly found the culprit. He turned to look at Ren Qiming and frowned. "Did you break her finger?" If it was someone else who questioned him, Ren Qiming could still put on a cold face. However, the Taoist was not an ordinary person. Ren Qiming could only say awkwardly, "It was a misunderstanding." Hearing Ren Qiming admit to it, Jing Chen's eyes flashed. Just as he gently put Yushu's hand down, his other hand had already shot out. Shrinking his feet, he appeared in front of Ren Qiming in the blink of an eye. His two fingers formed a hook and actually grabbed at Ren Qiming's left hand that was hanging by his side. This sudden change caught everyone off guard. However, just as Jing Chun grabbed Ren Qiming's hand, Qing Feng, who had been standing quietly at the side, also made his move. His palm turned into a knife and mercilessly chopped at Jing Chen's wrist. Jing Chun countered with his other palm, but did not let go. After 3 moves, Jing Chun flicked his wrist and pushed Qing Feng back 3 steps. He then grabbed Ren Qiming's wrist. Only then did the onlookers come back to their senses. They were shocked and shouted, "Stop! Taoist, please stop!" Jing Chun. The Taoist's voice was neither loud nor soft. However, when it fell into Jing Chen's ears, it made him pause. His 2 fingers were clamped on Ren Qiming's little finger. Junior Eunuch Run, whose wrist was caught and could not move easily, had an ugly expression on his face. Shuai looked at Jing Chun in surprise. If he was not mistaken, this person was planning to break Ren Qiming's finger. Jing Chun. The Taoist walked 2 steps to Jing Chun and pressed one hand on his arm. "What are you doing?" Jing Chun looked at Yushu, who was leaning against Shuai in a daze, and said, "I've said that I'll protect Xiaoyu and not let anyone hurt her. He broke Xiaoyu's finger, so I'll break his too." Hearing his matter-of-fact tone, everyone was speechless. However, the Taoist smiled. Not only did he not stop him, he even turned to Ren Qiming and asked, "You heard him. You broke his finger, and now he wants to break it back. What are you going to do?" Ren Qiming's face darkened, but he did not look for an excuse. He said, "Taoist, just do it. Taoist." The attendant, Qing Feng, covered his injured chest and stepped forward. He reached out a hand to Jing Chun and said, "Taoist, if you want to break it, then break it. It's me who broke this young lady's finger. It has nothing to do with you, Your Excellency." Qing Feng stepped back. Ren Qiming frowned and reprimanded. He had to bear the consequences of his own actions. With his current status, how could he act like a rogue? "Your Excellency." Jing Chun looked at them, and for a moment, he did not know whose finger he should break. The Taoist looked at this scene with a faint smile and did not try to dissuade them. Luton wanted to say something, but he hesitated and did not say anything. At this moment, there was a light cough and a weak voice sounded. "Jing Chun, you don't have to do this." Cough, cough. "Sir Ren was anxious for your safety, so he hurt me by mistake. I don't blame him. Actually, Yushu is not unconscious." Her mind was still clear at this moment. She had seen Jing Chun make a move just now, so she pretended to be ignorant and waited for the crucial moment to speak. It was pure nonsense to say that she did not blame Junior Supervisor Ren. The 10 fingers were connected to the heart, so how could the pain of having one's finger broken be resolved with just a few words? However, compared to venting her anger and making enemies in the future, she was more willing to let this high-ranking junior supervisor recognize her as a good son. Moreover, she could see that Ren Qiming was a person who liked to be just and could not tolerate any wrongdoings. This kind of person had always been strict with himself. Making him feel guilty was more painful than having his finger broken. Shuai lowered his head to look at Yushu, who looked dispirited after seeing the doctor. He could clearly guess what was on her mind. Seeing that she was still able to play tricks in this state, he really did not know what to say. "Martial uncle," Lu Tin spoke at the right time. "I think Miss Yu's condition is not good. It's better to send her back as soon as possible. Don't delay anymore." Jing Chen looked at Yushu and saw her nod lightly. He hesitated for a moment, then let go of Ren Qiming and walked back to Yushu's side. Just as he was about to help Yushu, he heard Senior Supervisor Ren say, "Daozi, you should go to the palace with me first to report to the Emperor. Let Mr. Shui send Miss Yu back first." Yushu's eyelids twitched, and she quietly raised her hand. Using her body as cover, she grabbed Jing Chen's sleeve. What a joke. She hadn't even gotten a good explanation from Jing Chun. So how could she let him go like this? However, it was also strange. This senior supervisor should know the secret of Jing Chen's Kata star. Why wasn't he afraid of the emperor being killed? Even if the power of Jing Chen's Kata star was greatly reduced after the full moon, was it appropriate to take him into the palace so rashly? Jing Chen didn't know what Yushu was planning, but he wouldn't leave her side at this time, even if she didn't say anything. So he shook his head at Senior Supervisor Ren and said, I want to send her back. I can't go with you. Senior Supervisor Ren looked at them and didn't stop them. Instead, he ordered the guards to send them away and sent Qing Feng to follow them, so as to not lose track of Jingchen again. The young people left, and soon only Senior Supervisor Ren and Rin Qiming were left in the building. Imperial Secretary, in your opinion, is Ji Huaishan really involved with the thief who murdered Daozi? Whether he is or not, that's the matter of the Supreme Court. It's not the duty of the Celestial Commissioner to investigate the case. Don't you think it's strange that the little girl named Yushu is safe and sound after being with Daozi for so long? There are a lot of people in this world who are lucky, Senior Supervisor Ren turned his head and patted Rin Qiming's shoulder. He left with an ambiguous smile and left with his hands behind his back. Daozi had returned to the capital, and he had to send the news to the palace as soon as possible. Young Lord Rue waited outside the Celestial Commissioner's door for a long time. Finally, he saw Shui Rue and Lu Tan coming out. He quickly jumped off the carriage to greet them and asked curiously, What happened? I just saw Judge Ji and Miss Ji family being escorted away. It was late at night, and the Celestial Commissioner's door was so quiet that there wasn't even a passerby. The longevity lamp illuminated the slender shadows of people. Gusts of night wind rolled up the cold air. Yushu couldn't help coughing twice. Shui Rue frowned and said, Let's get in the carriage first. Rue Lin was not blind. Seeing Shui Rue and a strange man supporting Yushu on one side, he quickly ran to the carriage and opened the curtain. Fortunately, the carriage was spacious and could easily accommodate the 5 of them. Yushu was the first to sit in the carriage with Shui Rue's help. As soon as she touched the cushion, she became weak. She felt so uncomfortable that she wanted someone to knock her out with a hammer. It turned out that when they came out of the carriage, Shui Rue intended to carry her, but as soon as her feet left the ground, she wanted to vomit, so she forced herself to walk out of the Celestial Commissioner's door. In the carriage, Lu Tan and Rue Lin sat on one side, Yushu sat in the corner, and Jing Chun and Shui Rue sat on each side. Brother Rue, where are we going now? Shui Rue poured a cup of tea to feed Yushu while telling him the address of Zhao Hui's house. Dr. Yi's medical skills were still trustworthy. At this time, it was better to find their own people than to find an internal physician elsewhere. Moreover, that family must be worried about Yushu. It was a good time to go back and report that she was safe. Jing Chun put his hand on Yushu's wrist and gently frowned. He put her wrist on his knee and touched the side of her waist. Just as he touched the corner of her clothes, he was stopped by Shui Rue. Looking up at Shui Rue's guarded gaze, Jing Chun did not know why he felt a little uncomfortable, but he still explained to him, I asked Xiao Yu to prepare a pill to carry with her. You will feel better after taking one. Let go. Shui Rue didn't loosen his grip when he heard this. Even though Jing Chen's actions of attacking Ren Qiming without the slightest hesitation in the Directorate of Astronomy had caused him to view Jing Chun in a new light, it didn't mean that he could watch as Jing Chun made a move against Yushu. When Jing Chun saw that Shui Rue did not let go, he turned his palm to break free. Unexpectedly, Shui Rue also knew martial arts. With a turn of his wrist, he clamped his hand again. Jing Chun turned his finger to flick his wrist, and Shui Rue clenched his fist to meet it. The two did not give way to each other, and in this narrow space, they began to fight with small tricks. Yushu was half dead, and she did not even have the strength to open her eyes, let alone stop them. Ruilin looked at this and that. Because before Jingchen appeared, he was kicked out by Ren Qiming, so he did not recognize him. He whispered to Lu Tan, Who is this? Lu Tan looked at the 2 men in front of him strangely. They were usually steady, but now they were fighting like children. His lips moved. My youngest martial uncle. Chapter 287. It was night, but no one was sleeping in the courtyard. The front hall was bright. Zhao Hui was sitting on a cushioned chair with her belly out. From time to time, she would look outside the door. Her face was full of anxiety. He Fangji was walking back and forth in front of her. Pei Jing was holding a cup of tea in his hand. He let it cool down, but did not take a sip. In the afternoon, Yushu was taken away from Huayr Medical Center. He Fangji first went to find Pei Jing. Because he did not even know where the official came from, Pei Jing took him to several government offices in the east of the city to inquire. Finally, he described the style of the official's uniform and learned that it was the official of the Celestial Commissioner. The two returned home to discuss countermeasures. When they were at their wits' end, Shuirue sent Lao Chue to inform them that he would go to find Yushu. He told them to be patient and wait for news at home. Who knew that they would wait until midnight? The more they waited, the more anxious they became. Everything was fine. How did we offend the Shangwan family? Zhao Hui was so anxious that she was crying. She was afraid that something would happen to Yushu. Pei Jing sighed and said, "Let's wait a little longer. That young Master Chow is not an ordinary person. There should be a way to save her." He Fangji walked to the door and looked at Yu Xiaoxiu, who had been standing outside for almost an hour. He Fangji clenched his fists and turned to Pei Jing and said, "No, I have to go to the Celestial Commissioner and take a look." Seeing this, Pei Jing turned to Zhao Hui and said, "Let's go and take a look. You wait at home." Zhao Hui nodded quickly. When the two men walked to the door, they saw a carriage coming from not far away. It stopped in front of the door. The curtain of the carriage was lifted, and a round-faced man jumped out. After lifting the curtain, a noble young master came down. He Fangji and Pei Jing were shocked when they saw Yushu coming down with the help of two people. They hurried to greet her. However, Yu Xiaoxiu was faster than them. He jumped up and held Yushu. He immediately recognized Jing Chun. Sister, what's wrong with you? Brother Jing." Not to mention how surprised Yu Xiaoxiu and others were when they saw Jing Chun. A group of people helped Yushu into the courtyard and into the bedroom. Jing Chun and Shuirue followed them, leaving Lu Tan and Ruelin outside the door. They were polite and did not break into a woman's boudoir. Yushu finally leaned against the bed. She moaned and opened her swollen eyes. She saw Yu Xiaoxiu and Zhao Hui, one big and one small, snuggling on the edge of the bed. Their eyes were red and they were crying. She coughed and said weakly, "Stop. My body hurts more when I see you crying." However, no one was in a mood to joke with her. Shuirue pulled the quilt over her and turned sideways to make room for He Fangji. He told him, "My left hand's finger was broken. I reattached it at the last minute. Please take a look at the injury." When Zhao Hui heard this, tears streamed down her face. Her body swayed, and she almost fainted. Pei Jing hurriedly asked the maidservants to coax her outside to sit and wait. He Fangji rolled up Yushu's sleeve and checked her left hand. When he touched it, Yushu shivered. She gritted her teeth and endured the pain. The blood vessels on her neck were so tight that they turned blue. The few people present couldn't bear to see her like this. He Fangji couldn't help but say angrily, "Who is so vicious?" To make people feel pain, they actually picked the tendons and bones and twisted them. They deserve to die. These words echoed the thoughts of the few people beside the bed. Yu Xiaoxiu's face was filled with hatred. He gritted his teeth, and his face was filled with malice. Shuirue asked worriedly, "Can it be reattached? Will there be any side effects?" He Fangji said, "It's good that it can be reattached, but AI, Xiaoxiu, go to the kitchen and ask them to boil some water. Then bring the medicine box and the needles in my room over." "Yes." Yu Xiaoxiu wiped his tears and ran out. Hearing the conversation between Shuirue and He Fangji, Yushu's ears twitched, but she didn't open her eyes. Under the bed, Kim Bao poked his head out. Seeing that there were so many people around, he shrank his head back and slipped out from the side of the bed. While no one was paying attention, he nimbly climbed up the wardrobe and squatted high. His pair of black eyes stared at the people below. Shuirue watched as He Fangji covered Yu Shu with a quilt. Jing Chun and Yu Xiaoxiu stood motionless in front of the bed. He quietly retreated. Pei Jing, who was standing in front of the window, looked at him and pondered. Lu Tan and Rui Lin were still waiting outside. When they saw him come out, they asked about Yu Shu's situation. Their worried faces were not fake. Lu Tan had a good impression of Yu Shu because of her relationship with Jing Chun. Rui Lin knew that Shui Rui valued this girl very much. In addition, last night when they were drinking at Wang Ji Lu, her temper made him think more of her. Let's go outside and talk. Shui Rui thought that this wasn't a good place to talk, so he brought the two of them to the carriage. After whispering to each other for a while, Shui Rui got off the carriage alone and watched them leave before he turned around and entered the courtyard. Yifangji fixed the broken finger of Yu Shu and used acupuncture to relax the meridians. Yu Shu fell asleep in the middle. Okay, let her sleep. I will go and get the medicine to make soup. You guys go outside first and let the maid clean her up. Yifangji asked the people around the bed to go outside and left Yundo to take care of Yu Shu. Yu Xiaoxiu stood at the door of the bedroom. Shui Rui sat down on the chair and called him over. He patted his head and comforted him. Don't worry, your sister will wake up tomorrow. Yu Xiaoxiu turned his head with red eyes and asked, Brother Shui, who took my sister? Why'd they take her? Shui Rui glanced at Jing Chun, who was standing outside the bedroom, and whispered to Yu Xiaoxiu, They took the wrong person and wronged your sister. Everything has been cleared up, so it doesn't matter. Jing Chen's expression changed. He turned his head and wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to explain. His eyes dimmed, and he turned back to look at the door in front of him. Just like that, the few of them stood guard outside for the entire night. At dawn the next day, Yifangji came and persuaded them to rest in the guest room. Only Pei Jing, who was slightly older, could not bear it and went to sleep. At dawn, Yu Shu slowly woke up. She moved her head and saw Yu Xiaoxiu sleeping next to her bed. Her eyes softened and she coughed twice to wake him up. Yu Xiaoxiu rubbed his eyes and sat up. Once he was awake, he asked Yu Shu if it hurt here and there. Yu Shu wouldn't tell him that it hurt like hell. She could only let him help her up and fool him to call Dr. He. As soon as Yu Xiaoxiu went out, Jing Chun and Shui Rui came in one after the other. Because Yu Shu slept with her clothes on last night and was among the patients, she didn't break the rules. When Yu Shu saw Jing Chun, she first thought of him as a fiend. Because Shui Rui was present, she didn't directly ask him if he harmed the people in her courtyard. She looked at the two of them frowning and could not help smiling. Shui Rui said in a bad mood, You're so sick and you're still happy. Who said that I can't be happy when I'm sick? After sleeping, Yu Shu's spirit was much better. In addition, she had a big victory last night, so she was in the mood to argue with him. However, her broken voice was really hard to hear. Fortunately, he didn't mind her tormenting his ears. Of course, Shui Rui knew what she was happy about. Seeing that she was in better spirits, he was relieved. He asked curiously, The stone that you took last night, was it really lost when Jing Chun was killed? Shui Rui's question hit the nail on the head. Yu Shu didn't plan to hide it from him, and said with a smile, Of course not. Actually, that yellow frost stone was given to me by Jing Chun in Yang City. At that time, I didn't know it was a treasure and accidentally lost it. Who would have thought that it fell into Ji Xingxuan's hands? Afterwards, Jing Chun and I went to the capital. Do you still remember that before the Diyin examination, you asked young Master Feng to bring me to the Imperial Historian's library? I bumped into Ji Xingxuan there and saw that she was wearing the yellow frost stone. I then used a trick to take it back. She didn't know that the stone was in my hands. Last night, I had an idea to use this to frame her. She was implicated in the crime of murdering a relative of the emperor. It wasn't something that they could explain with just a few words. Listening to her unscrupulous narration of how she framed others, Shui Rui was secretly happy that she was being honest with him. On the other hand, he had a headache because of her audacity. After Yu Shu finished speaking, she looked at Jing Chen's expression. Seeing that he was silent, she asked, Jing Chun, what's wrong? Jing Chun hesitated. Xiao Yu, isn't it against morality to lie and frame others? Hearing this, the smile on Yu Shu's face faded. She whispered, Morality? I only know that they try to harm me first. Therefore, I have to fight evil with evil. Last night, you said that Ji Xingxuan already knew you. However, she pretended not to know you and tricked you back to her house. Then, she brought you to the Celestial Commissioner's office to claim credit. You're innocent and do not know how evil people can be. However, I know these evil people the best. Do you think that they only want credit? If that was the case, I would not have been brought to the Celestial Commissioner's office to be interrogated and tortured. I did not intend to make a fuss about this. However, they have gone too far. How can I tolerate this? If you think that I am wrong, the Supreme Court will invite you to be interrogated in the future. Tell them the truth, and tell them that I lied to them. Jing Chun saw the sadness on her face and knew that he had said something wrong. He was not an inflexible person. It was just that since he was young, he had been taught the principles of Taoism. He did not like disputes. Now that he thought about it, she suffered last night. Firstly, it was because of him. Secondly, it was because she was framed. He felt that the Ji family had reaped what they sowed. Shui Rui was listening to their conversation from the side, and it was not convenient for him to interrupt them. However, when he heard Yushu's inner thoughts, he secretly felt a bit of pity for her. He had always disliked those delicate and weak women, and they would shed tears while admiring the flowers and the moon, which would cause them to waste a great deal of time. On the other hand, Yushu was trying to show off and was suffering from her own pain, and it made his heart ache. Xiaoyu, Jing Chun let out a short sigh and said, I have misunderstood you. You don't have to be angry with me. You and I are sworn brothers, and I don't know them. Moreover, they bullied you. Why would I expose you? I will definitely speak up for you. Yushu looked at him from the corner of her eyes. She pretended to be suspicious. Really? You are willing to lie for me? Jing Chen hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yushu's lips curled up. In her heart, she raised 2 fingers. Done. The Ji family will not be able to escape this time. Chapter 288. Yushu and Shui Rui and Jing Shan were talking in a room when Fangji hurriedly walked in and said that there were a lot of carriages and horses outside the gate, as well as several officials who wanted to see some Daozi. It turned out that when the emperor went to the palace last night, he already knew that Jing Chun had been found and urgently wanted to see him. As soon as the sun rose, he sent people out of the palace to receive him. Yushu repeatedly said, Jing Chun, go with them. Remember what I told you just now? It is inconvenient for me to get up. Let Shui Dage escort you out. Jing Chun nodded and said, after I see His Majesty, I will come back to see you. Jing Chun was not only the descendant of Yinhua Ez, he was also the late Princess Chang's only son. Now that his identity was revealed, he had become His Majesty's nephew. His status was indescribably noble. Although the matter was rushed, the palace still sent a proper guard of honor to receive him. Fangji and Pei Jing watched from the door as Jing Chun was respectfully escorted to the brocade-covered carriage and escorted away by a group of imperial bodyguards. They were bewildered and hurriedly went back to their room to ask Yushu. Yushu told them Jing Chen's identity, causing the 2 of them to exclaim in surprise again and again. Shui A on the side said with a smile, Dr. He, you have rendered meritorious service in treating Daozi's illness, and Ashu has saved his life. When Daozi enters the palace to report to His Majesty, he will definitely reward you. I congratulate you in advance. Fangji smiled bitterly and said, treating an illness and saving a person is a doctor's duty. On the contrary, Xiaoyu has suffered so much. In the end, good will have its reward. They talked for a while more before Shui Rui excused himself and left, but in fact he was going to the Supreme Court to report. The Ji family's grandfather and grandson were escorted to the Supreme Court last night, so they did not know what happened. After Shui Rui left, Yushu drank the medicine and ate some breakfast before going back to sleep. She had exhausted herself yesterday, and in addition to her internal and external injuries, she had to rest well. She slept until the evening. Yu Xiaoxiu shook her awake. Yushu woke up in a daze and heard that Shui Rui was here again. In the bedroom, Yushu sat leaning against the headboard of the bed. Her body was covered with a quilt, and her upper body was draped in a cotton-padded jacket. Her hair was neatly draped behind her head as she listened to Shui Rui's account of his visit to the Supreme Court during the day. At noon, a eunuch came to the Supreme Court to announce an imperial edict, suspending Ji Huaishan's position as the right judicial judge and ordering the Supreme Court to investigate the Daozi's murder. An official was appointed to take over the case. Because I was present last night, I was also appointed to assist in the investigation. In the afternoon, a court was set up to interrogate Ji Huaishan and Ji Xingxuan. These two grandfather and grandson insisted that the blocking disaster stone was picked up in Yang. They also summoned two servants from the Ji family to interrogate them. They both said that when they were in Yang, they had seen Ji Xingxuan in possession of the stone. Because there was insufficient evidence, it was difficult to distinguish the truth from the falsehood, so they were temporarily detained in prison to await a retrial. After listening to this, Yu Shu asked with a smile, since it was an interrogation, was there any torture? Thinking back to last night, she had merely refused to confess Jing Chen's whereabouts, and her fingers had been broken. Now that Ji Huaishan and Ji Xingxuan were stained with the capital crime of murdering the imperial family, they should at least suffer some physical pain first. Each of them received 15 lashes. Yu Shu curled her lips, only a few lashes. That day when she went to beat the drum and climb the court for Zhao Hui, she received more than this number of lashes. Shui Rui knew what she was dissatisfied about, so he explained, the lashes of the Supreme Court are half a foot wide. After 15 lashes, Ji Huaishan fainted again. Ji Xingxuan, on the other hand, was strong-willed and didn't make a sound. But in the end, she was also carried away. Only then did Yu Shu feel slightly better. She asked him again, how are you going to investigate next? Will you summon me for questioning? Shui Rui said, not only you, but also Jing Chun, Junior Supervisor Run, and everyone else involved in this matter will be invited by the Supreme Court for tea. He paused, crossed his arms, and leaned against the study table. He looked at her and continued, even though the Ji family's grandfather and grandson are in prison, but with just a small stone, there is no concrete evidence. Even if I interfere, they will only suffer some more physical pain. Sooner or later, they will be released. Ji Huaishan has been an official for many years. Moreover, as the Celestial Commissioner's right magistrate, he has many connections in the court. If there is someone to protect him, after he is released, I am afraid it will not be difficult for him to be reinstated. Moreover, that Ji Xingxuan participated in this year's Yin examination. It is very likely that she will pass. When the results are released, her reputation will spread everywhere. The Ji family will regain their fortune and will definitely not let you off easily. What Shui Rui said, Yu Shu knew in her heart. However, there was no worry on her face. She smiled and said, this crime of murdering the imperial family was originally fabricated by me. It is not surprising that they will be exonerated. However, there is another crime that they cannot escape from. Not only will Ji Huaishan lose his position, but that Ji Xingxuan's future will also be ruined. Oh, Shui Rui's eyes flashed. He straightened his body and asked doubtfully, what other crimes do you think they have committed? Yu Shu sneered. She enunciated each word clearly, the Yin examination. Shui Rui was startled. He blurted out, really? Yu Shu gently touched her tightly wrapped little finger that was faintly aching. She said, didn't I tell you? This yellow frost stone was originally in Ji Xingxuan's hands. I accidentally discovered it and plotted to ask for it. Yu Shu told Shui Rui about her encounter with Ji Xingxuan in the Imperial Historian's library. She eavesdropped on Ji Xingxuan's conversation with another woman. She accidentally obtained Yunhua Ez's examination paper. She guessed that the Ji family had stolen the examination paper. She wrote a letter to Ji Xingxuan in secret. She proposed to use the yellow frost stone to exchange for it. Finally, at Eternal Spring Workshop, she borrowed a rainstorm to exchange for the yellow frost stone. At the end, she snorted coldly and said, the Ji family didn't know that I was anonymous. They probably thought that I would copy the examination paper and wouldn't report them. Thus, they carried on without fear. They didn't know that I directly gave up on the astrology exam. I didn't get involved in this. Shui Rui's expression changed. He really didn't expect Yu Shu to have such a trick up her sleeve. Stealing the examination paper was no small matter. Although it wasn't as serious as murdering the imperial family, if it could be carried out, not only would Ji Huaishan lose his official position, but Ji Xingxuan would also fail the Diyin examination this year. However, what shocked him even more was that Yu Shu knew the answer to the examination paper. Yet, she resolutely resisted the temptation and gave up on the examination paper. In exchange, she had the Ji family in her hands, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. Thinking about it again, last night, she used the yellow frost stone to frame the Ji family and sent them to prison. It wasn't for a moment of anger, but to use the Ji family as a cover for the Diyin examination paper. It was a series of schemes. Shui looked at Yu Shu, who lay on the bed with a sallow and sickly expression, and he felt a wave of agitation in his heart, and he couldn't help but ask himself exactly what sort of man would be able to make a woman like this willingly submit to him. A clear figure flashed in his mind. Shui Rui shook his head secretly. It wasn't that he couldn't see Yu Shu's persistence towards Jing Chun. It was that persistence, when it came to love, lacked something. Coming back to his senses, Shui Rui said to Yu Shu, "The Supreme Court handles cases strictly. With Jing Chun and Yu as witnesses, we can certainly file the case of Ji Huaishan stealing the examination paper as a case. But if we want to convict them, we still lack some evidence. You just said that they took Yunhua Yizi's examination paper. They must have destroyed it a long time ago. Since we don't have any physical evidence, we can't prove that the examination paper was leaked. Ji Xingxuan wouldn't be so stupid as to copy the original question. With just a few testimonies, it won't be easy to prove that they stole the examination paper. You don't have to worry about that. Ji Xingxuan won't copy the original question, but someone else will." Yu Shu smiled evilly. Looking at Shui Rui's confusion, she explained, "After I exchanged Yunhua Yizi's examination paper for the yellow frost stone, a few days later, before the astrology examination began, I visited the human training hall with Jing Chun at night. I copied the answer paper into many copies and put them in the examinee's room, indicating that it was this year's examination paper. In this way, you can go to the Celestial Commissioner to investigate the examinee's answer paper, and you can prove that this year's astrology examination paper was leaked. With my and Jing Chen's testimonies, do you think they can run away?" The Ji family never expected that not only did she not copy the answer paper, but she also gave the answer paper to someone else, leaving behind evidence of their crime. Yu Shu originally had no intention of accusing Ji Huaishan of stealing the exam paper. At first, she only dug a trap for them. If they were lucky, they could jump over it. But now, she wanted to push them into a trap. Shui Rui's eyes brightened. He clapped his hands and said, "That's it. In the next 2 days, I'll send someone to bring you to court for interrogation. At that time, you can tell me about the Ji family stealing the exam paper. I'll push the boat with the current and hold them accountable." Yu Shu smiled and said, "Thank you, big brother." The two of them talked in the room. Because they were discussing confidential matters, there was no one else present. However, they were a man and a woman alone, and it was not good for them to stay in the same room for too long. Yu Xiaoxiu squatted at the door and waited for a long time. When he did not see Shui Rui coming out, he raised his voice and asked, "Brother Chao, are you done talking? It's time for my sister to take her medicine." Shui Rui did not have anything else to discuss with Yu Shu, so he let Yu Xiaoxiu come in. "Ah Shu, I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. Take care of the injury on your hand. Don't move it before your bones are healed," Shui Rui reminded Yu Shu. Yu Shu saw that he was about to leave and quickly called out, "Big brother, I still have something to ask you." Shui Rui turned his head and said, "What is it?" Yu Shu said, "Where is Ji Xingxuan? I want to go to the prison tomorrow to see her." Shui Rui asked, "Why do you want to see her?" Yu Shu shrugged her shoulders and said, "Nothing, I just want to see her. Why can't I visit her?" Shui Rui looked at her and knew what she was planning. He frowned and said, "You haven't recovered yet. Can't you behave yourself?" Hearing his words, Yushu pursed her lips and said, "There is another reason. That day in Yang City, I accidentally dropped one of her jade pendants and was locked in the ancestral hall by the old lady of the G family. I didn't eat or drink for a few days and almost lost my life. Now it is her turn to be locked up. Can I go and take pleasure in her misfortune?" This was the first time Shui Rue had heard her talk about this matter. He couldn't help but recall the time when he and Yushu had just met. There was a time when he picked her up under the bridge in the heavy rain when she was being beaten up by the G family. He knew what the G family had done to her, so he knew why she hated him. "Tomorrow, wait for me at home after you wash up. I will come to pick you up." As soon as Shui Rue said this, he saw a smile on Yushu's face. She nodded and said, "Okay." Chapter 289. Because Jing Chun was found, the notices posted in the city were taken down the next day. The news of Daozi's return to the capital spread like wildfire, and many people took action. Because they were suspected of plotting to murder a relative of the emperor, the Ji family's residence was also sealed and investigated the next day. The related relatives were all grounded at home, suspended from work, and imprisoned. Such a commotion also alarmed some people. Let's not talk about this for now. Jing Qin was picked up by someone from the palace yesterday, and there was no news about him. Yushu got up early the next day. After changing her dressing, Fangji dressed herself neatly and waited for Shui Rue in the room. Shui Rue didn't let her wait for long. As soon as the sun rose, he came to pick her up in a carriage, and the two of them went to the prison in the west of the city. In the city of Anling, there were two prisons in the east and west of the city. One was for the convicted felons, and the other was for the prisoners who were waiting to be interrogated but hadn't been convicted. Both prisons were heavily guarded. There was a saying that only in troubled times can there be severe punishments. The Yin dynasty had been prosperous for 300 years, and now it was peaceful. Compared to the previous dynasty, the criminal law was lenient, and there were few criminals sentenced to death. But in contrast, the law was strict. All major cases were jointly tried by the Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court, and the Imperial Censorate, and there were few unjust or false cases. The carriage stopped in front of Ningkong Street in the west of the city. Yushu and Shui Rue got off the carriage. The street was deserted, and there was no one in sight. There were two high walls across the street, and there was a small door in the middle. It didn't look imposing, but there was a stone tiger's head on the door, with sharp teeth and a pair of copper eyes, which made people who were timid shudder. There were only two jailers guarding the door. They wore square hats, brown clothes, cloth boots, and a red unlined jacket. They held spears in their hands, and when they saw someone approaching, they crossed the spears in their hands to block the door and asked with a serious face. Shui Rue held the official token of the Supreme Court and said that he was here to visit. The jailer recognized his position, so he respectfully invited him in, asked who he was looking for, and led the way. After entering the door, there was a narrow alley, which could only allow 4 people to walk side by side. There were 2 jailers guarding at a certain distance. It wasn't the first time that Yushu was in prison. Last year, when she helped Xia Mingming raise money for the entrance examination, she participated in gambling and was arrested. But that was a small prison, not a big one. After passing the alley, they suddenly saw a wide space. There were cells on all sides, and a road led to more than a dozen aisles. There were hundreds of large and small cells. The walls and eaves were raised high to block, and the eaves blocked the wind and rain, as well as the light. Everything was cold. The layout of this prison also had the signs. It was like a water, and the water was dry and swamp. The people day and night, and day year. You prison day. Shui Darren this way. The jailer led Shui Rue and Yushu to the front of the cell. He untied a string of keys from his trousers and stepped forward to open the door. Clatter, clatter. The lock was pulled out, and the jailer pushed open the iron door. He looked inside first, and then he turned his head to Shui Rue and said, "Darren, they are inside." Shui Rue took a piece of silver from his sleeve and handed it to the jailer. "Wait on the side," he said. The jailer bowed his head and accepted the silver. He then walked away with a discerning eye. Shui Rue stood outside the door, and Yushu went in alone. This cell was very different from the one she was locked in the last time. There were no bars on the outside, and it was just a stone house. There was a lot of hay on the floor, and a damp and moldy smell filled the air. There was a window at the top, and only a beam of light shone on the wall. However, the light was enough for Yu Shu to see the situation inside clearly. With one glance, she saw Xing Xuan with disheveled hair, dressed in a yellowish prison uniform, hugging her knees and leaning against the wall. Without her veil, Yu Shu would not be able to recognize her. It seems that even a beauty needs to be groomed. No matter how beautiful a bird is, it will still look the same when it falls into the mud. Yu Shu smiled and walked forward. She stopped a few steps away from Ji Xingxuan and didn't make a sound. She crossed her arms and looked down at Ji Xingxuan from head to toe. When she saw Ji Xingxuan's disheveled appearance, she was secretly pleased. However, she was also a little curious as to what Ji Xingxuan was feeling right now. Have you seen enough? When the jailer opened the door, Ji Xingxuan saw Yu Shu and Shui Rui outside the door, and she knew in her heart that they'd come to ridicule her, so she intentionally ignored them. But she'd underestimated their patience, and she'd overestimated her own endurance. She'd spent a night in this horrible place, plus the injury on her back yesterday. The pain she had suffered since she was a child was not as much as what she had suffered in the past 2 days. At this moment, seeing the culprit appear in front of her, how could she turn a blind eye? Hearing Ji Xingxuan's cold voice, Yu Shu calmly asked, "How does it feel in this cell? Did you sleep well last night?" Ji Xingxuan heard the ridicule in her words, so she closed her eyes and did not answer. "It seems that I did not sleep well." Yu Shu answered her own question. "I am guessing that you do not like it here. But there is no other way. You will have to stay here for a long time. Murdering a relative of the emperor is a serious crime. Before the case is fully investigated, you and Lord Ji will have to be wronged as prisoners. Alas, you're young and full of vigor. It's not a big deal to stay in this damn place for a few days, but I heard that Master Ji was frightened and fell ill. He was also beaten. I don't know how many days he'll be able to endure. Perhaps he'll fall asleep tonight and won't be able to wake up tomorrow." Ji Xingxuan raised her head abruptly, suppressing her anger. "Do not curse my grandfather. If anything happens to him, I will not forgive you in the future." "You won't forgive me? Huh?" Yu Shu tilted her head back and laughed, as if she had heard a joke. Squatting down, she looked directly at Ji Xingxuan and coldly said, "Will I forgive you?" Ji Xingxuan turned her head away and snorted coldly. "You are merely colluding with Daozi to frame us. The innocent will know their innocence. Sooner or later, the truth will come to light. Do you think that everyone else is a fool to be fooled by you? The innocent will know their innocence. You have the nerve to defile these words?" Yu Shu's face was full of ridicule. "Have your Ji family not done enough shameful things? Have you, Ji Xingxuan, not done enough shameful things? Let's not talk about the past. Just recently, you found out that I was acquainted with Daozi and saw the announcement. In order to claim credit, you plotted against me, causing me to suffer the pain of having my finger cut off and almost being wrongly accused. If it weren't for my good brain, I would be the one in prison right now. You went for wool and came home shorn. You still have the face to blame me for framing you? Only you are allowed to harm others, and others are not allowed to harm you. What kind of logic is this?" Ji Xingxuan's face reddened at her words. She clenched her teeth, not out of shame, but out of anger. She didn't feel that she had done anything wrong in plotting against Yu Shu. She only regretted that she hadn't thought things through thoroughly. In the end, she had been bitten back by Yu Shu and ended up in this state. Yu Shu looked at Ji Xingxuan's expression and knew that Ji Xingxuan had no remorse. It wasn't that she hadn't seen this type of person before. To put it bluntly, only officials were allowed to set fires, but commoners weren't allowed to light lamps. They were allowed to point their fingers at other people's noses, but they weren't allowed to spit on them. These types of people often spoke of benevolence, righteousness, and morality. Their actions were hypocritical, but in fact, all they thought about was themselves. They never thought about the life or death of others. When dealing with these types of people who couldn't be reasoned with, one should either not reason with them or not provoke them in the first place. Otherwise, once they set their eyes on you, they would be like maggots in tarsal bones, haunting you like a ghost. For example, because of her dogshit life, Yushu was forced by the G family to become someone's concubine. Because of his 6 symbols technique, she was threatened by the G family with jealousy. And because of the announcement, she got into an undeserved disaster and suffered the pain of having her finger cut off. All of these things happen one by one. Did the G family ever reason with her? The only way to deal with these types of people was to use evil to control evil. Make them fear you. Make them feel apprehensive. Make them not dare to provoke you. Otherwise, as long as they don't die, as long as they have a breath left, they will rise from the ashes, making people restless. Looking at Ji Xingxuan, who was closing her eyes and pretending to be mute, Yushu's eyes flashed coldly. Reaching out with her uninjured right hand, she pinched Ji Xingxuan's sharp chin and turned her face towards herself. Coldly, she said, "I'm asking you a question. Why are you pretending to be mute? Don't you have this little bit of upbringing? How did that old thing from the Ji family teach you?" Ji Xingxuan suddenly opened her red and swollen eyes. Her eyes were like needles as she grabbed Yushu's wrist and squeezed it tightly. Gritting her teeth, she said, "Don't go too far. Don't forget that your mother is a member of the Ji family. She's my 3rd uncle's concubine." Hearing this, Yushu didn't let go. Instead, she pinched Ji Xingxuan's chin and narrowed her eyes. "Are you threatening me?" Ji Xingxuan endured the pain and said hoarsely, "I just want to tell you that you should always leave some leeway. If our Ji family doesn't have a good life, your mother won't have a good ending either." When she finished speaking, she saw a strange smile on Yushu's face. Suddenly, she moved closer to her. A gust of cold air blew on her ear, making her hair stand up. She heard a soft voice in her ear. "I'm the most heartless person. Even if she died in front of me, I wouldn't even bat an eyelid." Perhaps it was because the cell was too cold, but Ji Xingxuan shivered. Her eyes widened as she stared at Yushu. The face in front of her was obviously that of an ordinary woman, but for some reason, it sent chills down her spine. Unconsciously, she loosened her grip on Yushu's wrist and let hang by her side. She grabbed a handful of hay and used it to stop the chill in her heart. Yushu pursed her lips into a smile. She looked at Ji Xingxuan with a calm and unruffled expression. She smiled to herself. The reason why she came to visit Ji Xingxuan today was not to mock her, but to take the opportunity to strike her down. She wanted to leave a shadow in her heart, so that when she came to pester her in the future, she would have to think twice about whether or not she had the ability to do so. It wasn't that Yushu didn't want to eliminate the root of the problem. It was just that she and the Ji family hadn't reached the point where they were mortal enemies. It was different from Bai Qing and Xiao Biao, who insisted on fighting to the death. She wasn't a cold-blooded pervert who would kill anyone who offended her. Moreover, she didn't have the ability to wipe out the entire family. "Ashu, are you done?" Shui Rui was standing outside the door. He didn't know what was going on inside. It wasn't that his eyesight wasn't good, but that he was intentionally avoiding it. He didn't look or listen, but he felt that the prison wasn't clean. He didn't want Yushu to stay for long, so when he saw that it was about time, he called out to her, "I'm leaving. Rest well. There's a good show waiting for you. Take care." Yushu let go of Ji Xingxuan's chin. She brushed her hand across the hair on her forehead. She felt that Ji Xingxuan was like a hedgehog, so she laughed foolishly and got up to leave. "Big brother, let's go." Chapter 290. Yushu and Shui Rui came out of the prison cell and walked along the narrow path out of Tiger's Head. The carriage was waiting on the opposite side of the street. Lao Shui opened the curtain, and the two of them got on the carriage. Shui Rui wasn't curious enough to find out what Yushu and Ji Xingxuan talked about. As he asked her if there was any other place they want to go next, he hung up the curtains because he found it dark and casually looked outside. He saw another carriage with a vermilion canopy driving by slowly, not too far away. Shui Rui slightly stuck his head out and saw that the carriage had stopped outside the entrance of the prison they had just left. "Take me home directly, big brother." "What are you looking at?" "Oh, nothing. I'll take you home." Shui Rui turned around and sat down. If he was not mistaken, That carriage just now belonged to the seventh prince, Lu Hao. Shui Rui took Yushu back to Zhao Hui's house. He then turned the carriage around and went to Wang Jilu. He entered from the backyard and went up to the second floor. Lu Tan was waiting for him in the innermost room. "Your Highness, I came late. I made you wait for a long time." Shui Rui lifted his robe and sat down opposite Lu Tan. "There are no outsiders. Biao Xiong can just change my handwriting." Lu Tan poured a cup of freshly brewed purple bamboo shoots on the table and handed it to him. He asked, "Did you go to see Miss Lianfang? Is her body well?" Shui Rui nodded and sighed. "I'm only worried that her little finger might have some side effects." Lu Tan said, "Miss Lianfang has gone through a lot of trouble to protect my Shu." As he said that, he handed over a silver brocade box to him and said, "This is a secret medicine used by my sect to fix bones and heal wounds when I was practicing at Tianshi Taoism. I've written the method of use inside. Bring it to her." Shui Rui's eyes brightened. He thanked him and put away the brocade box. Then the two of them got down to business. Yesterday, when Shu entered the palace, Imperial Father was very happy. He ordered us princes and princesses to hold a banquet in Chengguang Hall. We introduced Shu one by one. We drank until Shu stayed in the palace last night. This morning, Imperial Father mentioned this matter in front of everyone. It seems that he intends to take Shu to worship the Imperial tomb next month. But he didn't mention that Shu was murdered on the way. Obviously, the case has not been investigated clearly. Do you have any news from your side? As soon as Lu Tan returned to the capital, he would stay at the prince's mansion for a long time and did not need to return to the mountain. Tomorrow he would have to attend the morning court session. Although Shui Rui was a fifth-grade official, he was only a deputy. He only had to attend a court session for 2 days every month. Therefore, he was not present at the morning court session today. Shui Rui sipped his tea and told the story of the Ji family's involvement in the Yen theft. He deliberately left out the details of Yu Shu and Jing Chen's visit to pei Renguan that night to submit the exam papers, but it was enough to make Lu Tan's expression change. This Ji family really has a lot of guts. They even extended their hands into the examination hall. I heard that in the 9th year of Zhaoqing, one of the examiners was found to have practiced favoritism and was expelled from the capital. 3 examinees were beaten to death on the spot. It was a sensation for a while. I did not expect that after 3 years, such a scandal would happen again. Shui Rui said, Ji Huaishan originally relied on the promotion of the previous head supervisor to sit in his current position. Normally, he would take advantage of his seniority in the Celestial Commissioner. But in the end, his family background is not deep, and he has no foundation. He has held this position for too long. Many people are waiting for him to retire next year and take over the position. Ji Huaishan is also anxious. Originally, he wanted to use the 7th prince's influence to curry favor with the emperor. Unfortunately, His Majesty's arranged marriage made their wish come to nothing. Therefore, he set his eyes on this Yen and tried to think of a way to let his family's 4th miss stand out and take the opportunity to enter the Celestial Commissioner's office. It's a pity that they made a mistake and schemed against my sworn sister. All day long they hit the geese and were pecked blind by the geese. This time, they will not be able to escape this calamity. Lu Tan listened attentively to his analysis of the matter. Then he asked, last night during the Celestial Commissioner's office, Biao Xiong asked me to help. Is it because this Ji family is under Lu Hao's clique? But I have inquired, and it seems that there is not much connection between the two. Shui Rui smiled faintly and said, Yun, you are often outside and have not been with Ling for a long time. There are some things that you're not very clear about. This Ji family is admittedly not under the 7th prince's clique, but that Ji family's 4th young miss is a problem in his heart. This woman is peerless in both talent and beauty, and is also good at learning. That day, the 7th prince had the intention of taking her as his consort. According to what I know, he had privately sent a jade ruby to the other. However, marriage matters are all decided by His Majesty, and he could not do anything about it. The young miss of the Ji family is proud and arrogant, not willing to submit to him. When she found out about his marriage, she decisively cut off all relations with him. Saying this, he paused and swirled the half-cup of fragrant tea in his hand. He slowly said, I understand Lu Hao's character very well. As long as he cannot get his hands on something, he will not let it go. Because this person is popular all year round. He has an arrogant air and loves face. Now that the Ji family is in trouble and that Miss Ji is in prison, how could he let go of this good opportunity to be a hero and save the beauty? Moreover, Ji Huaishan has a close friend in his life. It is the fourth-rank academician of the Imperial History Library, Zhao Zhixue. When the Ji family is in trouble, no matter what, he will not stand by and do nothing. And I have heard from my sworn sister that the Zhao family is also involved in this matter. The Zhao family and the Shu Feiyin family are in-laws. As long as they plan properly, they can very well implicate this matter to the seventh prince. As long as he is involved in this matter, he will be covered in blood. In comparison, you and Daozi are fellow cultivators. Now that the emperor favors Daozi, once this matter comes out, it will add to your reputation. Lu Tan looked at Shui Rue and thought of that night, when the celestial commissioner was only a few breaths. Shui Rue was able to have such a reaction. He couldn't help but secretly admire him. He said to himself, after listening to Biao Xiong's words, I know that my knowledge is shallow. In the future, I will need to trouble you to teach me more. Shui Rue chuckled and touched his teacup. You should learn from me. It is more like learning to eat, drink, and be merry. Why come back from a trip to the Supreme Court in the afternoon? I will bring you around the capital at night. I have not returned for 3 years. This Anling city has changed. You should take a good look first. Luton also laughed and clinked his cup with him. The usually quiet person is now in a mood to joke. I have long heard that Biao Xiong is a playboy. Don't bring me to those places of pleasure. I have just taken off this Taoist robe for a few days, and I need to cleanse my heart and mind. Shui Rue face-bombed and said, It must be that fellow Rilin talking about me in front of you. What playboy? It is just that I was not sensible for the past few years. I have been socializing with those playboys and picked up some bad habits. Now that I have quit, other than drinking, I do not indulge in pleasure. Luton nodded and did not tease him anymore. After tea, the two of them went back to the restaurant for a meal and went their separate ways. Yesterday, Yushu came back from visiting in prison and rested at home for 2 days. She did not see Jingxin return and did not hear any news about him. Just when she was about to ask Shui Rue for help, someone from the Supreme Court came to ask her about the Ji family's involvement in the murder of the emperor. The office of the Supreme Court is located in the north of the city. It is only 2 streets away from the imperial city. There is an archway on the street to prohibit peddlers and pedestrians. The street is very clean, and there are not many pedestrians in broad daylight. The officer brought Yushu into the yamen. Because it is not an official court, there is no need to go to the front court. Instead, she is questioned in the waiter at the back. When Yushu arrived, the spacious waiter was already waiting for 3 officials wearing black veils and red robes. Shui Rue was among them. In front of the other 2 colleagues, he did not show too much intimacy with her. He just nodded to her, hinting that she did not need to be nervous and could answer at ease. Reporting to Darren, Dian's examiner, Yushu is here. You may leave. With the presence of Shui Rue, Yushu became bolder. When asked about the relationship between the Yellow Frost Stone and the Ji family by the 2 senior officials, she framed the Ji family calmly and insisted that the Yellow Frost Stone belonged to Jingxun and was lost when he was plotted against and lost his memory. She implied that the Ji family had something to do with the traitor who murdered Jingxun. There was a registrar sitting on the side. He wrote down Yushu's words one by one. It seemed that he planned to verify it with Jingxun later. However, Yushu was not afraid. She had already made a deal with Jingxun. If the Ji family wanted to get rid of the suspicion, it would be impossible to get rid of the 2 of them. Shui deliberately gave Yushu a chance to confess about the theft of the Ji family. So he asked at the right time, You said that the treasure named Yellow Frost Stone was found on Miss Ji and got back from Daozi. Then why did the Ji family look very surprised when they saw the Yellow Frost Stone in your hand that night in the Celestial Commissioner's office? Obviously, they did not know that it was in your hand. What is the reason for this? Yu Shu pretended to be hesitant and said, because when Daozi and I took back the yellow frost stone, we used a little trick, so Ji Huaishan and Ji Xingxuan did not know that it was me, let alone that it was in my hands. What kind of trick? The other two officials saw that Yu Shu's words were evasive, and they realized that there was something hidden. An official surnamed Chu put on a serious face and asked, "This is related to the case. Please tell the truth, Miss Yu." Yu Shu gritted her teeth. On the surface, she seemed to have made up her mind about something, but in fact, she already had a plan in mind. She sneaked into the Imperial Historian's library, accidentally overheard Ji Xingxuan's conversation with someone, and looked for the examination papers from before the Fengshan New Year. She accidentally brought the file home and found the Yunhua EZ examination paper hidden in it. From then on, she guessed that the Ji family had stolen the questions, and then anonymously wrote a letter to the Ji family to threaten them, and then exchanged the examination paper for the yellow frost stone in Changchun workshop. The two officials of the Supreme Court's expressions changed on the spot, and they exchanged glances. After a while, they thought of asking Yu Shu. "You claim that the Ji family stole the questions. What evidence do you have?" Yu Shu lowered her head and said, "Daozi can testify that he personally handed the Yunhua EZ examination paper to Miss Ji during the chaos. After that, I went to the human training hall to inquire about the questions. This year's astrology of the Great Expansion is indeed the same as 20 years ago. My lord, you can send someone to interrogate them. I will speak the truth and will not dare to hide anything." Hearing this, the people present all had a serious expression. An official surnamed Chu turned his head and asked Shui Rue, "Official Shui, what do you think of this matter?" Shui Rue straightened his face and said, "I think it is true. If the Ji family did not know the questions this year, why did they go as promised and exchange a treasure like the yellow frost stone for an invalid examination paper? In this official's opinion, we should first send someone to the Celestial Commissioner to inquire. After the investigation, we must file a case. As an official of the Celestial Commissioner, Ji Huaishan's crime of stealing the questions will be increased. This crime of favoritism and fraud cannot be tolerated. In that case, I will have to trouble official Shui to make this trip. During the morning court session tomorrow, this official will report this matter to His Majesty and ask for a decision." Chapter 291. Celestial Commissioner Ren Qiming hurriedly walked into Taishi Lu and stood in front of the man who was playing chess by the window. He bowed and said in a low voice, "Grand Secretary, someone from the Supreme Court just came to inquire about the case. The leak of the astrology and astrology question this year has been leaked." "Oh." The Grand Secretary raised his head and frowned imperceptibly, asking, "What happened? Where did it come from?" Ren Qiming said, "Do you still remember the night before last? That Miss Yu took out Daozi's belongings and pointed out that the Ji family was related to the thief who murdered Daozi. At that time, she claimed that Daozi had lost the calamity-blocking stone when he was plotted against. No, it should be called the calamity-blocking stone. Later, the calamity-blocking stone fell into Ji Xingxuan's hands and was recognized by Miss Yu." Ren Qiming recounted how Yu Shu discovered that the Ji family had stolen the questions. Looking at the man's expression, his heart began to tremble. As early as half a month ago, he had discovered the phenomenon of astrology questions being leaked during the revision process. Although this question had appeared 20 years ago, it had been personally revised by the teacher at that time, so the answers weren't unknown. However, in this year's exam papers, there were over a dozen similar answers. It could be seen that it wasn't that there were many capable people, but that the questions had been leaked. 3 years ago, in the Grand Yin examination, there was an incident where questions were leaked. Back then, Long Yin was furious. As the chief examiner of the Grand Yin examination, Dida took the blame and was punished for half a year. Then, a group of examinees caused trouble, questioning the fairness of the Grand Yin examination. It took 2 whole months for the commotion to subside. After a lapse of 3 years, it was natural that the matter had to be dealt with carefully. Ren Qiming had reported this matter half a month ago. After some discussion, the two of them decided to keep this matter a secret for the time being. Who knew that it would be exposed today? Now that the Supreme Court is going to file a case, this scandal will definitely spread. This Ji Huaishan has been the Celestial Commissioner for more than 10 years. Who would have thought that he would make a mistake in his old age? His granddaughter's aptitude was top-notch. She originally had a bright future ahead of her, but it was about to be ruined. Although there was anger in Ren Huangming's words, it was difficult for him to conceal his regret. The Tijian rubbed the black and white chess pieces together. He pondered for a moment and said, Right Magistrate Ji's fate has come to an end. His granddaughter, on the other hand, has the help of a benefactor. You don't have to worry about her. As for the leak of the topic, it will certainly attract people with ulterior motives to talk nonsense. You should send people to the training hall in advance to keep an eye on it, so that people from the north and south will not be incited and damage my reputation as the Celestial Commissioner. Ren Qiming agreed and left. The Tijian threw the black and white chess pieces back into the jade bowl. Ding dang, 2 crisp sounds were heard. He muttered to himself, I really don't know if it's a good move or a bad move. Yushu's health was good. She had been recuperating at home for several days. With Yifangji's meticulous care and Zhao Hui's concern, she quickly recovered and her cold illness subsided. Only the fracture of her left little finger had not healed, and she could not move it lightly. Ever since Jing Chun was brought into the Imperial Palace, there was no news of him. Yushu asked Shui Rui to inquire about him. She only knew that the Emperor had arranged for Jing Chun to live in the Imperial Palace. It seemed that the Emperor was very close to this nephew of his. This matter greatly puzzled Yushu. After thinking about it, she could not figure out why the Emperor was not afraid of Jing Chen's key to star. It was the 19th of the first month. Yushu woke up early. She freshened up and took a few southern specialties as gifts from Beijing. She took Yu Xiaoxiu with her to Baichuan Academy to visit Academician Song. Baichuan Academy started to welcome new students on the 16th. Many children from wealthy families who had reached a certain age were sent here to study. In the past few days, it was common to see parents bringing their children in and out of the academy. In comparison, very few children were accompanied by their elder sisters like Yu Xiaoxiu. Fortunately, although Yushu was young, she was a head taller than her peers. She wore a modified Hu costume and looked quite heroic. She had the steadiness of an adult, so people did not see her as a child. Outside the door of Academician Song study, Yushu saw that there were people inside. She pulled Yu Xiaoxiu along and waited outside. She could faintly hear the conversation inside. Academician Song does not know. Although there is a private school in my clan, most of the people in that big family are hedonistic. There are not many people who are truly interested in learning. I'm afraid that this child will learn bad things again, so I deliberately sent him to another school to study. After he studies for another year and a half, I will have his father find a grade-E master to take him as a disciple. After 3 years, he will be able to study for the grade-E master and obtain a name. Madam Shui, rest assured, with your son here, I will definitely take good care of him. With your words, I am relieved. Then I will not disturb you any longer. Wenjia, Mother will send a sedan to pick you up in the afternoon. As soon as she finished speaking, several people walked out of the room. A maid was supporting a woman who was dressed in silk, and behind her was a handsome young man. Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiu were standing at the door. The young man turned his head and saw the siblings. At first, he only glanced at them and did not think much of it. However, after a few steps, he suddenly turned his head back and stared at Yushu. Recognizing her, he stretched out his hand and said in astonishment, "Mouse you?" Yushu secretly rolled her eyes. She also recognized the pretty boy in front of her. He was a classmate of her and Xiaoxiu at the Sanju study house in Yang. His name was Shui something again. "Who are you calling? It's so rude." Yu Xiaoxiu said unhappily to Shui Wenjia. He also recognized this old acquaintance. As soon as he saw him, he reminded Yu Xiaoxiu of the unpleasant memories of the Dan Duan period. Then he heard him call Yushu by the crooked nickname that people used to make fun of in the past. How could he be nice to him? When Shui Wenjia's mother, Madame Lu, heard her son's call, she turned her head and followed his finger. When she saw the two youths in the corridor, she didn't recognize that Yushu was a girl and thought that they were from rich families because they were dressed in embroidered clothes. She asked in confusion, "Wenjia, this is?" Shui Wenjia was so surprised to see Yushu that he didn't hear his mother's question. However, Academician's song came out from inside and saw Yushu. He made a sound of surprise and said with a smile, "Miss you. Are you here to send your younger brother to school?" Yushu ignored Shui Wenjia and bowed to Academician's song, saying, "Because of some family matters, I came to visit Sir today. I saw that Sir was receiving guests inside, so I waited outside. Sir, are you free now? I want to ask you to talk about Xiaoxiu's homework." Academician's song nodded and pointed inside the door, saying, "You guys go in and wait first. I'll come back after I send them off." Okay. Yushu pulled Yu Xiaoxiu into the study and didn't look at Shui Wenjia again. This unfamiliar attitude caused Shui Wenjia to come back to his senses. Then he became angry. He turned around and saw Madame Lu looking at him suspiciously. So he hurriedly said, "Mother, I'm walking around. You should go home." Madame Lu looked at Yushu and her younger brother, who had just walked in. Although she was confused, she didn't ask any more questions. She warned him a few more times before she was sent away by Academician's song. As soon as they left, Shui Wenjia turned around and entered the study. He strode in front of Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiu, looked at them, and asked with a frown, "Why are you two here?" A year ago, the young master of the Shui family grew taller and thinner. "I think he's reaching puberty. There's a red pimple on his forehead, but it can't hide his good looks. Yushu isn't young." She secretly compared him to the other Master Shui and inwardly shook her head. They were from the same family and had the same surname, but her big brother Shui was much more magnanimous. Yu Xiaoxiu didn't like Shui Wenjia's tone. When he was in the Sanja study house, he was the son of a concubine. He wasn't even a member of the same family, so he had to endure the ridicule of the young masters and misses. Now was different from the past. He and Yushu had traveled all the way to Anling, seen life and death, and studied in a proper school. He lived a life without lack of food and clothing. The inferiority complex he used to have had long since disappeared. How could he show weakness in front of Shui Wenjia? So, he angrily replied, "I'm studying here. Of course, I have to pay my respect to teacher when school starts." Shui Wenjia's expression was strange. "You're studying here?" It was no wonder that he didn't believe it. In Shui Wenjia's impression, Yushu and her brother were similar to the servants of the Ji family. He was already very suspicious that they would appear in the capital. Baichuan Academy was said to be one of the top foreign schools. The monthly expenses were dozens of taels. Unless they were from a rich family, who could afford it? Yu Xiaoxiu vaguely guessed what he was thinking from his expression. He coldly snorted and turned his face away. He didn't want to talk to him anymore. Only then did Shui Wenjia notice that the brother and sister were dressed neatly, which was very different from the past. In his impression, the brother and sister were always wearing patched old clothes, and sometimes they were unkempt and dirty. How could they be as exquisite as they were now? At first glance, they seemed to be the children of a rich family. This discovery made him even more puzzled. Looking at the brother and sister's eyes, it was as strange as seeing a stone suddenly turn into gold. Shui Wenjia saw that Yu Xiaoxiu ignored him. He angrily turned his head and asked Yushu, "When did you come to the capital? I heard that you stole something and were chased out by the Ji family. Is it true?" Hearing this, Yushu slightly frowned and bluntly said, "Who are you listening to, Bullsh *T?" Shui Wenjia looked at the beautiful young girl in front of him who was spewing vulgarities. His eyes widened in shock and his mouth gaped open. He couldn't say anything for a long time. Then you're still living in the Ji mansion, right?" Shui Wenjia retracted his chin. In order to cover up his previous loss of composure, he pretended to ignore them. He raised his chin and asked, "Then you should have seen Xingxuan. Let me ask you, is she doing well?" Yushu raised her eyelids and looked at the young man in front of her. It took her a long time to remember that he admired Ji Xingxuan. She smiled strangely and answered, "Fourth Miss Ah, she is doing very well. Why didn't you visit her when you came to the capital?" Shui Wenjie gloomily said, I just arrived in the capital 2 days ago. How could I have the time to go out? Oh, Yushu nodded. She secretly laughed at this silly boy. If he knew that Ji Xingxuan was suffering in prison, how would he react? Hey, wait for me outside the academy after school. I will go with you. Shui Wenjie was a little embarrassed and shamelessly suggested. In fact, he didn't know the way to the Ji family. That was why he wanted to go with them. Yu Xiaoxiu disdainfully said, Who wants to go with you? Shui Wenjie was displeased. You think I want to go with you? I'm going to the Ji mansion to visit, not to follow you. Yu Xiaoxiu looked at him as if he was an idiot. Just as he was about to say something, Academician Song came back from outside. When he saw that Shui Wenjie was still here, he thought that he didn't know the way. He called a book boy to lead him to the classroom. Shui Wenjie walked away, looking back every 2 steps. Chapter 292. Yushu had seen Academician Song before. This time, she gave Yu Xiaoxiu half a year's worth of silver to establish a good relationship before leaving with a gift. She didn't expect that when she got home, there would be a surprise waiting for her. From afar, Yushu could see a number of carriages and horses parked in front of Zhao Hui's house. She could vaguely see a few bodyguards riding on horseback. This made her guess that Jingchen had come. As expected, the little maidservant Yindo, who was standing guard at the door, saw her figure. She lifted her skirt and ran towards her. Before she reached her, she was already panting excitedly. Miss, quickly go home. Young Master Jing is back. And there are also people from the Imperial Palace. They are passing on the Imperial Edict. Hearing this, Yushu was delighted. She quickened her pace and ran home with her. As soon as she entered the courtyard, she saw a group of people coming out from the front hall. He Fangji and Zhao Hui were all there. There were also a few eunuchs with flat crowns on their heads. Among them, there was a tall eunuch wearing a well-tailored silver dragon silk robe. His feet wore a dustless pair of green cloud boots. His waist was wrapped with a spiritual blue algae jade, and he wore a snow-white pung crown around his neck. His face was like jade, and his appearance was clear and pure. Even if he was a good young master, he was still elegant. Jing Chun, Yushu happily trotted in front of him. She looked up at the doorstep. From head to toe, Jing Chun looked brand new. It was as if he had been reborn. Really, when he dressed up like this, he looked like he had ascended to heaven. Xiao Yu. Jing Chun was also very happy to see Yushu. He walked down the steps and looked down at her left hand. He asked, How's the injury on your hand? Does it still hurt? Yushu generously extended her hand in front of him and shook her head. It doesn't hurt anymore. I drink medicine every day. And she stuck out her tongue and made a strange face at him. It's just that the medicine is too bitter. It's annoying to drink. Speaking of medicine, Yushu felt a bitter taste in her mouth. He Fangji's medical skills were excellent. She was good at everything, but her prescriptions could make people die of bitterness. In the words of a doctor, if it wasn't bitter, how could she remember the lesson? Let's see if she still dared to fight fiercely next time. Hearing her complaints, He Fangji and Zhao Hui couldn't help but laugh. Jing Chun told her in all seriousness, Medicine is only effective when it's bitter. I know a thing or two about medicine, so I asked Mr. He to take a look at your prescription. It's a very good prescription, so you have to keep drinking it. Also, I know of a special ointment for treating broken bones. I've already asked someone to brew it, and I'll send it to you tomorrow. Yushu nodded. At this time, the eunuch on the side lightly coughed. He smiled and moved in front of Jing Chun. He asked, Daozi, Monsieur's returned. Can this servant read the imperial edict first? Jing Chun looked at the yellow scroll in his hand and remembered the important matter. He nodded and said, You read it. So the eunuch stepped forward and waved the horsetail whisk in his hand. He raised his head and said, Dian Examiner Yushu, Dr. He Fangji, listen to the imperial edict. In addition to Jing Chun, everyone in the courtyard stood beside him. When Yushu saw that He Fangji was about to kneel with Zhao Hui, who had a big belly, she hurriedly supported her and knelt on the ground together. She didn't have the thought of kneeling. After all, even if she hadn't eaten pork, she had seen pigs run. Yushu had seen this kind of imperial edict ceremony many times in her previous life. She didn't think that she would have the opportunity to experience it personally in ancient times. For a moment, it was very fresh. She didn't really listen to what the eunuch read at the beginning. She only heard the reward at the end. Because you saved Daozi on the way and escorted him back to the capital, I am grateful for your sincerity. I specially reward Yushu with 100 taels of gold, 100 mu of fertile land, 15 pieces of high-grade tribute satin, 10 pieces of colorful rainbow, 10 pieces of embroidered tassels, 10 pieces of green sparrow fur, 10 pieces of Nanyang cotton, 1 set of dragon horse and river painting, 5 treasures of Qilin and auspicious beasts, 1 piece of Fushan auspicious jade, 100-year-old red ginseng, and 2 cloud Ganoderma. In addition, Dr. He's traditional Chinese medicine diagnosis helped Daozi's illness. We hereby bestow upon you the title Wonderful Hands and Loyal Heart and a golden inscribed board. I hope that you will save the world and receive the benevolence of heaven. Miss you, Dr. He, come forward to receive the imperial edict. There's a long list of rewards, including gold, silver, and treasures. Yushu's eyes lit up when she heard it. Only then did she know that the carriages outside were filled with rewards. After waiting for the imperial edict to be read out with great difficulty, she quickly kowtowed to express her gratitude. Then, she helped Zhao Hui up and bowed with Yifangji to receive the imperial edict. The inscribed board bestowed by the emperor was no different from a golden signboard. Yifangji was so excited that his face turned slightly red. When he held the imperial edict in his hands were still trembling slightly, and his heart was thumping nonstop. Zhao Hui was so happy for him that the corners of her eyes turned red. On the other hand, Yushu was thick-skinned. After touching the imperial edict, she grinned and went to thank the eunuch. She asked for his surname and searched her body, wanted to take out some money to bribe him. However, she had just paid Yu Xiaoxiu's tuition fee in the morning, so she only had a few pieces of silver in her sleeves. The eunuch surnamed Chun was a very shrewd person. He understood Yushu's intentions and smiled as he gently pushed her away. He said, "Miss Yu, there's no need to be so polite. It's already a blessing for this old servant to be able to stand by Daozi's side for a while. This old servant has only been out for a long time, so I'll go back to reply to the imperial edict." Yushu said embarrassedly, "Thank you for your trouble, eunuch. I'll see you out." Yesterday, Yushu had just seen Shui Rue, so he had expected that someone from the palace would come over to bestow rewards. He had given her a few important points in advance. The first thing was to be polite to the eunuchs from the palace. Although these eunuchs didn't have high ranks, once they came out of the palace, they represented their masters, so she couldn't neglect them. Jing Chun saw that Yushu and Yifangji were seeing Eunuch Chun out, so he also followed. Eunuch Chun turned his head to see them and stopped in front of the door. He swept his horsetail whisk and said with a smile, "Miss, please wait a moment. In a moment, I'll have them bring the rewards in. You can put them in your place. Daozi, this old servant, will take his leave. Remember to return to the palace in the evening. Don't make the emperor wait anxiously." Jing Chen grunted. Yushu watched as the eunuch mounted a short-legged horse and staggered away with his entourage. Only then did she turn her head to ask Jing Chun, "You still want to return to the palace tonight?" Jing Chun said, "His Majesty ordered people to clean up the Princess Fu. Only when everything is ready will I be allowed to move in. I'll be staying in the palace for the next few days." Yushu's expression turned strange. She saw that Yifangji and Zhao Hui were all focused on the imperial bestowment plaque that had just been brought in. She pulled him to the side and asked in a low voice, "What about your key to Xing? Doesn't His Majesty know?" Jing Chen's face broke into a smile. Lowering his head, he put his hand into his lapel and took out a brocade pouch the size of his palm and handed it to her. "What is this?" Yushu curiously took it and looked at the brocade pouch in bewilderment. She saw that the top of the pouch was embroidered with multicolored thread with a coiling dragon piercing through the clouds. It was unbelievably exquisite. She pinched it and found that there was something soft inside. She was about to open it to see what was inside when she heard Jing Chun say in a low voice, 300 years ago, when Dan was founded, and Wu Shangdi was worshipping on Mount Tai. When Empress Ningzhen was offering sacrifices to the heavens, she wrote an elegiac oration. It has always been placed in the Imperial Mausoleum in the eastern suburbs. It has been drawing the energy of the 5 dragons for 100 years and is auspicious to the 4 directions. Hearing this, Yushu sucked in a cold breath. Her hand trembled, and she almost dropped this priceless treasure to the ground. She thought, oh my, and quickly held the brocade pouch. She did not dare to open it and handed it over to him like it was scalding her hand. She gave him a light stare and said, quickly put it away. If I break it, you won't be able to compensate me. She asked again, what is the use of this? Is it the same as the adversity blocking stone? Jing Chun took the dragon cloud brocade pouch and put it back into his robe. He shook his head and said, it's not the same. With it, I can suppress the Kata star in my body from acting up. As long as this thing doesn't leave my body, it won't affect the people around me. Yushu opened her mouth wide and grabbed his sleeve. Are you serious? Seeing that Jing Chun nodded, Yushu was so happy that she almost jumped up. She asked him again, then in the future, you won't have to avoid people anymore, and you can interact with people normally? Jing Chun nodded again. The smile on his face clearly showed that he was relaxed. When he received the funeral oration and heard about its function, he was also very surprised. The first thing he thought of was to tell her so that she could share this happiness with him. Yushu excitedly scratched her ears. Her mind couldn't help but become active. She wanted to say something, but stopped. Then, now that you have this, you still can't. AI, what I want to say is, now that you have this, you still can't rashly move your Dao heart. Understanding what she meant, Jing Chun's smile faded. He shook his head gently and looked at her apologetically. This longevity funeral oration can only suppress the K2 star's outbreak. It can't suppress my Dao heart. If my Dao heart is moved, there will be love and hate. It will still cause trouble everywhere. It can't be avoided. Oh, Yushu's ears drooped in disappointment. She was happy for nothing. She thought that she could continue her fate with this fool. Thinking about it, if the Kata star could be so easily removed, why would Jing Chun need to hide in the mountains for 18 years? It seemed that this funeral oration could only treat the symptoms, but not the root cause. Xiaoyu? Yushu raised her head and saw the worry on Jing Chun's face. She smiled at him and changed the topic. She said, this is good. You don't have to worry about implicating others anymore. You also don't have to hide all day. I also don't have to worry about you anymore. I'm afraid that I'll have bad luck when I'm with you. Hee hee. She didn't mean it, but Jing Chun felt guilty when he heard it. He remembered that when he lost his memory, he unintentionally brought her a series of disasters. He felt very guilty and respected her even more. He was grateful for the care she gave him during that period of time. Yushu still wanted to ask Jing Chun about the matter of his broken life, but she heard Zhao Hui calling her. She turned her head and saw that chests were being carried into the courtyard. She suppressed her questions and responded to her. She said to Jing Chun, let's go and see what His Majesty is rewarding us with. The reward this time could not be said to be not generous. Just the dozens of rolls of finely woven cloth would be worth more than 1,000 taels of money. There were also several treasures, such as the 100-year-old ginseng and lingji, which made He Fangji click her tongue in admiration. But among them, the thing that made Yushu smile the most was the round gold yuan bao. The more Yushu looked at it, the more she liked it. She couldn't help but say to Jing Chun, this time I'm rich. Thanks to your good fortune, haha. There was a saying that the poor use copper, the rich use silver, and no one use gold. This saying meant that gold was too expensive and not many people could afford it. It was true. After Yushu entered the capital, she had seen a lot of money, but this was the first time she had seen a pile of gold. Her eyes were filled with dazzling gold. Just looking at it made her, a miser, blush and her heart beat faster. Chapter 293. There were a total of 6 chests and cages bestowed by the emperor. Other than a gold-lettered signboard, the rest were given to Yushu. Because the items were valuable, it was not easy for Zhao Hui to make a decision. After asking Yushu, she had people first carry these chests and cages to an empty room in the rear courtyard to be tidied up later. He Fangji and Zhao Hui originally wanted to ask Jing Chun to come down to eat, but the kitchen did not have any good dishes to serve. Although they were not unfamiliar with each other, Jing Chen's status was different from the past. The husband and wife were more reserved and did not dare to be negligent. They called Yushu, who was sitting in the living room and talking with Jing Chun, to the back to ask how they should prepare. Yushu's heart ached for Zhao Hui's protruding belly. She did not want her to work too hard, so she said, "Mother, you should go back to your room and rest. Let Godfather take a look at your pulse. I am taking Jing Chen out to eat. He is not an outsider. There is no need to treat him as an outsider." Zhao Hui's belly was getting bigger and bigger. If she continued to toss and turn like this, her body would not be able to endure it. Hearing what was said, she hesitated for a moment and then complied. She and he Fangji went to the living room and excused themselves to Jing Chun before returning to the rear courtyard to rest. Yushu took Jing Chun out of the door and sat in the carriage that the palace had specially prepared for Jing Chun. They did not go anywhere else and directly went to Wang Jilu. The interior of the carriage was decorated very comfortably. There was a leather seat, soft mattress, a small red sandalwood tea table, and a horse lantern hanging from the ceiling. The 2 walls were cleverly chiseled round windows, allowing a thin layer of light from outside the carriage to enter. It was both shaded and bright. Yushu lifted the curtain and looked at the armed bodyguards riding on horseback beside the carriage. She turned her head to ask Jing Chun, "Were these 2 people also arranged by His Majesty for you?" Jing Chun said, "He said it's for my safety." Yushu burst into laughter. Only Jing Chun would believe this kind of words. From her point of view, these 2 imperial bodyguards were clearly following him. It seemed that what she said yesterday was not false. The emperor really did value Jing Chun, this nephew who had returned to court after being separated for many years. Not only did the emperor give him face, he rewarded him with a lot of things and allowed him, a grown man, to live in the palace. Furthermore, there were people following him everywhere, as if he was afraid that he would get lost. "Where are we going now?" Jing Chun asked as he looked at the unfamiliar street outside the carriage. A few days ago, he had been picked up by the palace to meet the emperor and stayed in the palace for a few days. This was the first time he had left the palace. Yushu said, "There's a restaurant in the north of the city. It's opened by Brother Shui. A while ago, he invited me to help out as a manager. The food there is delicious, and it's a quiet place. It's just right for us to talk." Because there were eyes and ears on both sides, Yushu did not mention the topic of Jing Chen's K star and the fate breaker in this carriage. Yushu pointed the way and let the coachman leave from the back door of Wang Jilu. Shu knocked a few times on the door of the backyard. Xiao Dai, who was passing by with a plate, opened the door. "Miss," not seeing Yushu's shadow for a few days, the little lass was very surprised. She quickly invited her in and ran ahead to inform Lin Fu. Yushu led Jing Chun upstairs. The 2 imperial bodyguards followed closely. Yushu did not say anything when she saw them. When they arrived at the door of her room, she first opened the door to let Jing Chun in. She stood at the door and waited for a moment. Then she saw Lin Fu lifting his robe and running upstairs. "Miss, you're here. Have you had lunch?" Lin Fu put on a smile. Seeing the imperial bodyguards standing in front of the door and an unfamiliar young man in the tea room, although he was curious, he did not ask too much. Yushu pointed at the 2 imperial bodyguards and said to Lin Fu, "Old Lin, bring these 2 big brothers to the front for tea and rice. Treat them well. Also, make a few light dishes and send them upstairs. No wine. Put all on my bill." "Yes, I will go prepare now. The 2 of you, please come downstairs." Lin Fu gestured for them to go. The 2 imperial bodyguards were reluctant to leave at first. It was only after Jing Chun spoke that they followed Lin Fu. After sending them away, Yushu closed the door and sat at the table. She faced Jing Chun and talked. "Let's talk about serious matters. You have also seen the major. Have you inquired about the whereabouts of the fate breaker? Yushu said. Jing Chun shook his head and said, the major told me that the time is not right. He told me not to be impatient. Yushu was puzzled. What do you mean by the time is not right? Isn't he just looking for one person? Does he not know where that person is? Jing Chun still shook his head. He said that when the time is right, the fate breaker will appear. There is no need to go through the trouble of looking for Yushu. Yushu frowned. Then when will the time be right? Jing Chun still shook his head. I also do not know. Yushu said gloomily, isn't this the same as not asking? When you went down the mountain, what did your master tell you? He told you to come to the capital to find the major. Did he have any other instructions? From her point of view, the 10,000 life funeral oration on Jing Chen's body was something that treated the symptoms but not the root cause. To completely break Jing Chen's innate cursed fate without any worries, they still had to find the so-called fate breaker. Taoist Qing Zheng once told her that if the fate breaker was not found, not only would the person who changed his fate be in danger, but the fate breaker himself would also die. After being asked by Yushu, Jing Chun thought for a moment. After thinking for a while, he really remembered something. Master also told me to be careful of women. Cough, cough. Yushu choked on her saliva. She looked at Jing Chun with a strange expression. She wanted to say something, but could not say it. Be careful of women? This was a wide range. She was a woman, so did that mean that Jing Chun also had to be careful of her? Yushu only took this sentence as a joke and did not look into it. Seeing that she could not get anything useful out of him, she could not help him in any way, so she could only put aside her worries for the time being. Not long after, Lin Fu asked Xiao Dai and Xiao Qing to send food in. He then greeted outside the door and brought a few letters to Yushu. When Yushu saw the 4 words for Ashu on the envelope, she could guess who had sent the letters. She put down her chopsticks and motioned for Jing Chun to continue eating. She opened the letters and read them one by one. There were a total of 4 letters. Counting the days, Xia Mingming and Ji Xingxuan came to make trouble on the 15th night. In the past few days, Xia Mingming had written almost 1 letter a day. The first letter was nothing special. It was nothing more than a reminiscence. He told Yushu that she was grounded by her father and could not leave the house. He explained why he did not look for Yushu and apologized for causing trouble at the restaurant during the Lantern Festival. He did not mention a single word about Ji Xingxuan. This letter was sent on the 16th day. The second letter was much shorter. It was an appointment for Yushu to meet on the morning of the 20th of this month at Wangjilu. This letter was sent on the 17th day. The third letter was interesting. It mentioned that the Ji family was in trouble and the news that Daozi had returned to the imperial court. Xia Mingming didn't know where she heard that Yushu was living in the Ji family and was very worried about her situation. After reading the first 3 letters, Yushu's mood had to be said to be good. At least she could see that this girl Xia Mingming was not an ungrateful thing. Until now, she still remembered her kindness. When she heard that the Ji family was in trouble, she hurriedly wrote a letter to ask about her safety. Putting these 3 letters aside, Yushu opened the 4th letter. This time, she suddenly frowned. Ashu, the emperor wants to appoint me to the 9th prince as a concubine. I don't need to return to Jiangnan anymore. It was a plain sentence. It was impossible to see the mood of the writer at the time. But when Yushu stared at these 2 lines for a long time, she could smell a sour taste. What kind of person Xia Mingming was, Yushu, who had eaten, lived, and gone through trials and tribulations with her, was very clear. She was a willful but naive little girl, smart but simple-minded, stubborn and affectionate. If this kind of girl married into the imperial family, what awaited her was definitely not happiness or beauty. Compared to the Xia Jiang family's rule that the children of the Xia family had to enter the mountains to seek the Tao, the road of marrying into the imperial family was filled with thorns. What's more, this arranged marriage was clearly not a whim of the emperor. Yushu recalled that after Xia Jiangying's death, the Xia Jiang family stayed in the capital for several months and did not return. And the 9th prince had just recently returned to court. This was clearly an arranged marriage. Speaking of the 9th prince, Yushu suddenly remembered that on the day of the Lantern Festival at Wangji Lu, there was a fair-faced girl sitting next to Lu Tan. With her experience, she could see that Lu Tan was clearly interested in that girl. At his age, he was in between a young man and a young man. His feelings were still pure. Once his heart belonged to someone, there was no room for others in his eyes. If Xia Mingming interfered at this time, even if it was against her will, Lu Tan would still feel disgust towards her. Xiaoyu, what's wrong? Who wrote the letter? Jing Chen asked when he saw that Yushu, who was smiling just now, frowned and had a worried expression. It was Mingming. Yushu folded the letter and stuffed it back. She put the few letters together into her sleeve. She looked up at Jing Chen and remembered that he and the Ninth Prince were from the same sect. The two seemed to be very familiar with each other. She asked, Jing Chen, how is your relationship with the Ninth Prince? Are you talking about martial nephew Zhongyan? Jing Chen recalled. He entered the mountains at the age of 7. It was me and third Shixiang who received him. Because of the Kedu Star's attack, I spent half of every month in the back mountain to cultivate. I did not often work and rest with the disciples of the same sect. Third Shixiang was responsible for bringing me meals. Sometimes, he would bring Zhongyan with him. Thinking about it, I have known him for 9 years. I only found out a few years ago that he's also a member of the imperial family and is my cousin. After listening, Yushu smiled and said, in that case, you and Big Brother Shui are relatives. Jing Chen thought about it and agreed. His birth mother was the younger sister of the current emperor, and the emperor was his uncle. Shui Rui was the nephew of the imperial concubine, and the emperor was his uncle. Lu Tan was weak and had to call them cousins. Yushu heard that Jing Chen and Lu Tan had a good relationship. She was about to ask Lu Tan in detail when she heard someone outside the door reporting, Miss, young master is here with his highness Ninth. Please bring the guest in the room to sit in the Shui room. Speak of the devil, and the devil appears. She had just thought of these two people, and they came. Got it. I will go over now. Yushu responded outside the door. She stood up and smiled at Jing Chen. Let's go and meet your relatives. The two went out the door. The Yahuan in front led the way to the innermost room on the second floor. She knocked lightly on the door. When she heard a response from inside, she pushed the door open. Yushu walked in first. She walked around the glass screen in front of the door. With a glance, she saw 3 people sitting at the round embroidered table. Shui Rui, Lu Tan, and the unidentified female that she had seen at the Lantern Festival last time. Because of her previous thoughts, Yushu couldn't help but stare at the other girl a few more times. She didn't think that when the others saw her, she would suddenly stand up. A pleasantly surprised smile bloomed on her plain and white face. She walked around the table and quickly walked toward her. She jumped into the arms of Jing Chen, who had just walked in from behind her. Chapter 294. Seventh Senior Brother. Jing Chen caught the young girl who had pounced on his chest and took a step back to steady himself. He looked down and said in surprise, Shui Yin? The young girl in his arms raised her head, her fair face full of joy. The corners of her moist eyes were a little red, and her soft voice had a little grievance as she called out, Senior brother, I missed you so much. Yushu stood beside the two of them. Her gaze moved from the unknown young girl's arm around Jing Chen's waist to Jing Chen's hand on her shoulder, and then the two of them looking at each other. She gently raised her eyebrows and had a guess about the young girl's identity. She coughed and cleared her throat, breaking the atmosphere of reunion without hesitation. Jing Chen, who is this young girl? Hearing this, the young girl seemed to realize that there was someone else in the room. She hurriedly let go of Jing Chen, pushed his chest, and took a step back. She lowered her head and wiped the corners of her eyes with her sleeve. This is my junior sister, Shui Yin. Jing Chen answered Yushu, then turned to look at the young girl in front of him. He frowned slightly and asked her, Why did you come down the mountain? Do Uncle Master and Master know? Shui Yin hurriedly nodded and said, They know. Father allowed me to come down the mountain to find you. If you don't believe me, you can ask Chong. Jing Chen looked at Lu Tan, who was sitting by the table. Lu Tan testified It was Zhenren Huaiyun who asked me to bring little Shirgu down the mountain. Jing Chun was puzzled. Then why didn't I hear you mention it when I was living in the palace these days? Lu Tan looked at Shui Yun, who was winking at him, and said with a wry smile, "It was little Shirgu who didn't allow me to talk about it." "Chong Yun," Shui Yun scolded him. Seeing Jing Chen's confused gaze, she lowered her head and said embarrassedly, "Senior brother, you finally got to see your family. I think you must have many things to ask the emperor. I don't want you to be distracted, so I told Zhong Yun to hide it from you." As she said this, she raised her head and looked at him, who was unharmed. Her eyes reddened. "I heard from Chong Yun that you encountered bad people on the road and lost your memory. Thank goodness you are safe and sound." Jing Chen's expression softened. He raised his hand and gently placed it on the top of her head. He said gently, "I've made you worry again." Shui Yun bit her lips and slowly raised her hand to grab the corner of his sleeve. Yushu quietly watched this pair of brothers and sisters interact as if there was no one else around. Her eyes flashed, but this time she didn't say anything to disturb them. Instead, she turned around and walked to the table. She bowed to Lu Tan and greeted, "Ninth Highness, I apologize for my lack of manners just now." Lu Tan waved his hand and said, "It's nothing. Miss Lianfang, please sit." "Thank you, Your Highness." As soon as Yushu sat down, a cup of tea was handed to her hand. The tea was glistening and still had water vapor rising from it. "This is the flower tea freshly picked this month. It's sweet and not bitter." She tilted her head to look at Shui Rue. She picked up the cup of tea and sniffed it. As expected, it had a light fragrance. It wasn't the bitter tea she wasn't used to drinking. "Thank you." She took a small sip. The taste wasn't bad. Shui Rue looked at Jing Chun and Shui Yun, who were standing next to the screen and talking in low voices. He withdrew his gaze and said to Yushu, "It seems that His Majesty's Imperial Edict has arrived. How is it? Are you satisfied with the reward?" Yushu smiled and said, "I can't hide anything from you." Thinking of the box of gold ingots, her mood improved for some reason. Lu Tan, who was sitting to the side, said, "Of course I can't hide it from him. This is the—" He suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Yushu curiously asked, "What is it?" Someone stepped on his foot onto the table. Lu Tan had no choice but to change his words. "This is what you deserve." Without waiting for Yushu to think about his incoherent words, Shui Rue opened his mouth and asked her, "Have you eaten? I ordered some food and wine. Do you want to eat some more?" Yushu nodded. Just now, she was in her room reading Xia Mingming's letter and didn't eat much. She couldn't help but turn her head to look in Jing Chen's direction. After thinking for a bit, she asked Lu Tan, "May I ask, Your Highness, does your sect also have female disciples?" She had always thought that Taoist priests were all male, but Jing Chen clearly said that Shui Yun was his junior sister. Obviously, they were from the same sect. This was strange. Hearing this, Shui Rue and Lu Tan both laughed. The latter explained to her, "Of course there are. Taoism and Buddhism are different. Both men and women can cultivate and pursue the Great Way. Taoists pay attention to letting nature take its course, and nothing can be forced. Therefore, many Taoist sects allow their disciples to get married and have children, unlike Buddhism, who insist on the purity of the six senses and cut off the mortal world. So that's how it is. I've learned a lot." Yushu cupped her hands towards Lu Tan. At this time, the pair of brother and sister also finished speaking. When Yushu looked up, she saw Shui Yin walking over and stopping in front of her. She lowered her head and clasped her hands together, bowed to her, and said gratefully, "Miss you. Thank you for saving my 7th senior brother and protecting him all the way. Shui Yin can't thank you enough. In the future, I will definitely repay your great kindness." Yushu looked at her and then looked at Jing Chun, who was standing behind her. Seeing that his expression was normal after listening to her thanks, she smiled faintly and stood up. She raised her hand to support her junior sister and said, "There's no need to do this. Jing Chen also saved my life. If you want to talk about repayment, he has already done so." Shui Yin straightened up and looked at Yushu. A smile suddenly appeared on her tranquil face. Senior brother is right. You really are a good person. Yushu was speechless. She thought that this pair of brother and sister were indeed from the same sect. They both didn't know how to read the situation. How did she look like a good person? Was it written on her forehead, or was it written on her face? All right, if you have anything to say, sit down and talk. It just so happens that we met here today, and there's nothing else to do. Take your time and talk. Shui raised his hand and motioned for them to sit down and talk. Shui Yun sat down next to Yu Shu and patted her other side, indicating for Jing Chun to sit down. She reached out for the teapot and teacup, poured water for him, and watched him drink the tea with a smile. When he finished drinking, she spoke to him. Senior brother, have you eaten? I have. The food here is better than the food on the mountain, right? Yes. Is it as good as the food I make? Senior brother, you're still the same, pretending to be mute when you can't answer. Yu Shu sat next to them, listening to their questions and answers. Suddenly, she felt a little unhappy. This feeling was like she had spent a lot of effort to solve a difficult problem. Only after a long time did she realize that this problem had been solved by someone a long time ago. She was not the first person to discover this problem, nor was she the first person to try to solve it. She shook her head, dispelling this ridiculous thought. She raised her cup to drink tea, but found that the cup was empty. Just as she was about to take the teapot, she heard someone beside her say in a low voice, "If you want to eat later, don't drink too much tea. Otherwise, you'll have a stomachache during dinner." Although Shui Rui was talking to Lu Tan, he did not forget to pay attention to Yu Shu's movements. Seeing that she drank 3 or 4 cups of water and still wanted to pour, he stopped her. "Oh." Yu Shu withdrew her hand and leaned to the side. She might as well listen to Shui Rui and Lu Tan's conversation. With this distraction, she no longer cared about what the two of them were talking about. This year's Double Yang gathering will definitely be very lively. Not only will the Southern Heads Xia Jiang clan be in the capital, I just heard the day before yesterday that the 6th young master of the Wenshan clan is also participating in the Dian examination. I wonder if they will come and cause trouble. Cousin, don't worry. With the Xian clan's great exchange shop and my Xiao Shirgu, even if I don't win this time's Double Yang gathering, I won't make a fool of myself. Yushu heard them mention the Double Yang gathering a few times. Curious, she interrupted, "Big brother, what is the Double Yang gathering?" Shui Rui and Lu Tan looked at each other, then turned to her and explained, "Every year that there is a Dathian examination, starting from the Dragon Festival on the 2nd day of the 2nd month, there will be a grand gathering in the city of Enling. It will last for 49 days. It is organized by the Imperial Court, and all the major exchange shops in the capital will participate. Merchants from all clans will gather there to compete. Whoever can come out on top will be bestowed with the golden plaque of the world's best shop by the Emperor. It is a glorious event. It is called the Double Yang Gathering." Yushu looked at Lu Tan and asked in confusion, "Then why did His Highness say earlier? Are you going as well?" Lu Tan faintly smiled, but didn't answer her. At this time, a servant knocked on the door and brought the dishes and wine. The topic stopped there. Yushu could see that he didn't want to talk to her more, so she tactfully didn't ask again. It was just that in this moment of silence, she heard the voice on the other side. "Senior Marshal brother, try this. I ate it the last time I was here. It's not greasy at all. And this, it should suit your taste. Senior Marshal brother, let me help you fill the soup." Jing Chun looked at the small mountain of plates and bowls in front of him. His chopsticks stopped in midair, and he didn't know where to start. He had eaten lunch with Yu Shu before, so he was already full. In fact, he didn't have an appetite now. He didn't want to force himself to eat, but he also didn't want to brush off her good intentions. Yu Shu glanced at Jing Chen's embarrassed look and secretly laughed. "Serve you right." She rolled her eyes and reached out to pick up a big and fat chicken leg. She passed Shui Yun and steadily piled it on top of Jing Chen's bowl. When he looked at her, she smiled sweetly at him. "Here you are. Don't you like eating chicken legs the most? Eat more." Hearing this, Shui Yun was very puzzled. "Senior Marshal brother, when did you like eating chicken legs?" If she remembered correctly, her 7th senior marshal brother rarely ate meat all year round, let alone chicken drumsticks. Jing Chun looked at the chicken drumstick on the bowl and thought of something. There was a smile in his eyes. He moved his chopsticks and picked it up. He put it into his mouth. Yushu bowed her head and smiled. The dissatisfaction in her heart disappeared. She didn't know that her every move was seen by another man, and she couldn't ignore it. Shui Rui shook the wine cup in his hand, and a figure was reflected in his eyes. He only felt that this fragrant and smooth Jingquan wine was a little astringent today. After drinking a cup, there was a bitter taste in his mouth. However, he liked this taste, so he could only drink one cup after another. When he was a little drunk, he suddenly thought of a sentence to describe himself. It was nothing more than asking for trouble. The meal lasted until the afternoon. Jing Chan was going back to the palace, and Lu Tan happened to be going with him. Shui Yun was temporarily staying in Lu Tan's guest house, so they had to send her back first. Yushu didn't want to join in the fun, so she didn't go with them. Instead, she and Shui Rui sent the three of them to the back door. Watching the two carriages leave one after another, Yushu turned around and said to Shui Rui, "Big brother, I'm going upstairs to check the accounts of these days. What about you? Do you want to go somewhere else?" Shui Rui touched his forehead with one hand and shook his head lazily. "I'm going back to my room to sleep. Call me when you're done checking the accounts." Yushu saw that he was indeed drunk. She thought that he must be tired after handling cases for days, so she quickly waved her hand and said, "Then you go and rest quickly. I'll ask the kitchen to make you a hangover soup and send it to you later." Chapter 295. Yushu returned to the room and asked Lin Fu to send over the account books for the past few days. Xiao Dai was at the side making tea and grinding ink. Yushu hastily calculated the income and expenditure of each item. Looking at the numbers on the paper, even though she was mentally prepared, she could not help but be surprised. It had only been 4 days since the opening of the restaurant on the 15th day of the first month. Every day, they would start cooking in the middle of the night. It was easy to sell 300 to 400 dishes. Including the cashier in the private room and various kinds of drinks, they could make 1,000 or 800 yuan a day. After deducting the costs and taxes, if this continued, the monthly profit of Wang Jilu would be more than 10,000 yuan, and this was still a conservative estimate. In fact, this was not strange. The reason why the wine and dishes of Wang Jilu could be 3 times higher than ordinary restaurants had its own reasons. Yushu looked at the purchase list and personally went to the kitchen. The ingredients used in the building, ranging from deer, roe deer, and bear meat, to small scallions and garlic, were all of the best quality. Not only were the dishes delicious, but they also had the effect of nourishing. There were also treasures of heaven and earth. It was said that eating it could bring good luck and prolong one's life. It was said that eating such treasures could bring good luck and prolong one's life, so people flocked to it like ducks. For example, treasures such as the albino monkey head, the Daiyin blood swallow, and the South Sea yellow-lipped dragon could not be found outside, but they could all be eaten in Wang Jilu. Looking at the account books, Yushu could not help but sigh. Such a big business. It must be hard for Shui Rui to support it. She remembered that before she opened for business, she had asked Shui Rui what he would do if he made a loss with such a large investment. At that time, he told her that he would only make a profit when doing business. Even now, she could still remember his confident tone. Now, it seemed that he wasn't being arrogant. "Miss, the hangover soup is ready. Do you want to drink it?" Xiao Qing came in with a plate. "I didn't drink, so I don't need this. Let's go and bring it to your young master." He drank more than 2 pots of Jingquan at noon. Yushu put away the account book, put it under her armpit, and led Xiao Qing downstairs to bring the hangover soup to Shui Rui. She also greeted him and handed over the account book before going home. When they arrived downstairs, the door of the elegant room that Shui Rui was resting in was closed. Yushu knocked on the door, but she did not hear any response from inside. She stretched out her hand and pushed the door open with a squeak. She glanced inside and saw that there was no one in the living room. At this moment, the waiter, Gui Lu, stuck his head out from the opposite building. When he saw little Qing's figure downstairs, he whispered, "Little Qing, come up here. There's a female customer here who spilled wine. Bring her change." Xiao Qing looked at the hangover soup in her hands and wanted to say that she was busy. But when she turned around, Gui Lu had already retracted his head. Yu Shu saw this and said, "Bring it over. I'll bring it in. You go and entertain the guests." Xiao Qing hurriedly thanked her, picked up her dress, and trotted up the opposite stairs. "Big brother, are you inside?" Yu Shu reached out and knocked on the door again. There was still no response from inside. She was puzzled and walked in with the hangover soup. The decoration of this elegant room was similar to the one upstairs. There was a tea room after entering the door. On the north side, there was a red sandalwood soft couch with drooping flowers. On the left and right side, there were stained glass screens with yellow pearwood bases, blocking two Polonia doors. On the east side was the bedroom, and on the west side was the study. There was a tortoise lantern at the door. The door of the study room was open. Yu Shu looked inside to make sure there was no one inside. Then she turned around and walked to the bedroom. She walked around the screen shelf in front of the door and looked up to see what was inside. Under the window on the north side, there was a big rose chair made of ivory. A slender figure was lying on the back. The corner of the robe was turned up, revealing loose white socks. A pair of boots was slanted on the carpet. There was no incense in the room, and there was a faint smell of wine. It turned out that he was asleep. No wonder he didn't respond to her just now, Yu Shu thought. She looked at the hangover soup in her hand and was about to go in to wake him up. Just as she stepped into the door, she suddenly felt that it was inappropriate for her to barge into his bedroom like this. She thought it was better to go out and call a waiter to serve him. She couldn't let him sleep like this, or he would catch a cold. "Water." As soon as Yu Shu stepped out, she heard the person on the couch murmured in a low voice, followed by two light coughs. She hesitated for a moment, but she was still worried. She pushed the door and walked to the side of the big chair. She put the hangover soup on the tea table and poured a cup of tea. She patted Shui Rui's shoulder with one hand and said, "Big brother, drink some water." Shui Rui's body moved, but he didn't turn around. The smell of wine around him proved that he had drunk too much. Seeing that she couldn't wake him up, Yu Shu bent down and shook his arm. "Big brother, big." She didn't expect that after she shouted twice, her wrist would be caught. The person on the chair suddenly moved. He grabbed her wrist with one hand, turned around, and wrapped his arm around her waist. He forcefully pulled her to his chest and then quickly turned around. In the blink of an eye, he pressed her down on the chair. Plop! The cup fell from her hand, and the tea, along with it, fell onto the yellow carpet. In an instant, the world turned upside down, and the back of Yu Shu's head hit the soft cushion. She was so shocked that she took a deep breath. The mellow smell of wine made her eyes widen. In her dim vision, there was a sharp face. Under the ink-like eyebrows, a pair of black eyes were half hidden under the eyelashes. They were like two thick glass windows, and there were two figures hidden in them. It was her panicked face. She didn't know why, but Yu Shu felt that Shui Rui was dangerous and strange at this time, so she didn't dare to act rashly. Moreover, her hands and feet were pressed down by him, so she couldn't move even if she wanted to. She could only stiffen her neck, shrink back, and ask in a low voice, "Big brother?" That pair of eyes gently closed, and a low and hoarse voice slowly came into her ears. "Who is your big brother?" Hearing this, Yu Shu wanted to cry, but had no tears. She thought that it was over. He was drunk, and he didn't even recognize her. It's you, big brother Shui. You're drunk. Get up." Even though half of Shui Rui's weight was placed behind her waist, Yu Shu still felt a little suffocated being hugged by such a big man. In just a moment, she felt suffocated to the point that her ears started to heat up. She tried to move her hands and feet, wanting to find a gap to break free from him. Unexpectedly, the moment she moved, the arm behind her waist suddenly tightened. She stared at him with widened eyes, and her lips that were inches away from his gently opened and closed. "No, don't what?" Yu Shu was stunned for a moment, and then she realized that he was answering her words just now, which meant that he didn't want to get up. Yu Shu was angry. This person was usually reasonable, but how did he become stupid when he was drunk? Looking at the handsome face that was less than half a foot away from her, Yushu suddenly put on a serious face. "Get up." Shui Rui's eyes stared at her changing expression, and he lazily said, "No." Yushu narrowed her eyes, and she lost her patience. No matter how good their relationship was, if he continued to press down on her like this, she would fall out with him. She couldn't move her hands and feet, but she still had her head, and knocking out 2 of his teeth was nothing. "You've thought it through? You really don't want to get up?" As soon as the voice fell, Yushu only felt her vision darkened, and a warm and soft thing fell on her forehead. It was like a ball of cotton dipped in water, and it gently touched the center of her eyebrows with a faint trace of cautiousness. This inexplicable gentleness seemed to have some kind of curse, and it made her unconsciously hold her breath. She tightly closed her eyes, and her mind was a mess. "Don't." Shuirui whispered in her eyebrows, and his thumb that was holding her wrist moved down half an inch, and he slightly raised his head, looking at her face that was shrouded in his shadow. The faint fragrance of flower tea lingered on the tip of his nose, dispersing the bitterness in his heart and teasing him. Once again, he lowered his head and kissed her lips. The soft touch made him open his mouth uncontrollably, and he sucked on her slightly thick lower lip. His breathing quickened, and his arms around her waist tightened again. Yushu suddenly opened her eyes, as if she had just woken up from a dream. Her face instantly turned red, and she turned her head with all her might to escape his kiss. She kicked her legs, clenched her teeth, and struggled with all her might, not caring if she would hurt herself or not. After struggling for a while, the grip on her wrist loosened. Yushu seized the opportunity to pull her hand out and push Shui Rui's shoulder. She didn't know where she got the strength from, but she actually flipped him over. As soon as she was free, she quickly crawled out from under his body and tumbled down the recliner before breaking into a run and ran out of the bedroom that was suffused with the fragrance of wine. Shui Rui supported himself with one hand on the bed and slowly sat up. He bent one knee, and one long leg fell to the ground. He raised his head and looked at the swaying door not far away. His eyes were in a daze for a moment, and he finally recovered from the intimacy just now. He lowered his head and covered half his face with one hand, and let out a low, annoyed groan from his throat. The hand on his knee clenched into a fist and heavily hit his knee. Slowly, he raised it again and gently touched his burning lips. After a moment, he let out a soft laugh. Ha! She didn't think that he would have such a despicable time. He pretended to be drunk to get closer to her, but who would have thought that he would accidentally go overboard? With her temper, she must be so angry right now that she couldn't wait to give him a few punches. Forget it. If she wants to hit him, then let her hit him. After all, he was the one who took advantage of her. Unfortunately, he still had to continue to act dumb and couldn't admit it confidently. Shui used one hand as a pillow behind his head and lay back down. He closed his eyes again, and a faint smile hung on the corner of his mouth. In his heart, he thought, "This is enough. This sweet taste is enough for me to ignore all the pain and continue to endure." Shui Rui's thoughts weren't wrong at all. Right now, Yushu really wanted to beat him up. Running out of the bedroom, Yushu suddenly stopped at the door and came back to her senses. That's not right. Why did she run? She was the one who suffered. Why was she feeling guilty? Yushu raised her hand to wipe her mouth indignantly, and then spat on the ground. She bit her lower lip and seemed to have thought of something, and her face turned red. She stood there for a moment, then put her hands on her waist and turned to walk back. When she reached the bedroom door, she kicked it open and stared fiercely at the figure lying on the recliner. She strode forward and looked down. This fellow actually had his eyes closed, and he was sleeping comfortably. That quiet face didn't show the slightest emotion, as if everything that had just happened was all in her imagination. Yushu gritted her teeth. So what if he was drunk? So when he was drunk, he could casually bite people's mouths? The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She looked around, and her eyes fell on the cold hangover soup on the coffee table. She laughed evilly and looked up and down at Shui Rui. She picked up the bowl of soup and poured it on his lower body. The man on the recliner frowned slightly and didn't move, but his face was suspiciously green. This naughty girl. Yushu poured the bowl of soup, and seeing that Shui Rue didn't wake up, she lightly snorted and turned to leave. She tidied up her hair at the door, and when she went to the courtyard, she called Gui Lu and pointed to the room. Go, see if your young master has sobered up. Chapter 296. Yushu asks Gui Lu to take care of Shui Rue. She leaves Wangji Tower without waiting for him to sober up. She doesn't hire a sedan chair on the street. Seeing that it's still dawn, she walks home. On her way, she deliberately takes a detour and passes by the gate of the G Mansion. In just a few days, the Right Magistrate's mansion has lost its glory. The Vermilion Gate is tightly closed. No one cleans the dust in front of the gate. The guards at the gate have long disappeared. Yushu doesn't care about other people in this mansion, but she is worried about Aunt Shui. Of course, if the Ji family knows that she sent Ji Huaishan and Ji Xingxuan to prison, they will definitely not treat her mother well. 2 days ago, Yushu has done some divination for Aunt Shui. She knows that Aunt Shui's life in the Ji family is not good, but there will be no big trouble. Yushu is quite confident about Aunt Shui's safety. The Ji family is now in the teeth of the storm. Many people are watching them. Even if they vent their anger on Aunt Shui, they will at most lock her up and starve her for a few days. They don't dare to kill her. After passing by here, Yushu doesn't plan to go in to see Aunt Shui. If she goes to the Ji family, she will not be allowed in. Secondly, she doesn't want the Ji family to think how much she cares about this biological mother who once abandoned them. So, she can only let Aunt Shui suffer a little first. After the Ji family collapses this time, she will find a way to get her out. This afternoon, when eating at Wangji Tower, Yushu hears from Shui Rue that the Supreme Court and the Celestial Commissioner will hold a joint trial for Ji Huaishan's involvement in the murder of the Emperor in the case of favoritism and fraud. The trial will start in a few days. At that time, she and Jing Chun would have to testify in court and identify the Ji family. A yellow frost stone was not enough to prove that Ji Huaishan had colluded with Jing Chen's murderer. However, based on the investigation of this year's astrology exam papers, as well as her and Jing Chen's testimony, Ji Huaishan and Ji Xingxuan were definitely guilty of cheating in the exam. The Yin Dynasty's punishments for officials and examinees who cheat in examinations are quite severe. According to the laws of the Yin Dynasty and the Dayan examination, once convicted, not only will Ji Huaishan be stripped of his position, he will also receive 100 lashes of the whip, be demoted to a commoner, and be sent to Tong province to repent. As for Ji Xingxuan, other than being punished, she would also be stripped of her qualifications to participate in the Diyin examination. She would be imprisoned for 15 months and would never be allowed to take the examination again. Yushu only found out 2 days ago when she went to the Supreme Court. If the Ji family were convicted, the sentence would be more severe than she had imagined. Yushu did not feel any sympathy for them. In her opinion, Ji Huaishan and Ji Xingxuan were simply asking for it. Since they dared to steal the exam papers, they should not be afraid of being reported. If they dare to cheat, they should not be afraid of being caught. If they dare to harm others, they should not be afraid of being harmed. If they were afraid, then they should not have done it in the first place. As a person who had lived 2 lives, Yushu understood this logic very well. In this world, an eye for an eye, no one can escape. Just like in her previous life, she went against her conscience to earn money and indirectly harmed many people. In the end, she still died and paid it all back. Yushu looked at the 2 words Ji Mansion on the plaque on the door again and left expressionlessly. Not long after she left, a horse carriage stopped in front of the Ji Mansion. A 15 or 16-year-old youth jumped down from the carriage. He looked up to see the plaque on the door and saw that the door was tightly shut. Puzzled, he walked up the steps and knocked on the door. "Is anyone there?" When Yushu returned home, Yu Xiaoxiu had already finished school and was chatting with Zhao Hui. Yushu pushed the curtain and entered. Yu Xiaoxiu stood up when he saw her and excitedly said, "Older sister, I heard from Aunt Hui that older brother Jane came this morning. There There was also a high-ranking official in the imperial palace who read the imperial edict and rewarded us with many good things. Yushu smiled and reached out to touch his head. After the new year, Yu Xiaoxiu seemed to have grown a little taller. Originally, he only reached her shoulder, but now he almost reached her chin. She didn't tell Zhao Hui, her husband, and Yu Xiaoxiu about the situation of the Ji family in detail. They only knew that she was arrested by the Celestial Commissioner because of Jingqian that day in the clinic. They didn't know the current situation of the Ji family and Aunt Shui's situation. Yushu previously stayed with the Ji family. Her excuse was to take care of Aunt Shui's health. Now that she moved back, she only said that Aunt Shui had recovered from her illness. She didn't mention that the Ji family was in prison. Before the Supreme Court's case was over, she didn't want to tell them the truth so that they wouldn't worry. Yushu walked over and sat down next to Zhao Hui. Seeing that she looked good and was not tired from the busy morning, she was relieved and asked her, "Where is my godfather?" Zhao Hui covered her mouth and smiled. "I want to tell your uncle the good news. You didn't see the plaque bestowed by the emperor. He was so happy that he couldn't find the north. When I was diagnosed with my pregnancy, I didn't see him so happy." Yushu could understand He Fangji's feelings. As a native of the ancient times, the idea of the supremacy of the imperial power was deeply rooted. Usually, when the emperor was mentioned, people would raise their hands and bow with great respect. This time, it was a great joy to receive the emperor's personal praise. The golden plaque given by the emperor was enough to be passed on to future generations and bring glory to the family. In 2 days, I will pick a good day and have Godfather hang the golden plaque, set off a few strings of firecrackers on the street, invite people to come dance the lion, and have a good liveliness. Yushu said. Before he left, that was what he said. He wanted you to come back and pick a day. Zhao Hui nodded and pulled Yushu's hand to discuss. Xiaoyu, I was thinking this time the palace has given you a lot of rewards. Our family has no other relatives in the capital, and we have close relations with your uncle's family. Normally, we also rely on him to take care of us. Why don't we send him a portion of the cloth and satin made by the palace, so that he can bask in the air of nobility, and also send a portion to your mother to make her happy? What do you think? Yushu said, Mother, you can take charge of these matters. Pick some good ones and send them to Jujio. You don't need to worry about my mother. When I get back, I will directly send her some money. She will like it even more. As for the rest, see if there are any that are suitable for this weather to make clothes. Take them out and use them. Don't save them. They won't give birth to gold. Zhao Hui pursed her lips and smiled. She patted her hand and said, They won't give birth to gold, but they can be used as a dowry for you. Yushu didn't know how to respond and could only laugh awkwardly. She turned her head to ask Yu Xiaoxiu, Have you finished today's homework? Yu Xiaoxiu scratched his head. Not yet. Yushu waved her hand. Go to your homework first. You can play later. Oh, Yu Xiaoxiu obediently stood up and walked to the door before turning his head back. He hesitantly said to Yushu, Jia, after school today, that Shui Wenjie insisted on coming home with me. He thought that we were staying with the Ji family. Yushu asked, Then why didn't I see him coming back with you? Yu Xiaoxiu curled his lips and said, I told him that we are not from a Ji family for a long time. I asked him to find the way to the right magistrate's court. Yushu frowned. If Shui Wenjie wants to find the Ji family, he will definitely hear that Ji Huaishan and Ji Xingxuan are in prison. Now that he is going to school with Yu Xiaoxiu may hear about it. In this way, Yu Xiaoxiu will definitely worry about his Aunt Shui, who is in the Ji family. He will make a fuss to visit the Ji family. What should she do? This troublesome gigolo. He didn't come earlier or later. When he came to stick to Ji Xingxuan like a smelly fly. He just wants to make trouble for her. He is so annoying. Yushu cursed at Shui Wenjie in her heart. After thinking for a while, she stood up and said to Yu Xiaoxiu, Let's go back to Sister Fang and look at your new textbook. Yushu and Zhao Hui said goodbye, then pulled Yu Xiaoxiu away. After entering his room, she closed the door and turned to Yu Xiaoxiu. Xiaoxiu, I want to tell you something. Instead of letting him hear about it from Shui Wenjie and go to the Ji family without saying a word, It is better for her to give him a heads up first. Yushu roughly told Yu Xiaoxiu about the Ji family. As she expected, Yu Xiaoxiu was really worried about Aunt Shui's situation. He was afraid that they would vent their anger on his mother. Yushu repeatedly assured him that Aunt Shui would be fine and promised that she would pick up Aunt Shui as soon as the Supreme Judiciary case was over. Only then did he give up the idea of going to the Ji family to see her now. Yushu was still worried and told Yu Xiaoxiu to stay away from Shui Wenjie when he met him in the academy in the future. Yesterday, she used the law of misfortune to predict that Yu Xiaoxiu would have a quarrel with someone in 2 days. This small disaster must be caused by Shui Wenjie. That guy was crazy about Ji Xingxuan. If he knew that she put his sweetheart in jail, he would definitely get angry. If he couldn't find her, he might find trouble with Yu Xiaoxiu. Because he was worried about Aunt Shui, Yu Xiaoxiu was not in the mood to do his homework. He sat in front of the desk and played with the brush. To make him happy, Yushu took out her abacus and taught him to play bombarding foreigners with cannon. It was a small puzzle game for 2 people. The beads on the abacus were divided into 2 parts by a beam. One person guarded one side and placed each string of beads at the top and bottom. The first one to knock off all the beads of the opponent would be the winner. What's a cannon? Yu Xiaoxiu asked. Yushu touched her chin. It's a kind of weapon. It's similar to firecrackers. Once it's ignited, it will make a boom sound and can blow up a house. That's awesome. Yu Xiaoxiu was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. Then he said suspiciously, "Why haven't I heard of it? Are you kidding me?" Yushu said vaguely, "Who knows? I haven't seen it either." Then what's a shepherd? Is it a shepherd? It's a foreigner. Yushu didn't know what to say. She just remembered that there was no term for foreigners at this time, so she explained in a roundabout way. I heard that in the far west of Dawn, there's a group of people with yellow hair and blue eyes. They are tall and big. Because we need to cross the ocean to get to their place, we call them foreigners. Yellow hair? Blue eyes? Isn't that a monster? Yu Xiaoxiu looked a little scared. Yushu waved her hand and said, "What monster?" There are barbarians living in Enling City. Didn't you see them in the restaurant last time? Their eyes are yellow, green, and blue. What's so strange about it? But they don't have yellow hair? Yu Xiaoxiu stubbornly said. Yu Xiaoxiu asked one question after another. Yushu impatiently patted the abacus. Are you going to play or not? If you don't want to play, hurry up and do your homework. Chapter 297. At breakfast, Yu Xiaoxiu yawned again and again. Yesterday, Yushu taught him to play the game of bombarding foreigners with cannons. He was addicted to it as soon as he played it. Urged by Yushu to finish his homework, he continued to pester her to play with him. It wasn't until the 3rd watch that doctor he woke up and found that the lights in their room were on that he knocked on their window to urge them to go to sleep. Here, eat this. You're not allowed to sleep during the teacher's lecture. After the meal, Yushu poured a millennium pill for him. If you're really sleepy, wait for lunch, then go find your academician song and borrow his room to sleep for a while. Do you hear me? Yes, Aunt Hui, Uncle He's sister, I'm going to school. Yu Xiaoxiu nodded honestly. He took the bag of books and a small bag of snacks from Yindo and walked out the door with a yawn. He Fangji then went to the clinic. Yushu sat with Zhao Hui for a while and then returned to her room. She didn't plan to go out today, nor did she plan to go to Wang Ji Tower. She thought that if she met Shui Rui today, she wouldn't be able to stop herself from giving him a dirty look. In her previous life, Yushu lived to the age of 20 or 29. She didn't think she was an innocent girl who would kill herself after being kissed. However, as a girl, she still had to have some self-awareness. It was Shui Rui's drunken behavior yesterday, so she didn't bother to pursue it. If he dared to mess around with her like this when he was awake, she definitely wouldn't let him go. No matter if he was Brother Shui or Brother Chao, no one could take advantage of her. What's more, she wasn't sure if Shui Rui would remember kissing her after he woke up. It would be fine if he didn't remember, but if he remembered, how awkward it would be when they met. She'd better hide for 2 days. Yushu rubbed her lips with the back of her hand, and a look of regret flashed in her eyes. Who knew that he would be so unreasonable when he was drunk? The next time she met him drunk, how far away she must be from him. After calming down, Yushu carried Kim Bao, who had been chirping around the table leg for a long time, to the windowsill. Goldie rubbed its claws a few times and found a comfortable position to bask in the sun. It no longer made any noise. Yushu spread out the paper. She placed the abacus and the little booklet she had used to record her algebra formulas. She held a charcoal pen in her hand and listed the 8 positions of Chimen Dun Jia on the paper: rest, life, shang, du, jing, death, shock, and open, as well as the first algebra chant that Taoist Qing Zheng had imparted to her, the 8 gates life and death art. It could be said that without the 8 gates life and death art, he would not be able to survive. She would not have been able to deduce the law of clear rain and the law of calamity. The 8 gates of life and death each control good or bad luck, good or bad fortune, and the 4 seasons and 8 directions. Using the 8 gates of life and death art well, she could use the 4 pillars and 8 characters of the person seeking divination to add the corresponding hours and other divinations to generally deduce the relevant positions and time. Her law of clear rain and the law of calamity were built on this foundation, materializing a prediction in a certain direction. The law of clear rain was simpler than the law of calamity. It was because the weather was only cloudy, sunny, rainy, and snowy, but the range of calamities was huge. It could be disease, prison, blood, money, lawsuits, quarrels, bereavement, getting lost, fire, flood, or even encountering natural disasters. All these calamities required a large amount of evidence. Only then could she figure out a relatively accurate range of values and use it to determine which calamity the exact value she calculated using the law of calamity was within the range of values of the calamity. Her law of calamity was much more complete than it was half a year ago, but it was still not comprehensive enough. There were 2 main loopholes. First, the judgment of calamities was too general and easy to confuse. For example, she had boarded the merchant ship of the Tai Hung Chamber of Commerce to enter the capital and encountered a massacre on the way. At that time, she had used the law of calamity to divine Yu Xiaoxiu's 8 characters and concluded that it was a flood disaster. However, this matter was clearly stained with blood and had a fatal disaster. It wasn't just a flood disaster. Second, although she could accurately determine when the calamity would occur, she couldn't accurately determine the cause of the calamity. The information about the calamity was incomplete, so it wasn't easy to avoid it. Although she had the initiative, she was still in a passive position. The law of calamity couldn't be used to its greatest effect. For example, when they were still living in Huaixing Street with Jing Chun, there was one time when Jing Chen's Kata star acted up. Yushu had predicted that Yu Xiaoxiu would have a bloody disaster the next day, but she didn't know the cause. She could only remind Yu Xiaoxiu not to touch knives or go into the kitchen. As a result, Yu Xiaoxiu was almost shot in the head by an arrow during riding an archery class. Luckily, the arrow brushed past his face. This was the disadvantage of incomplete information. These 2 points allowed Yushu to see the shortcomings of the law of calamity. At the same time, it gave her new inspiration. Some time ago, she was considering whether to start researching a new law, but she didn't have a specific direction and didn't know where to start. After thinking about it, she felt that instead of finding another way, it would be better to fill the half-filled bottle of water in her hand and not let it sway. This meant that she was prepared to find a way to make up for the inadequacies of the law of the time of calamity, so that she could not only know about calamity, but also avoid calamity very effectively, instead of leaving it to fate. This matter was easy to say, but it was quite tricky to do. Yushu only had a little clue at the moment. When she was preparing for the Dayan examination, she frequently came into contact with the method of Na'in. The so-called Na'in used 60 years as a cycle, from the 5 elements of heaven and earth to the 5 tones of human voice. It was a method of numeric deduction, and the syllables used to calculate. It was often used by Yi-Ke for divination. The advantage was that the Na'in contained a lot of material information. Yushu's initial idea was to start with the 8 doors that contained a lot of good and bad information. Using the Na'in method that contained a lot of material information, she could accurately calculate the information related to the calamity. Take Yu Xiaoxiu's case as an example. If she could get information about the arrow from the Na'in, she could help Yu Xiaoxiu avoid riding and archery lessons in advance. Another example would be when she was in danger on the boat. If she could get information about people or Bai or Qiu from the Na'in, she could be on guard against Bai Qing or Qiu Biao in advance, and not be deceived by Bai Qing. Of course, this was just an idea. Yushu didn't have full confidence, but she was full of energy and was prepared to spend a lot of time and money on it. First, she had to go to the Great Change Hall to buy a few books. She wasn't very proficient in the Na'in method, and because she didn't have a teacher to guide her, learning it was a bit more difficult. She planned to ask Jing Chen later. If he was good at this, she could ask him for advice, saving her the trouble of visiting the Great Change Master. Next, she wanted to change all the tools she used inside and out. Before, she didn't have enough money, so she used a compass, divination stick, Bagua book, hourglass, star chart, and other things. They were all second-hand choices, so these tools weren't of much use. She could only rely on divination to calculate. In fact, for the traders, a good tool could not only make up for their lack of experience, it could also make the results of their divination more accurate. There was even a set of 50-year-old gold-threaded Nama divination sticks. Because of the spiritual nature of heaven and earth, they could be used for divination with a 50% accuracy rate, which could help the traders make decisions. Now, Yushu had a small amount of assets. Other than the 2,000 silver from the Ji family, the emperor rewarded her yesterday with 100 mu of fertile land. She could sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. She also had 100 taels of gold as a trump card, which was enough for her to change from a bird gun to a cannon. After that, she had to improve her food and clothing. Anyone who wanted to become a great change master had to treat themselves well. There is a wonderful saying, the body was the capital of everything. Yushu knew that with her current body, her fate, bone structure, aptitude, essence, and even her luck, they were all very bad. The only good thing about her was her brain. She was born with it, but that didn't mean she couldn't change it. This fate didn't belong to her, so she didn't need to care about it. However, if her bone structure was bad, her comprehension would be bad. This could be improved by reading more books and using her brain. Yesterday, the emperor rewarded her with the Dragon Horse River diagram. It was said that reading it every day was beneficial. Aptitude was related to talent and intelligence. Needless to say, her intelligence was good, but talent was a bit more uncertain. For example, Jing Chen, when she chose to buy a haunted house, he could tell that the feng shui was wrong with just a glance. That was called talent. Of course, she didn't have this kind of ability, but the calculation ability she accumulated in her previous life could be considered a kind of talent in this life. As for the vital essence, Yushu had heard from He Fangji that it was a person's own vital essence. Without vital essence, a person would die, but a person with abundant vital essence would live a long and healthy life and be immune to all kinds of diseases. To maintain essence, first of all, good living habits, getting up and go to bed on time, not indulging in debauchery. Secondly, it was to rely on food. Just look at the rich and powerful families, which didn't try their best to eat carefully. For example, the prescription of the eternal elixir given by Jing Chen was a kind of elixir for maintenance. There were also all kinds of delicacies in Wangji building, which could play the role of food nourishment. Yushu also thought of the 8 treasure koi in the pond of the Ji family's ancestral house. Finally, she had to talk about luck. This thing came and went without a trace, but could often affect a person's fate at the critical moment. However, Yushu's luck was very bad. This kind of thing that came and went without a trace could not be improved by herself. The only way was to rely on external objects, such as the adversity blocking stone. Look at how many brocade pouches, amulets, and jade objects they wore were used for protection. Just take Shui Rue, for example. Yushu noticed that the violet jade bat-shaped pendant that Shui Rue frequently wore seemed to be inconspicuous, It was actually a precious treasure, and if he were to really exchange it for money, there would probably be no one that would be able to afford it. Yu Shukai received a piece of Fortune Mountain auspicious jade as a reward from the emperor. She was going to take it out and bring it with her. There were also the 5 treasures of the Qilin and auspicious beasts. She also wanted to place them in her usual room. In addition, when the Supreme Court's case was over, she wanted to find a way to get some good jades and make her own feng shui pond. In her previous life, when Yushu had money, she would choose to do investment. There was no business that would make a lot of money, but there was a way to make money. Because it was a society that recognized money and not people, human relationships were thinner than paper. She had to take care of her younger brother Yulei and live a good life, so making money became her first priority. Being born in the Dan Dynasty, a world where Yi ran rampant, Yushu discovered very early on that if she wanted to live a good life, this supreme knowledge was more important than money. If she learned it, not only would she be able to understand the fate of others, she would also be able to control her own fate. Just thinking about it made her blood boil. For Yushu, who was very competitive, this kind of temptation had already far surpassed money. Chapter 298. Another 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Yushu stayed at home, reading calligraphy, calculating, and studying the Book of Changes. She did not step out of the house and waited for the news of the Supreme Judiciary's trial. Nothing major happened in the past 2 days. Zhao Hui picked out a reward from the palace and asked He Fangji to send it to Pei Jing. In addition, Xiao Mingming sent a letter from the Wangji Tower, asking why Yushu did not keep her appointment. Yushu wrote a reply and asked Gui Lu to send it. There was no explanation in the letter, only an appointment to meet Xiao Mingming at the end of the month. In addition, Yu Xiaoxiu met Shui Wenjie in the academy. As Yushu expected, Shui Wenjie knew that Ji Xingxuan was imprisoned. No one knew where he heard that it had something to do with Yushu. He caught Yu Xiaoxiu and sneered at Yushu. As a result, Yu Xiaoxiu reported it to Academician Song, and Shui Wenjie was reprimanded. Yushu listened to Yu Xiaoxiu's story and sneered. She said, "If you see him in the future, just treat him as a fly and ignore him. If he makes trouble for you again, just tell him that if he doesn't want others to know that he was used as an offering to heaven naked, he should keep his mouth shut." When they were in Yang City, Shui Wenjie was caught by a group of people and used as an offering. Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiu were implicated by him and were in danger. They witnessed Shui Wenjie being stripped naked. It was also at that time that Yushu met Jing Chun for the first time, so it was still fresh in her memory. Yu Xiaoxiu remembered Yushu's words and went to school the next day. However, he did not see Shui Wenjie again. He thought that Shui Wenjie was afraid of being reprimanded by the academician. He did not know that Shui Wenjie did not come to school at all. Putting this trivial matter aside for the time being, at dusk, Yushu finally received the news that the joint hearing would be held. Shui Rui sent Lao Chue to tell her that the date of the joint hearing would be tomorrow. Shui Rui asked her to wait at home tomorrow morning. He would send someone to pick her up and bring her to the Supreme Court. Lao Chue only said these 2 sentences and didn't say anything else. This made Yushu very relieved. She only thought that Shui Rui did not remember what happened that day when he was drunk. Later, she told Zhao Hui that she was going out tomorrow and asked the kitchen to boil water. With the help of Yin Do, Yushu, who could not touch water with one hand, took a bath and went to bed early. Just when Yushu was sleeping peacefully in the prison of the west of Enling City, in the silent night, the door of his cell was opened. The jailer inserted a torch on the wall, illuminating this gloomy stone room. A hunchback figure on the wooden bed appeared. Faintly, a weak cough was heard. The person on the bed heard the sound of the door opening. He slowly turned half of his body, revealing a gray face and a sickly body. However, it was Ji Huaishan who was still energetic 10 days ago. Cough, cough, who is it? Ji Huaishan looked at the figure at the door. He was not sure whether it was the people from the government who wanted to interrogate him late at night or someone else came to visit him. "Grandfather," a person at the door called out in a low voice. He ran to the wooden bed and knelt in front of him. The black cloak on his head slid down, revealing a face without any makeup. Xian. Ji Huaishan was shocked. He forced himself to sit up. Why, it's His Highness Ning Wang. Ji Xingxuan reached out to support the old man with red eyes. She said in a small voice to him, "Tomorrow, the court will start the interrogation. Wang Yi found a way for me to sneak out of the cell and come see you." Hearing this, Ji Huaishan hurriedly looked outside the door, searching for the figure of 7th Prince Lu Hao. But it was dark outside, and he couldn't see anything clearly. He asked her in a low voice, "7th, Wang Yi also came?" Ji Xingxuan nodded. "Wang Yi is waiting outside. It's not convenient for him to come in here. Don't look for him. Let's quickly discuss how to answer tomorrow in court." Ji Huaishan moved his gaze away. He didn't see Lu Hao, and disappointment flashed through his eyes. He coughed twice and raised his head to look at his granddaughter, who was kneeling by the low bed. Using the light from the fire on the wall, he saw the worry, anxiety, and a bit of fear on her face. He felt very guilty. He reached out a hand that was trembling from the pain to touch the top of her head. He slowly said, "If I had known that this would happen, I wouldn't have taken the risk to steal the question. I wouldn't have been deceived by that bastard with wild ambitions. I allowed you to use the disaster blocking stone to make a deal with her, causing a great disaster. Good child, cough, cough. This time, it was grandfather who harmed you." Ji Xingxuan tightly held the old man's other hand. Tears welled up her eyes. She shook her head and held back her sobs. She forced a smile at him. "Don't say such depressing words." Wang Yi said that as long as they don't have any material evidence, no matter who testifies, the Supreme Court can't easily convict us. "Didn't you already burn that exam paper?" Grandson's answer paper was also self-explanatory. As for them accusing us of colluding with the traitors who murdered the royal family, it's even more impossible to convict us. Father came to see me the day before yesterday and said that he had already asked someone to go to the Supreme Court to arrange things. "It's okay. Grandfather, it will be okay." Ji Huaishan's palm paused on her hair. He looked at her and closed his blurry eyes. He didn't have the heart to tell her the news that his good friend Zhao Zhixue had told him yesterday when he came to visit the prison. The Celestial Commissioner had found 7 or 8 identical exam papers from this year's Yin examination astrology. His crime of favoritism and fraud was confirmed. At the very least, he would be stripped of his official position and sent away. As for his precious granddaughter, she would lose her bright future because of cheating. She would never be able to enter the Yin examination for the rest of her life. As a female customer, her life would be ruined. "Xingxuan, listen to grandfather." Ji Huaishan pulled himself together and patted Ji Xingxuan's shoulder. He lowered his voice and said, "It's not that there's no turning back. In court tomorrow, no matter what they ask, you must insist that you don't know anything. Grandfather will also not admit to stealing the exam papers. Both of us are innocent. Do you remember?" Ji Xingxuan had been in prison for several days. She had been tortured and interrogated. Her arrogance had long been worn down. At this moment, she must be at a loss. After listening to Ji Huaishan's words, she only nodded vigorously and firmly held his withered palm. The grandfather and granddaughter pair whispered a few more words. The jailer outside the door began to urge them. Ji Xingxuan was involved in the murder of the imperial family. If she were to sneak into another prison cell, if she was discovered, the jailer would lose his job that day. Ji Xingxuan was reluctantly taken away by the jailer. The prison door closed, and the stone room once again sank into darkness. A long time later, a heavy sigh could be heard. "Xian, don't blame grandfather." Ji Xingxuan was taken by the jailer through a corridor. She saw Lu Hao waiting in front of the iron bars. She lowered her head and walked forward. She raised a hand and bowed. "Many thanks, Wang Yi." "There is no need to thank me." Lu Hao held her wrist with one hand and looked at her with pity. He said, "You have suffered in prison these days. Don't worry, Ben Wang knows that you have been wronged and will seek justice for you." Ji Xingxuan raised her head and looked gratefully at him. Without a trace, she pulled her wrist out of his hand and said in a soft voice, "Wang Ye's benevolence, if there's a day, Xing Xuan will definitely repay it. Ben Wang does not need you to repay me. Lu Hao lowered his head and moved closer to her. His raised hand landed on her shoulder, and he said in a warm voice, "As long as you do not hide from me in the future." Ji Xingxuan gave a bitter laugh and lowered her eyes, not replying. Seeing her like this, Lu Hao did not force her to promise anything. He patted her shoulder. "Let's go. I'll send you back before we leave." Ji Xingxuan did not refuse and let him send her to the door of the prison. Watching her enter and lock the door, she walked to the only window in the room. She raised her head to look at the stars in the sky. Her hand moved in front of her chest, and she began to silently chant. After an unknown amount of time, she suddenly put down her hand and stiffly turned her head. She sat on the wooden bed and hugged the damp blanket. She slowly curled into a ball at the corner of the bed. A ray of moonlight shone on her figure, and it could be seen that she was trembling. The 14th year of Zhao Qing, the 23rd of the first month. The sky was cloudy. This day was suitable for gathering, tailoring, entering a school, and meeting friends. Avoid visiting graves, digging, and brewing. Yushu had specially changed into a brand new skirt today. She wore a pair of boots that had been wiped clean. Since the weather was cold, she put on a sheepskin waistcoat and a pair of soft leather wrist guards. A piece of Fushan auspicious jade hung on her neck. Her hair was tied up in a braid, revealing a clean face. She was full of energy. She didn't look like she was going to be a witness in court, but more like she was going to ride a horse to play. Lao Chue drove the carriage to Zhao Hui's house on time. Yushu went to the upper room and said goodbye to Zhao Hui. Then she got on the carriage and left. No one in the family knew that she was going to see the Ji family being tried today. Knowing that it would rain in the afternoon, Yushu didn't forget to take an umbrella when she went out. On the way, she sat at the door of the carriage and chatted with Lao Chue for a while. She learned that Shui Rue had been busy for 2 days because of his work. Last night, he went back to his house and slept. Early this morning, he went to the Supreme Court to deal with the case. As an assistant official of the case, he participated in the joint trial. Before this, Yushu had been invited to the Supreme Court for tea twice. So she knew the gate. After getting off the carriage and reporting her name, she was led in by the officer in front of the gate. They didn't go to the court directly. Instead, they took her to the side hall where the witnesses were resting to wait. The trial of the Supreme Court was different from that of the county government. They were very strict. First, they didn't allow people to watch. Second, they had to follow the procedure. They only called the witnesses when they needed to come out. As a witness, when Yushu arrived, Jing Chen hadn't come yet. Except for the 2 guards at the door, she was sitting alone in the room. There was no tea here. She put her hands in front of her abdomen and closed her eyes to rest. Daozi, please sit inside and wait for a while. I'll go to the hall first. I'll send someone to invite you later. Someone, make a pot of good tea and bring it here. When Yushu heard the voices outside the door, she opened her eyes. Turning her head, she saw Jing Chen being escorted to the door by 2 officials from the Supreme Court. Behind him were 2 palace guards, standing in front of the door with sabers slung over their shoulders. Jing Chen, you're here. Yushu smiled and called out to him. She didn't stand up. She just sat there and greeted him. They hadn't seen each other for a few days. She knew that it was inconvenient for him to come out of the palace, and she couldn't go find him. It was rare to see him, so of course she was very happy. Xiaoyu. Jing Chen sat down next to Yushu. He looked at her complexion and asked with concern, "Is your finger better? I still take the medicine every day, but I can't move." Yushu held out her left hand in front of him. Jing Chen looked and took out a square wooden box from his sleeve. He handed it to her. "This is the bone healing ointment I told you about last time. When you go back, have Dr. He apply it for you. Use it early in the morning. Don't stop once every 3 days." Yushu received it and opened it. She first smelled a bitter and sweet smell, and then she looked at the shape of the ointment that was so red it was almost black. It was obviously similar to the box of ointment that the 9th prince asked Shuerue to give her not long ago. But this box of ointment had obviously been made not long ago, causing its smell to be slightly stronger. She laughed in her heart, yet didn't say anything. I thought you had forgotten about this. Yushu played with the finely made wooden box and said casually, I was going to deliver it to you the day before yesterday, Jing-chun explained to her. But Shimmy suddenly fell ill. I left the palace to see her, so I was 2 days late. Chapter 299. Yushu had originally thought that it was inconvenient for Jing-chun to come out of the palace, so his people had not come for a few days. Who would have thought that it was not inconvenient for him to come out? But he had no time to see her. Why is Miss Shui Yun so ill? Yushu asked Jing-chun with her usual expression. She was very curious about what illness it was that was more serious than her broken finger. Jing-chun did not notice Yushu's displeasure and said, The day before yesterday, Chong Yun brought us to tour the capital. Shui Yun was so happy that she played until late at night. As a result, she caught a cold. That night, she returned home with a fever. She only got better yesterday. Yushu made no sound. She did not express any concern for the younger Shimmy's health. Instead, she asked Jing-chun with a faint smile, What happened? Did you guys come out to play the day before yesterday? Why didn't you call me? Jing-chun was stunned and asked strangely, Didn't you say that you had something to do and couldn't come? Hearing this, Yushu frowned. When did I say that? Why don't I remember? Did you come to find me the day before yesterday? Jing-chun nodded and said, That day, Chong Yun and I left the palace and went to his guest house to pick up Shimmy. I wanted to go to Dr. He's house to find you. They felt that it was too troublesome to go back and forth between the south and north of the city. Chong Yun sent someone to invite you, but you said you had something to do and couldn't come. Huh. Yushu gave a fake laugh and thought that this was interesting. She had been staying at home for the past few days. Other than Gue Lu and Lao Chue, who came to deliver letters, no one else had come to ask her to go out. But someone had copied what she said and told it to Jing-chun. There must be something fishy going on. Yushu's attitude made Jing-chun feel that something was wrong. He asked her in confusion, Why didn't you say you had something to do? Yushu smiled and didn't intend to expose him. You're right. Now that you mention it, I remember that I did have something to do the day before yesterday. It was meaningless to put it bluntly. At most, Jing-chun would ask Lu Tan again. It would just be one more explanation. If the errand runner was lazy and didn't look for her, it would be fine. If Lu Tan didn't send someone to look for her on purpose, he wouldn't admit it. Right? Yushu cleverly chose to skip this topic. How long are you going to stay in the palace? Didn't you say you were going to move to the princess mansion? Jing-chun said, Soon. The princess residence has been tidied up. All that's left is to clean it up. That's good. It would be easier for her to find him after he came out. The two chatted for a while. Yushu heard the faint sound of a stick striking outside. She looked at the rising sun and guessed that the trial had begun. She stood up and walked to the door. Yushu pricked up her ears and listened to the movements in front of her. She turned her head and asked the two bailiffs waiting outside the door, Is the trial starting? The Supreme Court's trial was held in the magistrate's office. It wasn't shown to the public, and the commoners weren't allowed to watch. It was very quiet. The bailiff said, The trial has begun. Miss, please wait. When it's time for you to go to the court for questioning, someone will come to summon you. Okay. Yushu walked back and sat down. She smiled at Jing-chun and said, Did you hear that? The trial has begun. Let's sit for a while. Yushu didn't intend to talk to Jing-chun. If the crime of murdering the emperor was cleared, then so be it. After all, she was the one who framed him. However, Ji Huaishan stole the questions, and Ji Xingxuan cheated. This was a fact. She didn't need to lie, and they didn't run away. Jing-chen's hearing was much better than Yushu's. As he sat there, he could more or less hear the sound of the gavel being struck, as well as the interrogating voices of the interrogators. After a while, he suddenly asked Yushu seriously, If this crime of favoritism and corruption is carried out, how will the punishment be? Yushu replied, The punishment will be 100 lashes. He will be demoted to a commoner and be sent out of the capital. Jing-chen frowned. 100 lashes. Won't that kill? Yushu seemed to remember that killing was a taboo in Jing-chen's sect. She said, Don't worry. The whip is very thin. I have asked Brother Shui. It will only hurt. It will take at least 200 or 300 lashes to kill someone. Jing Chen's eyebrows relaxed. He hoped that those who bullied Yushu would get their retribution, but he didn't want to see anyone die because of it. After waiting for another 2 cups of tea, Jing Chen was asked to go to the front for questioning. Yushu was left to continue waiting. Summon the witness, Yushu of Yang. When Yushu was called to the front hall, the trial had just ended. Before she reached the door, she saw the grandfather and grandson of the Ji family kneeling on the ground. Both of them wore grayish-white prison uniforms. Ji Huaishan's hair was disheveled, and his legs were shackled. His back was bent, and he looked like an old man with 1 foot in the grave. He was ill and breathless, and his former majesty was nowhere to be seen. Ji Xingxuan's hair was haphazardly tied behind her head with a rope. The thin prison uniform she wore made her look so skinny that a gust of wind could blow her over. She didn't look like the 4th Miss Ji of Yang City, who was famous throughout Yang City. When they heard that Yushu was going to the court, their bodies stiffened at the same time. But they didn't look back. Jing Chen didn't stand for questioning. The Supreme Court had prepared a chair for him. After the questioning, he sat on the side to listen to the trial. The other person sitting next to him was the representative of the Celestial Commissioner, Junior Supervisor Rin Qiming. Except for Lu Tan, almost everyone who was at the Celestial Commissioner's office that night was present. Oh, there was still one more thing missing. Lord Bing, Yang's Yushu is here. Sitting in the main hall was the chief judge of the case. He was a second-ranked official in the Imperial Court, Chancellor Guohuayan. Cases of favoritism and fraud were common. Moreover, when the Dian examination and the Imperial examinations were held together, there were many students who were caught cheating. If Ji Huaishan's case was just an ordinary case of fraud, Guohuayan wouldn't have to personally interrogate him. He could have just handed it over to his subordinates. But because it was related to the treason of murdering a relative of the Emperor specially ordered a strict investigation. That was why he was the chief judge. Bang! Who are you? Guohuayan was 53 years old. He was slightly plump. Although he had a white face and looked kind, he was famous for being ruthless. 5 years ago, there was a big case in Enling. The 4th princess's son-in-law trampled a pregnant woman to death on horseback when he was drunk. 1 corpse and 2 lives were lost before he left. The magistrate didn't dare to make a noise and hastily closed the case, letting the son-in-law get away with it. Unexpectedly, the pregnant woman's husband went to the Supreme Court to beat the drum to complain about his grievances. He survived after being beaten 50 times with iron rods. Guohuayan accepted the case that day. After finding out the truth, the next day, he sent people to the 4th princess's residence to kidnap the son-in-law and interrogate him. In the end, the son-in-law was sentenced to be hanged. His death shocked the entire Enling city. Later, some people jokingly called him the White King of Hell. Student Yushu kowtows to Your Excellency. Yushu claimed to be a student, so she didn't kneel. Instead, she crossed her thumbs and bowed. She raised her head slightly and glanced at Shui Rue, who was sitting at the side. Today, he was wearing a formal red muslin robe, a black leather belt around his waist, a black song hat on his head, and a white jade square hole on the brim of his hat. His eyes were looking at his nose, and his nose was looking at his heart. His dignified appearance made her a little displeased. Shui Rue was also looking at Yushu. Indeed, he didn't miss the displeasure in her eyes. He folded his thumbs on his knees and made 2 circles. He hid a smile in his eyes. He knew that she was a vengeful person and wouldn't forget so quickly. Yushu, this official wants to ask you, do you recognize the 2 people kneeling on the ground? Guohuayan asked. Yushu turned her head to look at the grandfather and grandson who were kneeling on the ground with their heads lowered. She said, I recognize them. This is the Celestial Commissioner, right? Judge Ji Huaishan, Lord Ji. The other is the Ji family's 4th daughter, Ji Xingxuan. What followed was a series of questions and answers. Guohuayan hadn't tried Ji Huaishan's crime of stealing. He first asked about how Jing Chen was framed on his way back to the capital and lost the yellow frost stone. Later on, it was discovered in Ji Xingxuan's hands. Yu Shu answered every question. She was still a scoundrel. However, she didn't explicitly say that the Ji family was involved with the traitors. This was because Shui Rui had reminded her in advance that this Guo Huai, and who was trying the case today, was an expert in interrogations. It wouldn't be good if she said too much. During the course of Guo Huai's questioning, neither Ji Huaishan nor Ji Xingxuan interjected. After she had answered, Guo Huai questioned him again. Only then did the two claim that they were innocent. Ji Huaishan said a few words before coughing repeatedly. Ji Xingxuan continued to answer, Lord Bing, this little girl doesn't dare to say half a word of falsehood. The piece of jade that belonged to the Taoist was indeed something that I accidentally picked up. If it wasn't for the junior supervisor's guidance, grandfather and I wouldn't have known that it was a treasure. If Lord Bing doesn't believe me, you can ask my maidservant, Yin He. I picked up this piece of jade in Yang City and showed it to her when I got back. According to the time, the Taoist hadn't been harmed at that time. He must have lost it by accident. He definitely didn't get it from the hands of a thief. This is all a misunderstanding. Ji Xingxuan was smart. She knew that the Taoist, Jing Chun, was helping Yushu make a false statement. Therefore, she didn't say that Yushu was falsely accusing her. She only said that it was a misunderstanding. Summon the handmaiden, Yin He. Guo Huaiyan ordered someone to summon Ji Xingxuan's handmaiden to the court. Because the witness who testified and the witness who vouched for Ji Xingxuan were not in the same place. Yushu and Jingchun were waiting in the side hall and didn't see anyone else. Before Yin He was brought to the court, Guo Huaiyan first asked Ren Qiming to confirm Ji Xingxuan's words. Then, he asked Jingchun again for confirmation. When exactly did he lose the yellow frost stone? I only remember that the yellow frost stone was still with me before I left Yang. I don't know anything else. Jingchun lowered his eyes slightly and lied. He hid the fact that he had given the yellow frost stone to Yu Shu and that she had lost it. Guo Huaiyan knew that Jingchun had suffered along the way and lost a part of his memory. Therefore, he didn't question him further. My lord, I brought the Ji Mansion's handmaiden, Yin He. Yu Shu was no stranger to Ji Xingxuan's chief handmaiden, Yin He. She turned her head to glance at her and saw that her eyes were bloodshot. She was glaring at her fiercely, as if she couldn't wait to pounce on her and bite her. Yin He, do you recognize this item? Guo Huaiyan gestured for a runner to bring a tray down for her to see. On top of the tray was the yellow frost stone that Shui Rui had requested from Yushu a few days ago. In reply to your excellency, this servant recognizes it. Our young miss picked up this stone when she returned to her hometown last year. Because this stone looks unique and beautiful, the young miss kept it. Guo Huaiyan had carefully interrogated Yun He and had a good idea of the case. He knew that the crime of colluding with the traitors to murder the imperial family was too far-fetched to be confirmed. Thus, he changed the topic and asked with a stern expression, then how did it end up in the hands of Daozi and Miss Yu? This official wants you to tell me the truth. Did your young miss use this yellow frost stone to exchange for the Yunhua astrology examination papers in the 12th year of Baodai? Chapter 300. When Ji Xingxuan's head maidservant, Yun He, was asked by Guo Huaiyan whether Ji Xian had taken the yellow frost stone to exchange with Yu Shu for Yunhua Yizi's exam paper, she panicked for a moment before quickly replying. In reply to official, this servant has never heard of Yunhua Yizi's exam paper. This servant only knows that the stone was stolen when Miss was shopping. Slap! Audacious servant! You dare to lie in front of this official. Guo Huaiyan's expression was stern as he slammed the gavel in his hand. Yin He was so frightened that her entire body trembled. She lowered her head and braced herself to say, Official has wronged me. This servant does not dare to lie. Guo Huaiyan ignored her and turned his gaze to Yu Shu. Miss Yu, tell me, how did you get the yellow frost stone back from Ji Xingxuan's hands? Yu Shu had been waiting for him to speak, so she took a step forward and said seriously, Official Bing, this student doesn't dare to hide the truth. Last November, The Dian examination was near, so I asked a friend who studied at the Imperial Historian's Library to help me sneak into the library. There, I happened to meet fourth Miss G and another female student from the library. Because the Imperial Historian's Library has a clear rule that outsiders are forbidden from entering the library, I was afraid that they would see me and implicate my friend, so I hid in a corner and wanted to wait for them to leave before coming out. Who knew that the two of them would rummage through the books? Yushu first told him how she got the Yinhua EZ's exam paper and accidentally saw the yellow frost stone that Ji Xingxuan was wearing. Then, she told how she got the yellow frost stone back. Although that yellow frost stone belonged to Daozi, he had lost his memory at that time, so we didn't know how it ended up in someone else's hands. For safety reasons, we couldn't ask Miss G for it in person, but I knew that this item was very important to Daozi and needed to be retrieved as soon as possible. So, I thought of using that exam paper to exchange with Miss G. Guo Huaiyan frowned and asked, "How did you know that they would ask for this exam paper and exchange it with you? This matter of stealing questions is a private matter. How did you know that Yinhua EZ's examination paper was this year's Dian examination paper?" Yushu smiled bitterly and said, replying to Darren's question, "At first, I didn't know that it was this year's examination question. It was only when I saw them looking for it anxiously that I thought it was something important. Later on, I heard from a friend that this EZ's examination paper was a unique collection. Coupled with the fact that Darren had personally set the questions and personally graded them, I thought that it might be this year's examination question. Thus, I tried to write a letter anonymously and sent it to Miss G, claiming that I had the EZ's examination paper that she was looking for. I asked her to come to Kuan Street's Eternal Spring Square at noon the next day for an exchange. In the end, she did come that day, but I didn't show up. Instead, I wrote a note asking her to place the yellow frost stone in an old beggar's begging bowl and take it away during the chaos. At the same time, I asked Daozi to hand that paper to Miss G. Guo Huaiyan turned his head to ask Jing Chun, "Daozi, did you personally hand over your father's examination paper to Miss G?" At this point, he reminded everyone of Jing Chen's identity. Coincidentally, he had unknowingly handed over his father's examination paper to someone else. Yes, I still remember that it was raining that day. I wore a bamboo hat to cover my face and handed the umbrella with the examination paper to her. Jing Chen recalled truthfully. At this time, Ji Xingxuan, who had been kneeling on the ground without making a sound, suddenly raised her head. She looked at Jing Chan with an ugly expression. She also remembered the scene of him handing over the umbrella in the rain that day. At that time, she thought that he had good intentions. Who knew that today he would actually put them to death? She turned her head to look at the people in the hall. Unexpectedly, there was no one who could speak up for them. As for the ninth prince, who had promised to help her yesterday, she did not know why he had not appeared yet. She felt that she had no way out today and was in such dire straits. She then looked at the person standing in front of her, who used to live under someone else's roof and had no one to rely on. Now, she was immaculately dressed and had ascended to a higher level. Other than hatred, she felt nothing else. After Guian finished asking Jing Chun, he went to ask Shui Rui and another junior official who were sitting at the side listening to the interrogation, "Has it been verified that the question for this year's astrology section is the same question that Yinhua EZ answered in the Dian examination 20 years ago?" Shui Rui was prepared since a long time ago. As soon as he was asked, he passed the file in his hand to the advisor and said, "Sir, please take a look. I've already verified it, and it's indeed the same question from 20 years ago." Guo Huaiyan looked at the record and went to ask Ren Qiming, who was sitting on his left, "Junior Supervisor Ren, is the question for this year's astrology section really based on Yinhua EZ's answer paper?" Ren Qiming said expressionlessly, "Before the examination, other than the major points, the answer for this section should only be known by the Lord who was in charge of storing EZ's examination paper and that paper." Guo Huaiyan asked, "Which lord was in charge of storing the examination paper?" It was the right commander of the Celestial Commissioner in the past, the late old Mr. Qin Fanqi. Guo Huaiyan furrowed his brows. He thought that even if Ji Huaishan really stole the question, it was impossible for him to do alone. Since the case was handed over to him to investigate, it was better to find out all the people involved and not just sentence Ji Huaishan, but let the others escape. With this thought in mind, he wasn't in a hurry to show the material evidence he obtained from the Celestial Commissioner. In order to catch all the officials involved in the fraud, Guo Huaiyan's expression became more severe. He turned his head and looked at the grandfather and grandson who were kneeling on the ground. Instead of directly asking Ji Huaishan, he coldly questioned Ji Xingxuan. Ji Xingxuan, you heard what Daozi and Miss Yu said. You still won't tell the truth. Did you already know the question for this year's examination? That's why you were willing to exchange a treasure like the yellow frost stone for that examination paper. This official wants to ask you, which family's young miss went with you to the library to find the examination paper that day? Did she also know the question for this year's examination? Your Excellency, you're innocent. Before Ji Xingxuan could say anything, the maidservant Yun He, who was eager to protect Ji Xingxuan, suddenly cried out. She knelt on the ground and hurriedly explained, Our young miss rarely goes anywhere other than to the study garden. Eternal Spring Workshop is a restaurant. How could it be a place our young miss would go to? She has never been there before, not to mention EZ's exam paper. She has never even heard of it. It is clear that Yu Shu and Daozi colluded to frame our master and young miss. Slap. It was taboo to make a fuss in court. As soon as she finished shouting, Guo Huaiyan's face darkened as he slammed the table. This official is asking your young miss a question. Why do I need you to answer for me? If you make any more noise, I'll slap you. Leave now. Yunyi looked indignant and wanted to argue, but she heard Ji Xingxuan call her in a low voice. Yunyi, shut up. Yunyi bit her lip and reluctantly shut her mouth. Before she left, she did not forget to glare fiercely at Yu Shu. Yu Shu secretly rolled her eyes. Why are you glaring at me? It's not like I don't want you to speak. I can't wait for you to shout a few more sentences so that someone can slap you. Your Excellency. Ji Xingxuan took 2 steps forward and raised her head. Her pale face was full of bitterness. I scored 100 yuan in astrology during the 9th year of Zhaoqing and was selected to study at the Imperial Historian's Library. After 3 years of hard work, I'll shamelessly boast that among the students at the Imperial Historian's Library, there are only 2 who can surpass me in astrology. When it comes to the examination, how many can compare to me? Let me ask you, why would grandfather need to take the risk to steal the questions? Why would I need to cheat? Ji Xingxuan's words were ingenious. She did not directly deny cheating, but from another angle, proved that she did not need to cheat. If there was no other evidence, Guo Huaiyan might have believed her words. However, with solid evidence in his hands, everything she said now sounded like sophistry to him. Guo Huaiyan was known as the White King of Hell, so his methods were naturally not gentle. His face darkened, and he took out a fire stick from the red dragon tube on the table. He coldly shouted, There are 2 testimonies, yet you still want to deny it. It seems that you are hoping to get lucky. Guards, use the 7 fingers and torture. When he finished speaking, he threw the fire stick on the ground. The officials in the hall responded. Ji Huaishan and Ji Xingxuan were both shocked. The 7 fingers were a kind of torture device made of 5 pieces of wood. 2 pieces were used in a set and were specially used on female criminals. The 10 fingers were connected to the heart, so one could imagine the pain. Women who could not endure it would often confess after the fingers were caught. If they could endure it, their fingers would be crippled. Years later, they would suffer from cold weather and bone pain. They would not even be able to write. Yu Shu saw the frightened look on the father and son's faces. At first, she didn't know what kind of torture they were going to use. However, when she saw the officials take out the wooden clamps, she knew what they were going to be used for. At that moment, she really wanted to throw her head back and laugh out loud. What was this called? It was really karma. That day, one of her fingers was twisted off, and she almost died from the pain. Today, she wanted to let Ji Xingxuan have a taste of this. The officials took out the torture device and went to pull Ji Xingxuan. Without any explanation, he grabbed her arm and wanted to put the clamps on. Ji Xingxuan was already in a panic. When she saw the bloodstains on the 7 fingers, she could almost smell the stench of blood. She felt her ears go numb, and her face was full of fear. Her whole body trembled, and she even forgot to struggle. Darren, please wait. Please don't torture me. Ji Huaishan's face was pale with fright. He struggled to crawl up from the ground and face Guo Huaiyan. He stretched out his hands and pressed them in the air, then put his palms together and bowed, begging for mercy. However, Guo Huaiyan was unmoved. He glanced at him and coldly ordered, "Torture me." The officials were used to doing this. In the blink of an eye, they put the torture device on her 10 fingers. Without even saying a word, they forcefully pulled on her left and right. "Ah!" Ji Xingxuan screamed in pain. She suddenly shrank her shoulders, her face drained of blood. Tears gushed out of her eyes, and her beautiful eyes lost their luster. Yushu suddenly felt a little uncomfortable when she saw how she looked like she was about to die. She turned her head away and stopped looking at her. Her right hand stroked the little finger on her left hand that was wrapped up and still couldn't feel anything. Right at this moment, Ji Huaishan suddenly flared up. He crawled 2 steps forward and pushed the officials. He stood in front of Ji Xingxuan, blocking the torture. Chapter 301. This lowly official confesses. Seeing that Ji Xingxuan was being tortured, Ji Huaishan confessed on the spot. Guo Huaiyan was not surprised and raised his hand as if he had expected it. He signaled for the officers to release Ji Xingxuan first. He then nodded to the registrar to record it down and asked, "So, you admit that you abused the law and stole the exam questions from this year's Grand Yin examination?" Ji Huaishan supported the sweating Ji Xingxuan and nodded with tears streaming down his face. He said in shame, "This lowly official was muddle-headed and abused his authority to steal this year's astrology exam questions before the exam began." Yushu raised her eyebrows. Ji Huaishan's willingness to confess so readily was beyond her expectations. She thought that he would be able to hold on for a little longer and wait for the Celestial Commissioner to show him the dozens of exam questions that were identical to Ji Xingxuan's answers. Only then would he obediently confess. Yushu did not know that Ji Huaishan had already heard about the dozens of exam questions from Zhao Zhixue the night before. He knew that he had no way out and that he was forced to confess. Ji Xingxuan was scared out of her wits. She leaned against Ji Huaishan, sweating profusely. Her arms were stiff and trembling uncontrollably. Half of her soul and 7 apertures had flown away. When she heard Ji Huaishan confess, she did not react in time. Bang! Guo Huaiyan slammed the gavel and said with a cold face, "Then how did you steal this year's exam questions? Who is the accomplice? Who is the one who leaked the questions? Tell me everything and do not hide anything." Ji Huaishan hugged Ji Xingxuan, his dry lips quivering. His eyes darted around, and he gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Your Excellency, this lowly official knows that I have committed the taboo of favoritism and that there are indeed accomplices who stole the questions. But let me say this first. My granddaughter Xingxuan did not know that I had stolen the questions. It was I who found out where Yunhua's easy exam papers were kept and asked her to look for them. It was also I who asked her to meet the anonymous agreement to exchange the stone for the EZ exam papers. After I succeeded, I tried my best to remind her how to answer the questions and did not let her take a look at the exam papers. This matter has nothing to do with her. It is my fault that I was blinded by greed. This child was only misled by this old thing and did not knowingly commit the crime. I beg for your Excellency's judgment." After listening to his words, Yushu came to a sudden realization. This old thing took the initiative to confess. He intended to take all the blame on himself in order to protect Ji Xingxuan. Sensing Ji Huaishan's intention, Yushu sneered. She thought to herself, "Do you think it is that easy? Do you think everyone is a fool?" Saying that Ji Xingxuan did not know anything will dispel the fact that she cheated? Who would believe that? At this time, Ji Xingxuan recovered from the pain and heard the second half of Ji Huaishan's words. Her expression changed abruptly. She raised her head and stared blankly at Ji Huaishan. She stammered, "Great-grandfather?" Ji Huaishan avoided her gaze and choked. "Child, grandfather is muddle-headed. Grandfather has let you down." Not wanting Ji Xingxuan to escape, Yushu could not help but speak. She took a step forward and bowed to Guo Huaiyan. She said, "That day, this student handed that anonymous letter to Miss Ji. She was also the one who personally received the Yunhua EZ examination paper from Daozi. Miss Ji is extraordinarily intelligent. Even this student guessed that this was an examination question. How could she not know? This is obviously Lord Ji's excuse to absolve her of the crime of cheating." Ji Huaishan raised his head and looked coldly at the unforgiving Yushu. No one knew what he was thinking. Was he regretting that he did not make the first move to gain the upper hand back then? Listening to their argument, Guo Huaiyan had a rough idea of what was going on. He said, "Whether she is guilty or not, this official will judge for himself. Lord Ji, you should first confess to the process of stealing the examination questions." In fact, the Supreme Court had been investigating the Celestial Commissioner for many days but could not find any other clues. At present, they could only start with Ji Huaishan. Only then would they be able to bring the officials involved in the theft of the examination questions to justice. Therefore, Guo Huaiyan thought of using torture on Ji Xingxuan to force Ji Huaishan to submit and confess to the others. Ji Huaishan patted Ji Xingxuan's back and looked at her lovingly. After stabilizing her, he let go of her and crawled 2 steps forward. With his hair that had turned white overnight, he bowed to Ren Qiming, who was sitting on his left. He actually cowed out. This action was somewhat puzzling. Immediately after, he propped his body up and stood up. He raised his hands in a salute and lowered his head. In a trembling voice, he said, "This lowly official has failed in his duty. I have failed the Grand Supervisor and the Junior Supervisor. I have let down the court and my Lord His Majesty. I am willing to admit my guilt. However, I beg you to consider this old man's conscientious feelings over these years and a little contribution. Please do not blame my granddaughter, Xingxuan. This old man dares to use my life to guarantee that she is innocent. If there is even half a word of falsehood, she will enter the netherworld to suffer in purgatory and become a slave in her next life. I beg you, Lord Ji, to tell the Grand Secretary to fulfill this old man's love for her." Listening to this old man's words of protection and sincerity, even his enemy, Yu Shu, was slightly moved, not to mention the others. Ji Xingxuan looked at Ji Huaishan's stooped back with tears in her eyes. Her eyes were red and swollen. She opened her purple lips and wept. She called out weakly like a cat, "Grandfather." Ren Qiming sat on the chair and shifted his body uncomfortably. He cleared his throat and said in a deep voice, "Lord Guo and I will investigate this case impartially. We will not wrong anyone. If Miss Ji did not cheat, we will not accuse her. What do you say, Lord Guo?" Guo Huaiyan nodded. His expression was not as stern as before. He looked at Ji Huaishan and said, "Continue to confess. This official will make a fair decision." As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Huaishan suddenly twitched. His body swayed back and forth. He raised his shackled hands to cover his throat and knelt on the ground with a thud. Everyone could only see his disheveled hair, and no one could see his face clearly. Seeing this, the experienced Guo Huaiyan's expression changed. He stood up abruptly and pointed at Ji Huaishan. He shouted at both sides. He wanted to bite his tongue. Quickly stop him. With a few swishing sounds, everyone in the room, including Shui Rue and Jing Chun, stood up with a shocked expression. Yushu was taken aback. In the blink of an eye, she saw 2 constables rush forward. One supported Ji Huaishan, while the other lifted his head to pry open his mouth. Ji Huaishan tilted to the side, his hair disheveled, revealing his face. He was facing her, allowing her to clearly see a face as purple as a cow's ghost. His eyes were like copper bells, staring straight at her. His gaze was filled with unwillingness, causing her hair to stand on end. In the next moment, she saw his mouth being pried open and blood gushed out, revealing a large, gaping red hole. It was a horrifying sight. Lord, he swallowed his tongue to commit suicide. Seeing this scene, Ji Xingxuan's body stiffened. It was as if he was possessed, and he didn't move an inch. Yushu's vision blurred, and a shadow flashed past. When she regained her senses from the bloody mouth, she saw Jing Chun squatting in front of Ji Huaishan. With one hand, he quickly sealed a few acupuncture points on Ji Huaishan's chest, and with the other, he pressed on the artery on the side of his neck. Ji Huaishan's throat seemed to be blocked. He kept coughing out blood, but didn't make a sound. Shuirui also came out from behind the table and walked forward to take a look. Guo Huaiyan leaned forward with the help of the table and asked anxiously, "How is it?" Jing Chun put down the hand that was pressing on Ji Huaishan's neck. He closed his eyes and shook his head. There was no hope. "Grandfather." At this moment, a heart-wrenching cry sounded in the court. Ji Xingxuan threw herself to Ji Huaishan's side like a madman. She pushed the officer away and hugged the old man with both hands. She lowered her head to look at the tragic state of his face. She felt a chill run down her spine, as if she was in an ice house. Ji Huaishan's mouth was full of blood. He let out a low, hoarse cry. He twisted his neck and looked at her. The malevolence in his eyes turned into love. He used the last bit of his strength to raise his hand, as if he wanted to touch her face. But his fingers brushed against her cheek, leaving a trail of blood. With a thud, his breath stopped. Seeing this, Jing Chen's expression changed. He clenched his fists that were hanging by his side. "Grandfather, grandfather!" Ji Xingxuan screamed. Her red and swollen palm shook Ji Huaishan. She held his blood-covered face and tried to wake the old man up. But in the blink of an eye, they were separated by life and death. He was dead, and there was nothing she could do. "Your Excellency, the criminal is dead," the officer reported. Ji Xingxuan hugged Ji Huaishan's body and cried. No one tried to stop her. Everyone in the court had a heavy expression on their faces. No one thought that Ji Huaishan would suddenly seek death and end his life in such a hurry. Yushu stared at Ji Huaishan's dead body. She slowly bit her lips. At this point, she finally understood Ji Huaishan's intentions. He risked his life to protect Ji Xingxuan's innocence and protect her future. She would be lying if she said she wasn't touched by this kinship. She originally had no intention of killing them. Who would have thought that Ji Huaishan would lose his life because of this? This result was beyond her expectations. She couldn't feel happy at all. Instead, she felt an indescribable heaviness that made it hard for her to breathe. "Whoa!" Ji Xingxuan's cries became hoarse. She suddenly stopped crying and struggled to support Ji Huaishan's body to the ground. She covered Ji Huaishan's widened eyes with her blood-stained palms. She lifted her swollen face and looked around. Finally, her gaze fell on Yushu. Her eyes suddenly became fierce. She staggered to her feet and took a step forward. She raised her hand to slap Yushu's face. Shuirui and Jing Chun were both nearby, and both of them noticed Ji Xingxuan's intentions at the same time, so they stretched out their hands to stop her. Shuirui took the initiative to grab Ji Xingxuan's shoulder, whereas Jing Chun instead flashed over to stand in front of Yushu, causing Ji Xingxuan's slap to descend onto his chest, and it left behind a blurry bloodstain on his pure white clothes. "Let me go." Ji Xingxuan struggled against her shoulder and hit Jing Chen's chest with all her might. She cried incoherently, It's you who killed my grandfather. It's you. You're the murderer. Move away, move away. I want to ask her where she got her vicious heart from. Move away." Jing Chen did not try to avoid her blows. He stood there and allowed her to hit him. His clear eyes were filled with guilt as he stared at the crying woman in front of him. He said in a low voice, "I'm sorry." Yushu was standing behind Jing Chun and could clearly hear his apology. Her face darkened. She was not the type to hide behind someone's back, so she walked around him and stood out. She looked at the crazed Ji Xingxuan and reached out to grab her right hand that was hitting Jing Chun. She gripped her wrist and forced her to look at herself. She said coldly, "Your grandfather only has himself to blame for his death. Instead of blaming others, why don't you blame yourself first? Your grandfather died to protect you. What does that have to do with us?" Hearing Yushu's merciless words of truth, Ji Xingxuan was stunned. Her face turned green and white. Yushu's words were like a heavy blow to her head, causing her great sorrow and agitation. Suddenly, her eyelids fluttered and she fell forward. Shuirui's grip on Ji Xingxuan's shoulder loosened, and Jing Chun reached out to catch Ji Xingxuan. He frowned and turned to look at Yushu. His face was so stern that she had never seen it before. Although he did not say anything, Yushu could see the reproach in his eyes. Yushu's chest felt like it had been punched by someone. She felt stuffy, but she didn't avoid his gaze at all. She looked at him calmly because she didn't do anything wrong. She didn't need to feel guilty. Shuirui looked back and forth between the two of them. He seemed to be able to feel the undercurrent between them. He frowned slightly and turned to ask, "Darren, Ji Huaishan has committed suicide to escape punishment. How should we deal with him now?" At this moment, Guo Huaiyan was sighing and annoyed. He sighed because a good person had died. He was annoyed because Ji Huaishan's death meant that there was no way to continue investigating the case. He was hesitating on how to proceed when he suddenly heard the announcement outside the door. "Ning Wangye has arrived." Everyone turned to look outside and saw a group of people walking in from the distant courtyard. When they were almost at the door, they could clearly see that the one in the lead was the seventh prince, Lu Hao, who had arrived late. Guo Huaiyan and Ren Qiming looked at each other. They could see the confusion in each other's eyes. Shuirui, who was standing below the hall, had a flash in his eyes. He thought, after waiting for so long, he's finally here. Greetings to Ning Wangye. Everyone in the hall paid their respects. As soon as Lu Hao entered, he first saw Ji Huaishan's corpse on the ground. He then found Ji Xingxuan, who was unconscious on Jing Chen's chest. His expression was ugly. He asked in a cold voice, "What is going on?" Hearing this tone, Guo Huaiyan frowned imperceptibly. He said, "I wonder what business Ning Wangye has come to the Supreme Court at this time." He was speaking politely. The Supreme Court was in the middle of an investigation and prohibited people from entering or leaving. Lu Hao could be considered to have barged in. Lu Hao calmly reached to the side and took a letter from a eunuch. In a loud voice, he said, "This is the purpose of the edict. Ben Wang is acting on Fu Huang's orders to investigate the matter of Daozi being harmed on his way back to the capital." Seeing the edict in his hand and hearing his words, everyone's expression changed. First, they stood to pay their respects to the emperor. Then, Lu Hao had his attendant hand the edict into Guo Huaiyan's hands. Seeing this scene, Yushu thought for a moment and understood the situation. She had seen Ji Xingxuan walk with Ning Wangye at Dingbo Hall. At that time, she could see that this Lu Hao was fond of Ji Xingxuan. Now that he had come, he must have come to save the situation. This Lu Hao was smart and capable. He knew that he could not directly interfere with this case, so he used the investigation of Jing Chun as an excuse to get involved. After Guo Huaiyan read it, he handed it to Ren Qiming. He raised his hand to Lu Hao and said, "Wang Yi is a step late. This criminal, Ji Huaishan, has just confessed to his crime and committed suicide to escape punishment." Displeasure appeared on Lu Hao's face. He looked at Ji Huaishan's corpse on the ground and then looked at the battered and unconscious Ji Xingxuan. He coldly said, "If that's the case, then collect the corpse first. Let this prince investigate and then judge later. What does Guo and Junior Supervisor think?" With the edict in his hand, what else could Guo Huaiyan and Ren Qiming say? They could only agree with him. Moreover, this scene was not suitable to continue judging. They needed to sort things out before making a decision. "Come, inform the Ji family to come and collect the corpse. This Miss Ji, this prince has questions to interrogate Miss Ji." Lu Hao interrupted Guo Huaiyan. He pointed at Ji Xingxuan and ordered, "Come, take her away." Just as he finished speaking, Two female guards came forward and supported Ji Xingxuan from Jingchun. They carried her on their backs and returned to Lu Hao's side. Guo Huaiyan saw that he was acting on his own and was slightly displeased. However, he did not stop him. Guo Darren, Junior Supervisor Run, and Dao's. Lu Hao turned his head and glanced at Shui Rue. He smiled coldly and said, Shui Darren, this prince will take his leave first. Then he left with his entourage. Chapter 302. After Ji Huaishan pleaded guilty, he committed suicide by swallowing his tongue. Ji Xingxuan was greatly stimulated and fainted on the spot. Prince Ning, Lu Hao, arrived later and took him away. Out of the two criminals, one was dead and the other was unconscious. As a result, the trial of the case had to come to an end. Guo Huaiyan ordered the bailiffs to carry Ji Huaishan's corpse away and wait for the Ji family to come and collect the body. After that, he announced that the court would be dismissed. Junior Supervisor Ren, let's go to the back to discuss the matter. Guo Huaiyan stood up and straightened his black gauze. He first signaled to Ren Qiming, then turned to Shui Rue, who was standing with Yushu and Jingchun, and said, Junior Supervisor Shui, please send Daozi off on my behalf. Yes, sir. Following the departure of Guo Huaiyan and Ren Qiming, only a few bailiffs were left in the court that was previously full of people. Daozi, please. Shui Rue extended his hand to lead Jing Chun out of the door, but his gaze was on Yushu. He saw that she was thinking about something with her head lowered, but he could sense that she was not in a good mood. Thus, he was slightly worried that she was frightened by Ji Huaishan's death. Jing Chun was lost in thought as he stared at the small pool of blood on the ground. When he heard Shui Rue calling him, he came back to his senses. He glanced at Shui Rue and then shifted his gaze to Yushu. He wanted to say something, but stopped himself. Yushu seemed to have finished thinking about something. She raised her head and saw that both of them were looking at her. She said expressionlessly, What are you looking at me for? Let's go. After she finished speaking, she took the lead and walked out. She did not even look at the blood on the ground. Seeing this, Shui Rue and Jing Chun followed them out, along with the two palace guards who followed Jing Chun everywhere. When they arrived at the gate of the Supreme Court, Jing Chun's carriage was waiting on the opposite side of the street. The imperial bodyguard went forward to lead the horse. The coachman turned the carriage around and stopped in front of Jing Chun. A 14 or 15-year-old eunuch jumped out of the carriage. Originally, he wanted to welcome Jing Chun into the carriage, but as soon as he saw the bloody mark on his chest, he screamed in fright, Ah, Daozi, what happened to you? Where did you get the blood? Were you hurt? Jing Chun looked down his chest and said, I'm fine. This is someone else's blood. The little eunuch patted his chest and sighed twice. He glared at the imperial bodyguard behind Jing Chun, as if he was complaining that they did not do their duty to protect him. He turned around and lifted the curtain of the colorful carriage. He said to Jing Chun, You should quickly get on the carriage. You have to quickly go back and change your dirty clothes to avoid being stained with bad luck. Jing Chun turned his head to look at Yushu. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he heard Yushu said first, Don't be in a hurry to leave. I have something to say to you. Finished speaking, she did not wait for his reply. She turned her head to Shui Rue and said, Big brother, let me borrow your place. As soon as Shui Rue heard this, he knew that she wanted to go to Wangji Lu. He thought for a moment and said to her, You go first. I'll go inside and sort out the files. I'll be there shortly. Then he looked at the luxuriously decorated and eye-catching carriage in the palace. He asked her, Lao Chui is at the stable in the back. Why don't you wait for a moment? I'll have him drive the carriage to take you. No need, Yushu said. I'll sit in your carriage. It won't be convenient for you to leave later. Finished speaking, she turned around and got on the carriage in the palace. The little eunuch did not recognize Yushu. Seeing her openly get on his master's carriage, he was just about to reprimand her when he saw the curtain of the carriage was lifted from the inside, revealing Yushu's face. She said to Jing Chun, Still not leaving? Jing Chun hesitated for a moment and then got on the carriage. The little eunuch was perceptive. Seeing this situation, he swallowed his words. He was about to climb into the carriage, but just as he poked his head in, he heard the person inside say, "You sit outside. Let the driver go to Horse Street first." Yushu waved her hand at this unknown little eunuch. Without any explanation, she pulled down the curtain of the carriage and hung it on the hook of the door frame. She sat back by the window and looked outside at Shui Rue. She said, "I'll go back first." Shui Rue stood in front of the door. His eyes followed the carriage as it was escorted away by 2 imperial bodyguards. Only then did he turn around and return to the yamen. He had to quickly take care of the matter at hand so that he could have some free time. In the carriage, after a while, Yushu and Jing Chun sat facing each other, separated by a peach blossom and sandalwood table. No one spoke first. At this moment, Yushu's heart was very uncomfortable. Because of Ji Huaishan's death, because of Ji Xingxuan's luck in escaping, and because of Jing Qin's apology to Ji Xingxuan in the court not long ago. Also, there was a reproachful look in his eyes when he looked at her. If she had to find a word to describe her current mood, it would be sullen. Extremely sullen. She had never thought of putting Ji Huaishan to death. However, Ji Huaishan had sought death. She had never thought of letting Ji Xingxuan go. However, Ji Xingxuan had successfully escaped. She had never thought that the person in front of her, who was willing to go through fire and water for her, would actually sympathize with the 2 people who had once harmed her. Jing Chen was not a difficult person to guess. He was rarely happy or angry, but it was easy to see when he was happy or angry. Although he was easygoing, he could also be stubborn. Yushu could tell that he was very concerned about Ji Huaishan's death. She could also understand why he would feel guilty. However, understanding did not mean that she would agree with him. "Xiao Yu, why did you apologize to Miss Ji?" The 2 of them spoke almost at the same time, but only Yushu finished her sentence. Jing Chun did not know how to answer Yushu's question. He looked at her obviously unhappy face and clenched his fists on his knees. "Xiao Yu, the Celestial Master's sect never kills without reason. However, because I lied, Ji Huaishan died a horrible death today. I feel guilty." Hearing this, Yushu lowered her eyes. After a moment of silence, she suppressed the sullen feelings in her heart and explained, "Jing Chun, you've underestimated the human heart. I'll be honest with you. Ji Huaishan asked for his death today. No one forced him to do so. He chose to commit suicide in order to protect Ji Xingxuan and the Ji clan. There must be someone else who abused his power in the grand examination, but he died just like that. There was no way to get any more information out of him. Death was the most important thing. No matter how serious the crime was, what could be pursued? Even you sympathized with them, let alone others. Those who were lucky enough to escape will remember his kindness and will most likely help him take care of his descendants. Ji Xingxuan does not have to bear the consequences of cheating. Based on her talent, she will definitely pass the Grand Yin examination. Once she becomes a day master, a girl of her age will definitely be famous in the capital. When that time comes, not only will she make a comeback, but the Ji family will also not decline. At this point, she laughed mockingly and crossed her arms. Ji Huaishan did not die because he was forced to do so. Instead, he died because of his schemes. You don't have to feel guilty for him, and I don't have to bear the consequences of his death." Hearing Yushu's words, Jing Qin's expression changed slightly. Raising his head, he met her cold and emotionless gaze. His heart skipped a beat, and he closed his eyes. Recalling Ji Huaishan's tragic death, he sighed. "You're right. He did not have to die. He did seek death of his own volition. However, if he had not been forced to do so, he would not have sacrificed his life to protect his descendants. Xiao Yu, they are indeed in the wrong, but they do not deserve to die. If I had known that I would cause someone to lose his life, I would not have lied in the first place." Seeing Jing Qin's helpless expression, Yushu smiled coldly. Hearing the seriousness and regret in his last sentence, she felt a pang of sorrow. That Ji Huaishan did not deserve to die, and that Ji Xingxuan did not deserve to die either. Did she deserve to be plotted against and have her fingers broken? That night, when she was sent home from the Celestial Commissioner's office, she heard Fangji and Shui Rue whispering to each other. They said that even if her fingers were reattached, she would not be able to use them properly in the future. She did not want them to worry, so she pretended that she did not know anything. Every day, she would take the bitter medicine and endure the pain at night. She told everyone that she was fine, but the finger was connected to the heart. When Ji Xingxuan was pinched, she cried and screamed in pain before she even saw blood. Her little finger, on the other hand, was broken. She had to endure the excruciating pain and climb out of the hole that the grandfather and grandson dug for her. Then, she pushed them into the hole. However, they did not stand properly, and one of them fell to his death. Could they blame her for being cruel? Jing Chen only saw Ji Huaishan's tragic death and Ji Xingxuan's pitiful and helpless state. However, he did not know that forcing them to this point was her way of protecting herself. When she was beaten, she had to return the favor. She would never be soft-hearted to those who dared to provoke her, and there was no need for her to be soft-hearted. If Jing Chan thought that what she did was wrong, then she would have nothing to say. He had his principles, and she had her own stubbornness. She was a cruel person. She was like this for the past 30 years, and she would still be like this for another 30 years. Yushu took a deep breath and slowly exhaled the depression in her heart. She shouted, "Stop the car!" The carriage suddenly stopped at the corner of the street. Jing Chen's body swayed, and he opened his eyes. He saw Yushu waving the curtain aside and bending down to get off the carriage. "Xiaoyu." Yushu jumped off the carriage and held the curtain with one hand. She looked at him openly and said, "Jing Chen, I didn't do anything wrong." Right and wrong were the most difficult things to explain in this world. Whether it was right or wrong, one had to ask one's own conscience. There was no need for others' approval. Jing Chen looked at the serious expression in Yushu's eyes. He did not know why, but he felt a trace of alienation. He suddenly felt helpless. He opened his mouth to say something, but the curtain that was embroidered with green branches fell in front of his eyes. In a short moment, it covered the outside of the carriage. He was stunned. Only when the eunuch outside the carriage asked if he was returning to the palace did he quickly open the curtain and look outside. In front of him, there was a large road with people coming and going. Yushu's figure had already disappeared into the crowd. Yushu walked through the unfamiliar street. She did not turn her head to see if the carriage behind her was leaving or staying. She also did not think about whether Jing Chan would catch up to her. She only walked along the street, aimlessly. Just like her current mood, she was both clear and confused. She only knew that she did not want to be alone right now. Just like this, she did not know how long she walked. She faintly heard someone calling her name from behind her. She walked forward a dozen steps before she reacted. She turned her head and looked at the middle of the street with sparse pedestrians. A person on a horse hurriedly caught up to her and stopped beside her. The person on the horse lowered his head to look at her and let out a sigh of relief. The thin layer of sweat on his forehead shined under the midday sun. Together with that mischievous smile, he said, "I called you several times and you didn't hear me? Do you have a problem with your ears? You made me chase you half a street." Chapter 303. It's still the first lunar month. The sunlight at noon is not hot, but it makes people feel warm all over. Shui Rue held the reins of the horse and accompanied Yushu to walk along a street lined with shops and merchants towards the Forgotten Opportunity Building. "Brother, why did you come out on a horse? Isn't Lao Chue driving? I have something else to ask him to do, so I row by myself." Shui Rue casually found an excuse, but in reality, he had seen Yushu and Jing Chun leave the Supreme Court an hour ago. He could not be at ease, so he hurriedly went in to tidy up the case file and passed it to his colleague before rushing back on his horse. Unexpectedly, he didn't meet the carriage from the palace on the way back. Instead, he saw Yushu's lonely figure in the crowd in front of him on a street on the way back. Seeing that something was wrong, he didn't rush to catch up with her. Instead, he followed her for 2 streets until he found that she was walking aimlessly. Then he caught up with her to call her. Yushu said she wanted a drink. Shui Rue readily agreed. He didn't ask her where Jing Chan was or why she suddenly wanted a drink. He was a smart person. Although Yushu didn't show any unhappiness on her face, he could still guess that she had separated from Jing Chan on the way back. In fact, Shui Rui probably knew the reason. It was nothing more than the tragic death of Ji Huaishan, which made them have differences. Shui Rui wasn't surprised by this, as he discerned since long ago that the Taoist with a pure disposition and the cunning Yushu were utterly not the same kind of people. One was an unworldly immortal that had received deep enlightenment in the Tao sect, and the other was a fierce woman that struggled in the streets and was competitive. These two people had vastly different views towards right and wrong. It was fine if one party was able to accommodate the other, but if both of them were similarly stubborn in their own opinions, it could be imagined that there would be a dispute sooner or later. Shui Rui had known Yushu for a long time. Based on his understanding of her, he was sure that she wouldn't change her mind about dealing with the Ji family because of anyone, not even that person. Even the person she once told him that she liked couldn't make her waver in this right and wrong, as long as she felt it was right. She would continue to persevere. She would not give up until she reached the Yellow River. She would not shed tears until she saw the coffin. And this was exactly what Shui Rui admired most about Yushu. One of them. Yushu did not know that Shui Rui had guessed the conflict between her and Jing Chun. Whenever she was in a bad mood, she always wanted to find something to talk to distract her. Do you still have the 10-year-old Huadiao wine we drank during the Lantern Festival? Right now, she really wanted to get drunk and not think about anything. She wanted to have a good sleep and wait for her to wake up. Then she would think about other problems. Shui Rui said, "Yes, but the wine was too intoxicating. When we go back, I will ask old Lin to go to the wine cellar to find a jar of osmanthus wine for us to drink." He mentioned the wine. Yushu turned her head to look at him. Suddenly, she remembered that he took advantage of her when he was drunk a few days ago. She whispered, "The Huadiao wine is intoxicating, but it's not as strong as the Golden Spring." Hearing her words, Shui Rui couldn't help but feel lucky. That day, he pretended to be drunk to get close to her and drank the Golden Spring. Fortunately, the Golden Spring was famous for its strong after effects. Otherwise, he would have been exposed. Between these two people, one pretended to be confused, and the other pretended to be confused. Unexpectedly, neither of them mentioned what happened that day. As they talked, time passed. Because they took a detour back, they didn't go through the back door. When they passed the front door of Wangji Tower, they were seen by Gue Qi, who was standing in front of the door to welcome the guests. He hurried to help Shui Rui hold the horse. Yushu and Shui Rui walked in together. It was just past lunchtime, and there were not many guests downstairs. No one recognized them. Lin Fu, who was beside the counter, saw them. He quickly put down the silver plate and came out to follow them. "Young master, young lady." Generally, guests were not allowed to enter the backyard. Even if there were guests, they would stay in the elegant room. Therefore, it was a bit deserted at noon. Downstairs, Shui Rui asked Yushu, "Do you want to go to your room or my room?" After asking, he felt that this sentence was not appropriate. It seemed to be caressing, so he quickly added, "Let's go upstairs. I slept here a few nights ago to read official documents. The room is a bit messy." Okay. Yushu didn't have any objections. The arrangement of the elegant room was originally for people to gather and drink. It wasn't a girl's boudoir, so there was nothing that couldn't be entered. Therefore, she went upstairs with Shui Rui. Yushu always carried the key to the door here with her. Some of her valuable items were stored in Wangji Tower, including the mathematical formulas and calculation books that she sorted out a while ago. Therefore, she didn't forget to lock the door when she went in and out. This little habit was only discovered by Shui Rui today. He saw her take out a key with a rope tied around her neck and lower her head to open the door. Her behavior was slightly childish. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "I haven't seen anyone wear a key around their neck. Isn't it heavy?" "This is what you don't understand." Yushu took off the key, straightened her back, and led him into the room. Only then did she close the door. She turned her head and shook the rope around her neck. She smiled and said to him, I stored a lot of valuable items in this room, so this key is very valuable. And I have always liked to hang valuable items around my neck. Shuirui asked why. Yushu stuffed the key back in her clothes and said casually, "Tell me, is there anything more important than the head on a person's body?" Shuirui thought about it and smiled in understanding. He said, "You're right. The head couldn't be lost, so the things that could be hung on the head naturally couldn't be lost." The two of them sat at the table and chatted for a while. Then Xiao Dai and Xiao Qing brought over the warmed wine pot and a few dishes to go with the wine. They placed the dishes on the table beautifully in delicate bowls and plates. The two little servant girls stood at the side and served the dishes. Yushu took the initiative to lift the wine pot and filled both her and Shuirui's cups. The green porcelain wine cups were small, and the rim of the cup was only the size of a circle formed by the thumb and index finger. The edge of the cup was suffused with a layer of golden color, and it was as sticky as honey, making one's appetite aroused. "Come, eldest brother, let me toast you first." Yushu held the cup and was about to touch her cup with Shuirui, but he nimbly avoided her. "Let me make this clear first." Shuirui raised his wine cup and stretched out a finger in front of her as he made a promise with her. "No matter what you're unhappy about, after you finish drinking this wine today, it's over. When tomorrow comes, you're absolutely not allowed to drown your sorrows in wine because of the same matter. If you agree to this, then I'll accompany you to drink to my heart's content today. If you don't agree to this, then put down your cup right now. Don't wait until I bump into you in the future." Chapter 304. Yushu's alcohol tolerance wasn't bad, but the fragrance of this osmanthus wine was too intoxicating. After a pot, she felt a bit dizzy, so she propped up her cheek with one hand and held a cup of the other in front of Shuirui, allowing him to continue pouring wine for her. At the same time, she rambled on about some unimportant things to him. His Majesty bestowed a golden plaque on my godfather. You don't know how happy he was. The first thing he did every morning was to go next door to look at that plaque, and the last thing he did before he went to sleep at night was still to look at that plaque. He would wipe it 3 to 4 times a day, and at night, he would even say, "Thank you, His Majesty, for your kindness in his sleep," causing my godmother to be very unhappy. Although she didn't say anything, from the looks of it, in another 2 days, my godfather would definitely be forced to sleep with that golden plaque. "Ha!" Shuirui laughed out loud, filled her cup, put down the wine pot, and said, "Have you discussed the date to hang the plaque? I will send someone to send a congratulatory gift." Yushu brought the wine cup to her mouth, waved her hand at him, took a small sip, and said, "This month there are only a few days left. I have checked. There is no suitable date to hang the red head. Well, I have to wait until February." After she finished speaking, she burped. She felt that she could not drink to her heart's content, so she took the wine pot and filled 3 glasses one by one. She clinked her glass with Shuirui first, then she held a glass in each hand and clinked her own glass with hers. She was even humming, "After this glass, I'll have another glass. After this glass, I'll have 3 more." Shuirui watched her compete with the wine and didn't dissuade her. He accompanied her, but when she drank 3 cups, he only drank 1 cup. Occasionally, he would put a side dish on the plate in front of her with his chopsticks. When Yushu saw the dishes on the plate, she would stop to eat a mouthful of wine, and then chat with him about some trivial things because her words were vulgar and funny. Shuirui couldn't help but laugh when he heard that. He had thought that she would complain to him after drinking, but who would have thought that she would be so carefree? He had not even used any of the words of comfort he had prepared to comfort her. On the contrary, he was amused by her. "I used to set up a fortune-telling stall in Autumn Osmanthus Lane. You know about it, right? I still remember when I first opened my stall. There are people on the streets collecting rent. Oh, it's the evergreen gang that you and your men wiped out because they gathered to gamble. The ruffians asked me for rent. Luckily, I didn't bring any money that day, so they smashed my stall. I was so angry that I wanted to rush forward and punch them. Then did you rush up?" Yushu rolled her eyes. "Of course not." Do you think I'm stupid? It's not like I can beat them. If I charge forward, I'll just be beaten up for nothing. If it were you, you'd have to face 3 or 4 hooligans by yourself. Why don't you try? Hurry up and run. Shui paused the wine glass that was about to his mouth. He couldn't help but correct her. Shu, I'm not that useless. I can handle a few people. Although he was not a martial arts master, but he had a master who practiced martial arts since he was young. He wouldn't run away in fear when he saw a few hooligans. Yushu pouted and said, You're not afraid of 3 or 4. What if it's a group? Shui coughed and said, You forgot that I know martial arts. So what if you know martial arts? If there are enough ants, they can crush an elephant. You're not the third prince with 3 heads and 6 arms. If there are more people, you'll still have to run. Yushu drank the wine and insisted on going against him. Shui secretly told himself that this girl was drunk and he shouldn't bother with her. At the same time, he couldn't help but ask, Who is the third prince? Yushu waved her hand and said, It's Neza. Shui didn't hear it clearly. What? What? Neza is Neza. When what? Yushu was tongue-tied. She put the wine glass under her chin. She was drunk at the moment, but she wasn't confused. She vaguely remembered that the Dan dynasty didn't exist in history. It must be because the journey to the west hadn't been published yet, so Neza wasn't famous yet. So she said to him with great interest, This Neza is a heavenly general in the heavenly palace. Because his father is a heavenly king, and he is the 3rd child in his family, people call him the third prince. He has a unique skill that can evolve 3 heads and 6 arms. It's very powerful. Unfortunately, he can't beat a monkey. Shui nodded. Originally, he was just asking, but after listening to her talk, he became interested. What monkey is it? So powerful? Yushu laughed and put down the wine glass. She clasped her hands under her chin, squinted her eyes, and slowly said to him, In the past, there was a place called Mount Huagua. There was a stone monkey there. He cultivated to the point of being able to speak human language and understand human nature. In order to seek immortality, this monkey traveled through mountains and rivers to learn magic from a Taoist ancestor and achieve the ability of ghosts and gods. The gods in heaven were very afraid of him, so they tried to recruit this ruffian monkey, who knew that it would cause a natural disaster. The group of gods tricked him to work in the heavenly palace, but they only arranged a job to raise horses to deal with him. They secretly laughed at him, saying that this monkey had the ability to reach the heavens, but he was looked down upon and fooled by a group of gods. Later, he was discovered by the monkey, and in a rage, he caused havoc in the heavenly palace, smashed the Lingxiao palace, and then, as soon as Shui heard the interesting part, he suddenly saw her closing her eyes, and then there was no sound. The room was quiet. He thought that she was thinking about the next part of the story, but after waiting for a while, he didn't hear her say anything. He tried to call her softly, Shu? Yes. Yushu's eyelids moved, and she responded lazily, but she didn't open her eyes. Shui saw that she was not asleep, and then looked at the empty bottles of wine on the table. He knew that she had drunk a lot. When he felt that it was enough, he asked her, Do you still want a drink? No, it's enough. Yushu covered her face with both hands and wiped it. When she was a little sober, she stood up with the help of the table. Her body swayed a little, and she barely stood up. She said to Shui in a muffled voice, I'm going upstairs to sleep. Looking at her red face, Shui could see that she was in a better mood than before she drank. So he stood up and said, Okay, I'll send you up. As he said that, he called the maidservant waiting outside the door to come in and help the unsteady Yushu up the stairs. He followed behind and only stopped when she reached the door of the room. He looked at her frail back and suddenly called her Shu. Yes. Yushu put her left and right hands on Xiaoqing and Xiaodia's shoulders. She turned her head in a daze and saw Shui standing at the door full of sunlight with one hand on the doorframe. He grinned at her, revealing a row of white teeth. You look like that monkey. Yushu blinked. It was unknown if she didn't understand what he said, but the corner of her mouth moved. She turned around and dragged the 2 maidservants into the bedroom. He lay on his back on the soft bed, leaving the maidservants to take off her shoes and cover her with a quilt. Yushu breathed out comfortably and closed her eyes. After a long time, she softly muttered, "That monkey is much fiercer than me." Shui stood in the corridor on the second floor, leaning on the railing and looking at the small pond in the courtyard downstairs. He heard the door close behind him and turned his head. He asked the maidservant who came out with a tea tray, "Is she asleep?" "The girl is asleep. Young master, this servant will go to the kitchen to serve the hangover soup." Shui looked at the door and said, "No need. Let her sleep. The osmanthus wine today is made by the palace. It is intoxicating but not harmful. When she wakes up, make a pot of tea for her." "Yes." Shui ordered the maidservant and went downstairs. When he reached the stairs, he saw Lin Fu holding the corner of his robe and walking up. "Young master, what's the matter?" Lin Fu hesitated and said, It's the young master who came with Miss Lianfang that day. He said he was looking for a girl, but I stopped him." Shui knew who he was talking about. He frowned and asked, "Where is he?" "He's upstairs, in the wind private room." Shui nodded and went forward alone. Yushu drank for almost an hour. It was already afternoon. There were not many guests in the front building. They didn't eat much. They were all here to drink good wine. Shui went up to the second floor and walked to the door of the wind private room. He saw that the door was half open, revealing half of the Jade Mountain screen. He didn't knock on the door and walked in. As soon as he entered, he saw Jing Chun sitting alone at the table. There was a brewed teapot on the table, but the cups were all untouched. As for the two guards who always followed him, they were nowhere to be seen. He didn't know if their master had gotten rid of them or if they had gone somewhere else. As soon as Jing Chun saw Shui enter, he stood up and looked behind him. However, Yushu was nowhere to be seen. "Where's Xiaoyu?" he asked. "Isn't she here with you?" Shui didn't answer him, and he instead walked over to sit opposite him before pouring a cup of tea for himself. And then he said unhurriedly, "What does her whereabouts have to do with you?" The sarcasm in his words was obvious. Jing Chun could hear it. He opened his mouth, but didn't know how to answer. He could only ask again, "I want to see her. Is she here?" "Why do you want to see her?" Shui looked up at him with the teacup in his hand. "I have something to say to her," Jing Chun said. "What do you want to say to her?" Jing Chun pursed his lips and said, "This is between me and Xiaoyu. It's not convenient for me to tell you." "It's fine if it's not convenient for you to tell me. Anyway, it's not convenient for Shu to see you now," Shui said. Hearing this, Jing Chun frowned. "Why is it not convenient for her to see me?" Shui smiled. "This is between me and her. It's not convenient for me to tell you." Jing Chun looked at Shui before turning around to leave. He did not want to waste any more time with him. "It's useless even if you go to the back now," Shui said. Jing Chun successfully stopped in front of the door. He turned around to look at Shui. Although there was no expression on his face, it was obvious that if Shui continued to tease him, he would definitely go to the back to look for Shu. Shui stopped joking and said in a serious tone, "Shu is drunk and sleeping in her room. Don't disturb her. If you have anything to say, wait until tomorrow." "She's drunk?" Jing Chun's expression changed. Shui nodded and pretended not to know anything. "When you left the Supreme Court at noon, I went back to look for you after I finished my work. On the way, I saw her walking to the west of the city alone, so I brought her back. She seemed to be in a bad mood and drank a lot. I was about to ask you what happened to her. Didn't you leave together? Why did you come back alone?" Jing Chun looked aside and remained silent for a while. "I'll look for her tomorrow," he said to Shui. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. And this caused Shui, who originally thought that Jing Chun would stay here and wait for Yushu, to sober up to be slightly surprised. But it was exactly what he wanted, because if Jing Chun really wanted to stay, then he would have to think of a way to drive Jing Chun out. Chapter 305. Yushu was so drunk that she didn't wake up until the evening. Other than feeling weak all over, she didn't feel any other discomfort. The bedroom was dark. Yushu slowly sat up from the bed. Seeing that there was light in the room outside, she didn't call for anyone to come in. She just leaned against the bed and sat quietly for a while. The suffocation in her heart during the day was vented along with the alcohol. She felt much better now. At least she could calmly think about the next thing. Ji Huaishan was dead. Ning Wang wanted to protect Ji Xingxuan, so the theft case couldn't be retried anymore. At this time, the Ji family must have seen Ji Huaishan's body. In their grief and anger, they would probably vent their anger on Aunt Shui. This was the only thing Yushu was worried about. She had to quickly think of a way to get Aunt Shui out of the Ji family. Otherwise, if it was too late, she didn't know what that family would do. Alas, Ji Huaishan's death was a brilliant one. He left her with nothing but trouble. "Who's outside, Xiaoqing?" Yushu called the people outside. Xiaoqing and Xiao Dai were there. They hurried into the room. One went to turn on the light, and the other went to pour tea. Yushu heard that Shui Rui was resting downstairs and hadn't left yet. After washing up, she went downstairs to find him. This time, she learned to be good. Even if she saw Shui Rui's room was lit, she didn't go in rashly. She knocked on the door and asked. When there was a response, she pushed the door open and went in. Shui Rui had just woken up. He was covered with a thin blanket and was sitting on the soft couch drinking tea. Seeing her come in, he looked at her up and down and smiled. "You're sober. Do you still feel uncomfortable?" Yushu shook her head and sat on the round pine stool opposite his soft couch. She said to him, "This osmanthus wine is milder and sweeter than the Huadiao wine I drank last time. I like it. Is there more in the wine cellar? I'll take a jar back and drink it on my godmother's birthday next month. Just tell old Lin later." Shui Rui put down the teacup and asked her, "Are you hungry? Eat here, or should I send you back?" Yushu turned her head to look at the stone glass next to the flower shelf. It was about the time when she said, "Let's eat here." Before she left in the morning, she told Zhao Hui that she might be back late, and told him not to wait for her to have dinner. She didn't eat much at noon. Now that she had just woken up, she was a little hungry. "Okay." Shui Rui lifted the thin blanket on his legs and put his legs down. He stepped on the footstool in his white socks and called the person who was waiting outside to go to the kitchen to serve the dishes. The dishes were already made. 4 dishes and 1 soup were served. Yushu's stomach was growling. She picked up the bowl and chopsticks and ate 2 mouthfuls of white rice. The rice in Wangji building was carefully irrigated from the fields in the north of Zhao City. It was steamed in a hot rice. Each grain was well-proportioned and plump with a faint fragrance. Compared with ordinary white rice, it had a more crisp texture. Even if it was not accompanied by other dishes, it could still fill up half a bowl. Shui Rui saw that she had a good appetite, so he didn't mention anything else during the meal in case she choked. "I'm full." Yushu put down the bowl of soup and took the hot towel from Xiaoqing to wipe her mouth. She saw that Shui Rui also put down the bowl and chopsticks and rinsed his mouth with tea. She said to him, "Will you send me back?" Shui Rui nodded, wiped his fingers with a handkerchief, and stood up. "I'll go now. I'll send you back. I'll go to the Supreme Court again." So, the two of them got on the carriage from the back door and left without drinking tea. Sitting in the carriage, Shui Rui told Yushu about Jing Chen's visit in the afternoon. He didn't hide it and told her everything. "Young Master Jing came to Wangji building to see you in the afternoon. I told him that you were drunk and resting in your room, so he went back first. He said that he would see you tomorrow and asked me to tell him." Although Shui Rui didn't like that Yushu and Jing Chen were too close, he wouldn't deliberately drive a wedge between them. Moreover, there was no need for him to drive a wedge between them now. There was already a problem between the two of them. He didn't need to interfere too much. He just needed to wait patiently for Yushu to understand that the person she liked was actually not what she wanted and was even more unsuitable to entrust her life to. "I see." When Yushu heard that Jing Chen came to see her, she didn't have much reaction. She was now having a headache about the Ji family. She didn't have extra time to think about how to deal with the relationship between her and Jing Chen. Love was too troublesome. She didn't want to worry too much. If she couldn't figure it out, she would put it aside first and think about it when she calmed down. By the way, Shuirue suddenly frowned and asked her, "Isn't your mother still living in the right magistrate's mansion? Now that Ji Huaishan committed suicide, the Ji family will definitely blame it on you. They can't find trouble with you, but they may make things difficult for your mother. What will you do?" Because Shuirue knew Yushu in Yang City, he heard some family affairs from Yu Xiaoxiu. He said that Yushu's birth mother had been harsh to her since she was a child. Even when she was beaten and driven out of the house, she didn't come to visit her once. It was enough to show that they were not close to each other. But after all, her birth mother was her birth mother. How could she let go? Yushu thought for a moment and said, "I have a plan for this matter. You don't have to worry about it." Seeing that she wanted to take care of everything herself and refused to ask for help, although Shuirue was helpless, it was really not good for him to intervene. He could only warn her, "If you encounter trouble, you can come to me to discuss it. Don't act impulsively." This is for sure. This time, Yushu didn't make any excuses. As the saying goes, when you have too many debts, you don't need to worry. She owed Shuirue countless favors. In the past, she didn't want to trouble him because she didn't want to have too much of a relationship with him. But now that she had recognized him as her older brother, there was nothing to be embarrassed about. If one day Shuirue encountered any trouble, she would definitely rush to the front and do her best to help him. This was no longer a debt of gratitude, but a true friendship. After saying all this, Shuirue then started to talk about business. With Ji Huaishan's death, this theft case obviously can't continue. Why go back tonight? I will organize the statements. Tomorrow, Guadarin will definitely report to His Majesty. As for how this case will be decided, it will be up to His Majesty. No matter what, if I get any news, I will be the first to tell you. Yushu said, "For what I see, the Ji family is safe this time. After Ji Huaishan's death, their family won't have to bear any great crimes. As for Ji Xingxuan, Ningguang seems to have intentions of protecting her. He also took over the investigation of Jing Chen's assassination. I don't know what he is after. The Ji, you and Ningguang were good friends in the past. Can you see anything?" Shuirue looked at the puzzlement on her face. His fingers clasped together on his knees. After thinking for a moment, he slowly opened. "I can't say anything else to you. You only need to know that Ningguang's involvement in this case isn't just because of one Ji Xingxuan." Yushu was an understanding person. Hearing the hidden meaning in his words, she guessed that it most likely had something to do with the struggle for power and position. She didn't question him further. Like this, they arrived at the door of Zhao Hui's house. Shuirue still had matters to attend to and didn't plan on going in. Yushu got off the carriage. She stuck her head out of the carriage door to talk to Shuirue. "Deji, I'm going back." She paused and smiled sincerely. "Thank you for drinking with me today." Shuirue said, "It's nothing. Didn't you drink with me last time?" Shuirue still remembered, on the day of the trial of Xia Jiangying's murder, he had dragged Yushu to drink with him to drown his sorrows. Yushu didn't really remember that part. She asked suspiciously, "Really, when?" Shuirue shook his head. He didn't plan on explaining and waved his hand to let her go. Yushu turned to go up the steps. She heard him call her from behind. Turning her head, she saw him leaning against the window, a teasing expression on his handsome face. "Next time, tell me the story of that monkey. It's rare to see a monkey with the same temper as you. I'm very curious." Yushu's mouth twitched. She waved a hand at him. "That story is a long one. Tell it when there's time." You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.